Stand by, red sound. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sound red key.
You're watching WCCO.
Stand by the anchors.
Always streaming on CBS News Minnesota.
Mic 'em, cue.
We're following breaking news right now. Police say they're responding to an active shooter with a large number of people.
Did you want to go to
the shot? We have crews on the way.
Are we just staying here?
On the ground of the Church of Annunciation, and this is near the Church of Annunciation in South Minneapolis.
If I'm not mistaken, we have a live picture. We want to bring you out to the scene. We mentioned before.
Shiraz, stand by. Coming to your shot.
Bryant Street. This
Already
is in
dealt
South
to.
Minneapolis. Of course, this comes on the heels of what's been a very, very violent 24 hours. We've had 11 people that have been shot.
Don't have a shot to take.
In fact, deadly, but we're working to get you a picture as far as what is unfolding in South Minneapolis.
Shiraz, I need your shot now.
Now, on our preview monitor, we do have a crew on the way to the scene working to get this set up right now. But still, breaking news situation.
Okay, take Del 2. Shiraz, you're up.
Look at the situation right now. Looks like we do have
back on 2 next.
Several first responders on the scene. That includes State Patrol. This is an area that is, in fact, roped off right now, Maria.
That's right. We know this is the area of 53rd and Bryant Avenue South in South Minneapolis. We have seen large police presence here on the scene.
Are we going to still take our break, or do I need to?
Ambulance, as you can see, caution tape there.
Okay.
We aren't exactly sure what is going on. We are finding this out with you, looking at this live with you at the scene, and we're figuring out what's going on with this active shooter situation in South
Okay, ready 2.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going
Take
to take
2.
a quick break. We're going to come back. We're going to regroup.
Give me some spin.
More news as we learn it on this breaking news situation in South Minneapolis again. This is at 53rd and Bryant in South Minneapolis. WCCO covering breaking news.
Break. Clear. Okay, coming up on 2 out of break. 2 on a 2. I did not unload any of the breaking news at the top. No, that was not me. Okay, so... Okay. Got a minute? Yes, it's in the one that says toss to reporter live. Caroline? At the top. 45. It's already in there.
Should I be on X15?
Yes, X15. Okay, up on 2, stand by. Gonna come right up on the picture. Stand by. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mic the anchors. Fade cue.
We're following breaking news right now. Police say they are responding to an active shooter with a large number of people who've been shot. This is in South Minneapolis at 53rd and Bryant Avenue.
More to come.
We're clear.
Break.
Okay, 45. No, because... should I just come up to a 2-shot? Or do you want an open? Okay, we're coming right up to a 2-shot. Seconds, stand by. Coming right up to the anchors. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mike the Anchor's fade cue.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on this Wednesday morning. AJ Hilter, Maria Lisignoli, we are following breaking news right now. This is in South Minneapolis. Police say they are responding to an active shooter with a large number of people who have been shot. We've got an active look at the scene right now. We've got several first responders who are on scene. You can see crime scene tape is up. And just looking at this picture, it looks like we've got Minneapolis police. You can also see we've got the sheriff's office. I'm assuming that's the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. Also looks like we had State Patrol who is out there as well. I see an ambulance on scene. Several first responders who are here right now. Just looking at social media and seeing some reports of a large law enforcement response, seeing some reports that Minneapolis police, again, responding to this scene. We are still working to get it confirmed. As you see another law enforcement source vehicle pull up to the scene right here, again, in South Minneapolis. This is at 53rd and Bryant in South Minneapolis, Maria.
And just to give you another picture of kind of where this is, it is near the Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis, also near the river. What we know is that there is an active shooter situation and potentially multiple victims. As you see here live on the scene at 53rd and Bryant Avenue, lots of police presence, lots of caution tape blocking off the scene, ambulance vehicles on scene. Our crew is there right now. We're just starting to talk to people. We're sending more people to the scene as well to try to figure out what exactly is happening here in South Minneapolis.
I'll tell you what, though, it's been a deadly 24 hours in Minneapolis. Unfortunately, we've had several things that have happened, but this is a map of the current location where we are right now. So the map location, 509 West 54th Street. And you can imagine at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday, people are going about their day, a normal day, you know, normal rush hour traffic, and you have something like this that stops
coming back to live, wiping live
as we speak. So again, a live look at the scene right now. Looks like we got again representatives from the police department, sheriff's office as well. I'm assuming that's the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, could be Ramsey County Sheriff's Office as well. We did see State Patrol out there. You see members of the Minneapolis Police Department who are out there. Again, a still very, very active scene. Our crews, WCCO, we are on our way out there. We have reporter crews on their way out there right now to hear from law enforcement as far as what is unfolding right now. Very active, very, very fluid scene.
And we know,
looks like ATF
we don't know
too.
much. We know this happened in just the last hour or so. A Wednesday morning, broad daylight, this shooting scene happened. Minneapolis police responding. We are hearing of potentially multiple victims on this Wednesday morning at this active shooter. We're seeing, it looks like an ambulance coming out. They're tearing off the caution tape, getting this ambulance out of the scene. The emergency lights are flashing there.
It's just unfortunate when you have something like this has happened. I mentioned before, it's been a deadly 24 hours in the city of Minneapolis. Unfortunately, we had incidents that took place overnight in downtown Minneapolis. And also the suspect there is still at large. But again, a different scene this morning, a very, very active scene this morning. We're still working to get confirmed as far as if anyone has been killed in this situation, how many injuries are associated with this, if there is someone still at large in this situation. So it's still a lot that we are working to piece together with this active situation again in South Minneapolis. We're still working to learn from law enforcement exactly what is unfolding. You can imagine we'll probably be sending a crew to the hospital. Just as far as which hospital those people could be going to, we do not know that information just yet. You see again, law enforcement with that police tape, still a very, very active scene. So we're still working to get that information for you on this Wednesday morning.
Typically, when we come to scenes like this, we start seeing investigators kind of combing the area, trying to look for any signs of evidence, be it bullet shell casings or blood splatterings. Right now, I'm not seeing any of that. But again, this is a very early active scene. Police officers on scene with weapons, as you can see here.
That's a tactical team right there, walking up to the scene there. So still very, very active situation that is unfolding. And you mentioned before, this is in South Minneapolis. The address we were given was actually near a Catholic church, Annunciation Catholic Church. Really looking on their website, looks like they have daily mass at 8:15 on Wednesday morning.
I see the B-roll.
Still working to figure out how that is all connected to this, if it isn't connected to this. But again, this is a very, very large scene that has been roped off by law enforcement. Again, you see State Patrol on the scene. I see 2 State Patrol vehicles. You can see a Minneapolis
I've got the B-roll coded.
Well. So very,
X19.
very active scene. Our crews from WCCO are on the way, hoping to get you more information as far as everything that is unfolding in South Minneapolis. It's just a scary situation. You got to imagine if you are a neighbor in this area and you
it's the
see
same
this
as
law
we're showing
enforcement
right now.
presence and you have no idea what's going on.
Right.
Okay.
Just think of anyone with kids or anyone who may be walking their dog right now, and you see this large law enforcement presence. It's scary. For
We
sure.
even have a coworker who has family in the area, and while they haven't seen anything, they heard the sirens this morning, and that's really what alerted them to something happening right in their neighborhood. And this is in broad daylight. This is a Wednesday morning before 9 a.m. that all of this is happening. Again, this is in South Minneapolis. The address we have is 509 West 54th Street.
Aaron, can we put up that map again? Aaron is our producer. We're just
Yes, I
talking
can. Hang
in
on.
real time. If we
Pretty
have
red.
that map, we can put up that map for you so you can see exactly where we are talking
Take red.
about in South Minneapolis. So you can
Keep
see
back
where
on
this is
Del
in
2.
conjunction to 35W, that main thoroughfare going up to downtown. So this is going to be in South Minneapolis, again, just off 54th Street. You can see it is south of Lake Harriet right there, south and east of Lake Harriet there.
Since we've been on the scene just within the last 15 or so minutes, we have seen lots of action going on.
Yep.
We haven't seen any victims or shooters there on the scene, but we are seeing caution tape. We're seeing police vehicles, and we're seeing tactical teams on the scene.
Yeah, in the last 5 minutes, we did see that ambulance. We did see an ambulance, one of several ambulances at the scene, leaving the scene.
Do you want me to
We do
switch
not know where
the
that
title
ambulance
in?
was going, but again, a very, very active scene. Let's bring it back out there.
Okay, ready, back to Del
now, just
2.
so you
Take
get a
Del
presence.
2.
For anyone who's just joining us, normally at 9 o'clock we would be in our mid-morning show. We would be getting there where Heather and Joseph are, but
let's do this.
unfortunately, we are dealing with a breaking news situation, a large law enforcement presence that has been called out as you look at someone who is from the FBI, it looks like. Yeah, the FBI is on the scene. So now we can confirm we've seen FBI.
Put it
we
in
have
the
seen State
slug that says breaking
Patrol.
titles
We
here,
have seen
please.
members from the local
Aaron.
sheriff's office. We have seen members from the Minneapolis
X15?
Police Department
All right,
as
I'm
well.
gonna move it then.
All on scene here, working to figure out what is unfolding. And you can see here someone speaking with law enforcement, trying to be directed as far as what's going on. Again, it's 9:07 in the morning, and you're not sure if you can even drive through because this area is blocked off because of this large law enforcement presence. So a very, very active scene right now. Also, I do know that our Caroline Cummings, she is at the scene right now. She is working to get more information. Matter of fact, she says that she's at a different angle. She has some videos, some phone, some images right now.
No,
She says she's
it's
watching a
supposed to
lot
say
of people who are
possible.
very,
Why does
very
it still
distraught. And
say
you can imagine
active shooter?
Oh, my God.
Oh,
when
there
you
it is.
hear something like this, a very active
Because there's two
law enforcement scene, a possible,
X15s.
a possible shooter situation, active shooter situation that is unfolding here, you can understand if a family is inside a mass or if class is going on. You are
Right,
scared
the
for your
school is
family.
attached.
School is attached. So you can understand.
Aaron, I'm
the
floating that
concern
stuff at the top
families,
just so that it
have right
gets
now.
out of
They're
my
working
stack.
like we are to get information to you, to pass that along to you. Again, a very, very active situation in South Minneapolis right now.
We know this is, like we mentioned, near the Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis, where there is a school attached, and sessions going on this morning.
Yep.
So we're not exactly sure if people had to be evacuated from that area or where everyone is going. We did just see a woman coming up to law enforcement asking, it appeared she was asking questions about where to go, what to do. A lot of people having those same questions, as you can see. Oh man, a lot of people
It's scary.
obviously distraught here, yes.
Yeah, just waiting for any type
Was
of
that a
information
yay or nay?
from law enforcement. Yeah, again, we are still working to confirm information this morning. This is a possible active shooter situation right now. We still have not heard from law enforcement. Again, they are very, very busy this morning trying to assess everything that is going on right now in South Minneapolis. Again, if you're just now joining us at 9:09, we do have a possible active shooter situation. This is taking place. It is unfolding in South Minneapolis. The address that we had was near 53rd and Bryant, which is right near Annunciation Church. So a very, very active situation. And Maria, you just alluded to some of these families that have just pulled up in
Right.
just the last couple of minutes that we are seeing them, and they're waiting for information as well.
They're waiting for information as well. We do know there was an all-school mass that started around 8:15.
Not a good time
at
being
this
here.
church, which is near the crime scene.
We're in
Annunciation
it's the same breaking
Catholic
right now.
Church. for this possible active shooter situation here in South
Kelly, can I have
Minneapolis.
you or Josh come in here to give a hand
police
on iNews with coding?
at the scene as well.
Sure, get in.
A lot more people were watching
Thanks.
just in the last 5 minutes, arriving at the scene. We're figuring out this with you in real time.
Yeah, this is real time. You know, that's what happens in breaking news situations. When breaking news happens, we get to the scene. We are waiting to hear from law enforcement. That way we can pass along that information to you. Again, Maria, you mentioned that canine. This canine unit is, again, a live look right now. This canine unit that is continuing to sweep through near this area. So again, this is 53rd and Bryant. This is going to be, the address we have is 509 West 54th Street. So we're still waiting to get confirmation as far as what is unfolding here, but a possible active shooter situation that is unfolding in South Minneapolis.
I just got a comment from Caroline Cummings, who is on the scene. She says she just saw a girl walk out of the school with her mother with what appears to be her arm bandaged up.
Okay.
So
All
that's
right.
Oh, we're up on
sharing
CBSN now.
potential victims.
You know, one of the other tools that police use in situations like this, we've seen
you wanna
this
just
unfold.
grab
If I'm
your
not
headset
mistaken, that's the police chief.
and just
over
get
there.
on
That's
News
that
PL with
drone
us?
that is there right now, as you see more law enforcement officers responding to the scene. But a lot of times, police will use technology to go into these scenes where they do not necessarily feel it's safe,
Right.
and they can use that technology to their advantage as well. And there, yeah, it looks like there's a. It looks like that's a possible drone on the ground right there. So again, another
Josh.
tool that law enforcement can in fact use to assess
Okay,
a situation to figure out if it is safe
To even
for
enter.
them, for law enforcement to enter the building themselves.
Exactly, correct. And we're not exactly even sure where the situation is, if it even is in a building. However, we do know that this is, right, a way that people can, police officers can patrol a situation without actually having to
Text
go
or someone.
into it.
Just to reiterate, too, we're following this possible active shooter situation. Again, this is unfolding in South Minneapolis. So just to set the scene right now, in South Minneapolis, 53rd and Bryant Street, we have seen several
I got that
agencies, different agencies appear up. We saw FBI roll up before. We've also seen the Minneapolis Police Department. We have seen the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office as well. We've seen the FBI. We've seen hospital. There's State Patrol. State Patrol is responding as well.
I have
Because
the
we
map
know
if
when a
you want it.
situation like this unfolds, it takes all of law enforcement to get their hands around it, to get a situation under control right now.
We did see one ambulance leave the crime scene. It did not appear to be moving fast. It did have its emergency lights on. Sirens were not blaring, though. Let's pull up a map to show you
Ready, Red.
exactly
Take Red.
where this is. The exact address we have is 509
Aaron, are we
West
killing breaks?
54th Street down there in South Minneapolis.
Okay.
You can see it's just west of 35W and close
Well, I have
to
to
all
tell,
those chains of
Atlanta to
lakes.
do
We
it,
also
so
know that it is near
I have to communicate with Atlanta
the Annunciation
to-
Catholic Church in Minneapolis, which does have
Atla-
a school attached to it. And we
Atlanta,
do know
Minneapolis?
there was an all-school mass listed that started at 8:15 this morning. At that
Hey,
school.
we're in sustained braking, so be prepared for us to be
Caroline
dropping
Cummings
brakes.
is on the scene. Let's take you back out there live.
Okay.
Ready, live. Take
Minneapolis
live.
police have just confirmed that there is a shooting that has taken place, but that is the only information that they are giving us. So they have confirmed it. This is a shooting that has taken place, but that is all we know from police. We do not know how many people have been injured. We do not know, for
Okay.
example, how many people, unfortunately, if they have died. We do not have that information from police as well. Maria, you mentioned before, but we did see an ambulance leaving the scene. So we saw that. That was about maybe 15 minutes ago, I'd say, at this
Correct.
point. So we're still working to get more information from police, but again, we do
you
have
guys want me to
confirmed from
clear
Minneapolis
out the,
police that this
let
is
go the
an
gas?
active shooting situation, or an active shooting
I don't
has,
know yet.
taken place, which has closed off this area in South Minneapolis, 53rd and
Nick is
Bryant,
asking
in
about
South Minneapolis this
Gigi
morning.
and Liz.
Caroline Cummings is on the scene right now. She says she just has been seeing so
Okay,
many
Nick,
distraught people.
right now, unlikely
and
to
she's
go to them, but
located
have
right
them please
outside
hold
the school.
in position right now.
And
Okay, that's the plan.
that's
Thanks.
exactly where this shooting has taken place. In the Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis, outside. That is where Caroline is.
Also seeing this is actually just coming in from Governor Walz. He's posting on social media this morning. He actually just posted, I have been briefed on a shooting at Annunciation Catholic School and will continue to provide updates as we get more information. The BCA and State Patrol are on the
Shrest,
scene.
your shot's still
I'm
up.
praying for our kids and teachers whose first week of school was marred by this horrific act of violence. So again, that is just coming in from the governor. We're hearing from the governor as far as what is unfolding. And he just said, I've been briefed on a shooting at Annunciation Church and school, and will continue to provide updates as we get that information. So we got it confirmed from Minneapolis Police that we did have
Kelly,
an
it looks like they're going to be
and now
throwing some video
he's been
in.
briefed on this shooting. Again, that is at Annunciation Catholic School. Now, we also looked at the schedule before, and you were alluding to this, Maria. You said that Mass actually started at 8:15 this morning.
An all-school Mass was listed to have started at 8:15 this morning at the school. Our Caroline Cummings is at the scene. She is saying people are just distraught. It's hard to hear right now from this live video that we have, but she did say that she has heard screaming and crying since she has been there on the scene in just the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's we're learning this information as it comes in. You just hate this for the families. You hate it for the school. You hate it for the state of Minnesota.
Ready, Del
You hate
10.
to see something like this happen in our country in general. But we're just now
Dissolve
getting
Del
this
10.
information. This is the newest information. We pulled up this tweet. This is coming from Governor Tim Walz. He says, I've been briefed on a shooting at Annunciation Catholic School and will continue to provide updates as we get more information.
We'll go back to
The
Dave
BCA,
next.
State Patrol, they are on scene. He says, I'm praying for kids and teachers whose first week of school was marred by this horrific act of violence.
So now we know this shooting
Okay, dissolving back to
happened
live.
at Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis. Our Caroline Cummings is on the scene, gathering information, talking to people on the scene, law enforcement, as well as just residents in the area. She's saying people are distraught.
Okay, we're just getting confirmed from the ATF
Do you want
that
me to
this is
switch
an
it to
active
the-
shooter situation
Okay.
right now. We're continuing
take
to
this one
monitor
down.
social media. I've just looked at the Minnesota BCA's page. They have not posted anything. Looking at the Minneapolis Police page, their page on social media as well, they have not posted anything in response to this active shooting situation. As you see, this member of law enforcement who is sprinting back. We're not sure why, but again, a very, very active situation. We mentioned before, but we've had the FBI, we have had Minneapolis Police, we have had the Sheriff's Department, we've had state troopers all on scene of this active and now confirmed by the ATF.
We have
active
statements
shooter
in
situation
Slack
that
from
is
Fry and
unfolding
from the ATF.
outside or inside Annunciation Church as we watch another member of law enforcement leave the scene. That is a Minneapolis police officer who is leaving the scene right now.
We did just get a tweet from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry saying, I'm monitoring reports of horrific violence in South Minneapolis. I'm in touch with Chief O'Hara, and our emergency response team has been activated. We will share more information as soon as we can. Please give our officers the space they need to respond to the situation. That is from Mayor Jacob Fry, commenting on this active shooter situation here in South Minneapolis at the Annunciation Catholic Church and School.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate when we have to report on something like this, especially this early on a Wednesday. Again, you think about people who are just going about their normal lives. Someone who is going to school, someone who may be going to church, someone who may be going to pray, just walking your dog, and you come across a scene like this. Again, the unfortunate news that we are following this morning, it is breaking news. It is confirmed we have an active shooter situation. This is going to be in 53rd and Bryant Street in South Minneapolis.
If we want to
the
go
ATF
to,
has in fact confirmed that an active shooter situation has unfolded. We have
Caroline.
heard from the governor. They are still waiting to be assessed on the situation. We do, at WCCO, do have crews on the way and
We'll have
at
to
the
clear
scene
this shot
right
so
now.
that we can
Caroline
get
Cummings is at the scene. She is working to get
her
more
in front of the
information.
camera.
Unfortunately, she said before that she heard people shrieking outside, and you can understand why. As family members and other people, they await to get more information, just people trying to figure out if they feel safe, if they are safe right now.
Figuring out what exactly is going on here. They may even have loved ones inside the building. You know, we don't know exactly where this happened, but we do know it took place at Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis. We did see a drone on, oh, and it's still there on the ground, correct? Yeah, there's still a drone on the ground, so police officers have not deployed that. Is that Mayor Fry? Yeah.
That is the mayor. That is Mayor Fry, who just showed up at Annunciation School, I'm guessing to be briefed on the situation, on everything that is unfolding. And you just mentioned he actually just sent out a tweet, a post on social media, saying that he is working to get more information on everything that is unfolding in his city. Right now. So, again,
Chris,
we've seen
whenever
the
you
mayor
get 'em
here.
in,
We're not sure
let
if
Callie
the governor
know.
is going to be showing up here, but we know the governor has
Callie's
been
coding
assessed
it
on
for
the
me.
situation. He's been
Gigi's
briefed on the
gotta go back to the
situation, saying
Okay,
that
Gigi's gotta
unfortunately a
go.
shooting has taken place at Annunciation School.
She can go.
Again, that is in South Minneapolis. A couple of things we still do not know.
My guess is
we
she
do
just
not
got
know how
paged
many
or
people have
something.
been injured. We do not know if anyone has died
I
in
got
the
it.
situation. We do not know if there is still, for example, there's the shooter, if the active shooter, if they are still alive in this situation.
What mic do you want Heather on?
It's still a very, very active scene, as you see law enforcement.
Pick one.
It looks like they're coming and walking away from the scene. It looks like a
Whatever's
member of the State
available.
Patrol.
Senior sports.
Nick
Who's walking away
Sports.
from the scene. We've also seen the FBI on the scene as well. So a very, very large law enforcement presence.
I'm guessing that
Law
since
enforcement and medical
Heather's here, this is
presence.
not
I just
the
saw
school
right
her
there on the
kids
right
go
of your
to.
screen, that car is a Hennepin healthcare car. We've seen several ambulances, including one, leave the scene. More FBI, more police,
Callie, can you grab
all
the
in tactical gear.
jump a code into
State
that
Patrol
Caroline scene
there.
video that just got added?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
just a
again,
VO.
we're still waiting to get more information. We're going to stay with you on this. We're going to
Thank
stay
you.
with you as this story continues to unfold, because this is happening right in our backyard. And we know that when something like this happens, it impacts all of us. So again, the big breaking news that we are continuing to follow this morning, it has been confirmed. A shooting that's been confirmed, I should say, at Annunciation Catholic School. We understand Mass was getting underway at 8:15 this morning, and the governor...
We can't
he
go to
couldn't have
Caroline
said
while
it
we're on this
any
shot.
better when he said, essentially, that,
Okay.
you know, it's so unfortunate that these students, these parents, and these teachers, and this community is marred by this violence in what's the first week of school. It's just, it just breaks your heart. It breaks your heart, but we're going to get through it, as we always do. We get through these things together, but we're still piecing together the information that we know right now. Still a very, very active scene that's unfolding in South Minneapolis. We've got a map to show you exactly where this played out.
Already
This
red.
was in South Minneapolis, as we mentioned, 53rd and Bryant Street in
Take
South
red.
Minneapolis. Okay, we're now being told, again, this is breaking news, so things are adjusting. We're finding new information. We're being told now it is 54th Street. So we've mapped out the location, 509 West 54th Street. You can see the location where it is in conjunction to 35W in South Minneapolis. Again, a very, very busy area, and you just imagine waking up and you're going about your day and something like this unfolds. You just hate to see situations like this. A very, very large law enforcement scene that has popped up here. So the church, again, is at 54th and Harriet. The school is at 54th and Garfield. So it's two different
Okay, ready,
locations
back live.
here. It sounds like the school
Take
is
live.
connected onto the church.
Right.
As we take you a live look from the scene in South Minneapolis, State Patrol holding bay and making sure no one passes through that yellow tape right now as we work to get more information, Maria.
And we know that this is according to Google here, it's an elementary school. It's a preschool through 8th grade church / Catholic school that is attached to the church, like you just said. I'm trying to figure out when their first day of school was, or is it yesterday or today around this time?
Right.
Because we know many other schools don't start until after Labor Day. However, it's different for many Catholic schools in our areas.
Yeah, and continuing to track social media as well, because look, we know in situations like this, your viewpoints, what you say, it's being tracked, and that helps to tell the story. So. Again, we're still working to get more information, but the latest comment that's coming from the mayor, Mayor Jacob Fry, as we saw him running into the scene, he says, I'm monitoring reports of horrific violence in South Minneapolis. I'm in touch with Chief O'Hara, and
Can
our emergency
you
response team
recode
has
the
been
Caroline
activated.
thing to Del
We
10,
will share
please?
more information as soon as
Thank
we
you.
can. Please give our officers the space they need to monitor the situation. So that is coming in from the mayor. We also heard from the governor. We heard from Governor Tim Walz, and he said before as well, he said, I've been briefed on a shooting at Annunciation Catholic School and will continue to provide updates as we get more information. The BCA and State Patrol
Can you,
are on the scene. I'm praying for our kids.
move
and
these into the
teachers
A block?
Whose first week of school
Anything you're
was
doing,
marred
Chris?
by this horrific act of violence. So again, this news is just coming in, and we're continuing to get this information out.
Caroline is switching
South
the
Minneapolis
already
this
coded
morning.
stuff
Caroline
there.
Cummings is on the scene. She continues to send us
Callie's
information.
switching the already
She
coded
said
stuff to
just now another child
to
has
Zoom,
left the
so you don't need to
school
make a
with his
new
arm wrapped.
slug for it.
He said she
Callie
says
is
that the
recoding
child
so that
embraced,
the Zoom will be in where the
a woman,
slug that says
either his
Caroline
mother or a
Live.
family member,
Yes.
we're not sure, but now we have Caroline has told us about 2 children who have left the school with both their arms wrapped.
It's this.
We're just taking a moment. We just want to reassess. Right now, it is 9:25. If you are just now joining us, normally we would be at the fair. Today is day 7 of
Put it in there?
Minnesota
Okay.
Get Together. But unfortunately, we are following this breaking news of an active shooter situation that is unfolding at Annunciation
3
Catholic School. Again, we've said before.
and 5 though
the
need to be
Catholic
switched to
school
camera
is a Catholic
2.
Church. They're nearby each other.
Because this was
and
all
is
coded
taking
when I
place
was
on
just a solo
54th
anchor.
Street in
Right.
South
Okay, I
Minneapolis.
have
North and Garfield,
Heather
54
there.
Minneapolis.
And again, it looks like we've got someone else trying to approach the scene. Again, we're still working to get information here, but we've seen State Patrol, we have seen the FBI, we have seen the ATF, we have seen Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, we have seen the Minneapolis Police Department. We have seen so many different agencies of law enforcement show up at the scene who are trying to assess it, who are trying to figure out if it is safe to go inside. We also saw that drone on the ground before.
Are
and we
we,
talked about the use of technology in situations like this and how that can be useful in a
Sports.
situation where it may not necessarily, in assessing, it may not be safe for law enforcement officers to go in there. So we've seen that as well, and that can really help.
We did not see them deploy this drone, but it is there for them to use.
Give me a 3-shot on
And
2,
we-
3-shot
we've
right.
seen Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry
Yep.
run into this area.
Maria's going to
to
slide
be
down.
briefed.
Heather will jump
Talk
into the
with
B chair.
Police Chief Brian O'Hara.
I'm seeing right now Park Police.
Kill
are
Maria's
on the
mic for
scene as well
temporarily.
here. So right now, what's going to happen? We're going to do a little switch out. Maria is going to get. You're going to go and we're going to assess the situation here. But Heather Brown is going
no,
to.
Heather's
join
gonna
us
stay
right now.
here.
I know Heather, you were at the fair before.
Mike 'em all.
You were set before. But when breaking news like this happens, it takes a team. So
Okay.
we wanted to bring Heather in to complete our coverage this morning. It's just an unfortunate situation.
If you could
and
get that hairbrush
I
out of
hate
there.
that we're having to cover a situation like this, Heather.
This is so scary. AJ and Maria, I actually know quite a few kids who go to this school. My children go to a school that's
Hairbrush is
nearby
clear.
here, and they do mass every Wednesday morning. They do it with the community there. This was their opening mass for the school. So school started on Monday. So this was their opening mass there. And the school is right connected to the church. So not clear exactly where or anything that happened.
Go ahead and
but
clear
we
Liz.
put the children
Can we clear
are right
Liz?
there in that time. So it just, and you see, what I see
I'm
here, you see
waiting
the
for
police,
Aaron
you see people
to give me
coming
an
into
okay.
work,
Gotcha.
and we're not
rush.
seeing it here because I don't know how many people can get behind those police lines, but all of those parents who are now rushing to that school to try and get any answers. Is my child okay? And how is the school communicating with them? Can they communicate with them? I got communication from my own children's school just about 10 minutes ago saying we're aware of the situation. We have our emergency protocols in place. We're waiting to learn back more from the Minneapolis Police Department.
Hang on.
That's one of the things that we have seen more and more, Heather, as the scene unfolds, is we have seen...
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Right. I mean,
You
this
see
is...
this right here, because
Frick.
this hits home. These are people's
Absolutely.
families.
These are people's families.
And you are waiting, they are waiting to get information just like we are. They are thinking, you send your child to school and
Okay.
you're hoping
Can
that
you,
your child is going to be safe. And you see these parents or people on the sidelines waiting
Wade, stand by to
learn
bring in Del
any
10 audio.
information. Is my child okay? Is my child's teacher okay?
Right.
Is the staff okay? Are people okay?
Are people still in danger?
And we just don't have that information.
She needs
right
to.
now. Okay. We do have Caroline
Mike
Cummings,
Del 10,
live
bring it in.
via Zoom this morning, who joins us. We're just going to hear her. But Caroline, let us know where you are and what you're seeing from your vantage point.
Can you guys hear me and see me okay?
We can hear you right now, so we can't see you, but just walk us through
Kill Heather,
what
kill Heather,
you're
kill Heather.
seeing right now from
She's
your
talking.
vantage point, Caroline.
Okay, I am directly in front of the entrance to the school.
Nick, I heard
on
that. We'll
Garfield
ask in a
Avenue
moment.
West 54th, right off of Lindale. And I have seen children.
Can we clear
leave
Liz?
The school with
Clear Liz.
bandages on their arm. One child left with a bandage on his arm, raced to his
Yes,
mother
please.
for an embrace.
Yes, switch.
It's clearly
Who's Liz?
a very serious situation.
Heineke.
We will not speculate on any details. What we know now is what I'm seeing, and what I'm seeing is an active police scene outside of the school, and I've seen 2 children leave with bandages on their arm. There's tons of concerned neighbors
Go,
over
Atlanta.
here. I talked to one woman whose children did not
Should we
go to
kill
this
all the
school,
breaks in the
but
show?
She has a child who goes to Holy
Atlanta's
Angels.
asking.
She says that this school, a lot of children
Yes, go ahead and kill breaks.
to high school at Holy Angels. It's a feeder school, and that she is just overcome.
I think
with
we're going to be on
emotion
past
seeing this happen in her
9:55
neighborhood,
or
her
9:58,
community,
just
people
so
she
you know.
knows. It's a really emotional scene here for people who are looking on. I've seen very distraught-looking people, potentially parents whose children attend this school. And
Thank you,
I've
Mike.
seen police go in and out of the school here, again at the entrance at West 54th and Garfield Avenue.
Stream, is
At
anybody
least
on a
12
headset?
ambulances blocking off the entire road, and just a very
Hey, Eddie.
scene.
Hey,
and
just
an emotional
FYI,
one for the
at
parents and the families.
9:58 we will lose tally, so you might want to make sure that we're not going
this
to
is
go off
something
stream.
that, hits very close to home for a lot of people.
Caroline, you mentioned before that
So extra lines is what you're saying?
walking out. Were those children
What special
accompanied
report?
by people, or did they walk out by
Yes.
themselves? What did that look like?
No, they were
Atlanta,
accompanied
what
by
special
people.
report?
One little girl was accompanied by what looked to be her mother, and another child who appeared that they did not
Okay,
have
hang
any
on.
injuries. They walked right out, and another child was accompanied by adults and met a family member, a friend, a relative, somebody, potentially his mother. At the bottom of the stairs, there's a staircase that enters into the school, and he just ran to.
I'm
his
checking
mom
with our
and-
managers. Hang on.
And that, as a person, strikes a chord with you, right? Because
My inclination is we're
a
gonna skip it,
desperate,
so-
scared child went to meet his mother. It was a very, very emotional thing to witness, and emotional
Hey, News
for
Desk.
all the people who are out here looking on. because
Hey,
this is
Net
just
has an SR coming down.
unthinkable.
Are we skipping that? Staying with us?
You pray that you don't have
Thank
to
you.
report on days like today.
Atlanta managers say we are skipping, staying here.
Law enforcement there, are they talking to you at all? What does the situation look like when it comes to law enforcement?
A lot of cops here. We've got streets blocked
I'm
off.
sorry, we're not even
We
hearing the
have
EVA
got,
announcements right now.
it looks like I just
We are staying with our local
or a
programming.
deacon,
We're staying with
potentially
this.
the priest leave the school. He is wearing his the garments he would wear if he were presiding over a mass.
Did Eva give you guys any more
lots of
information?
cops, in at least a dozen police cars here.
Copy that, thanks.
Ambulances, the sheriff's office, just an extremely large presence. You could see the blinking lights.
Guy, if anybody asks, it
emergency
is a
response
special
from
report on
police
our
vehicles
shooting, so
from,
Atlanta is going to skip
half
it.
a mile away when I was driving down here this morning on West 54th.
Caroline, all these schools are communities here.
Ready boxes.
and
Take
this
boxes.
school, especially, this is we can see it, Caroline, we got you right here, and you're back here
Yeah.
with Maria,
Back to
AJ,
Del 10
and
next.
Heather. But many of these schools are communities where we, as AJ mentioned, where we send our children to be safe. I will tell you from experience, I know this school quite well. It is a very tight-knit community that is surrounded by the church over there. It's a neighborhood school. I mean, there are people
Right.
who are from South Minneapolis, who are from Richfield, that go to this school. Many of them, their parents went to this school, and now they go to this school here. It's compared to some schools now, it's a smaller
Sure,
size
ready,
school
Del
that
2.
has quite a
Sure,
number of
stand by,
students
coming to
who all
you.
gather
Take,
in that church
you're up.
every Wednesday morning there, and I think a lot now, Caroline, I think you can understand this about This is the start of the school year, and what this means for these kids who are starting this year, and it's, looking into the future and what this will be like in the next day, in the next week, in the next month, in the rest of the school year here. Not just that fear, but the fear then of what these school shootings bring to us, not only here in South Minneapolis, in Minnesota, across the country. I've been getting text messages left and right. Are the kids okay? Are you okay? I mean, and this is one came from North Carolina, one came from California.
We do have an update for you. The shooter has been contained. Minneapolis police say the active police situation at the Annunciation Church. There's no active threat to the community at this time. The shooter is contained. The public is still advised to stay away from the area to allow emergency personnel to help the victims. Again, this is at the West 54th Street between
X-ray
Lindale
15
and Nicollet Avenue. The police say the families of children at the school can go to their reunification zone at the Annunciation School, which is at 525 West 54th Street.
So I'm guessing, Caroline, that's not far. That's where you are right now? Are you at the entrance to the school?
Right
already
at
Del
the
10.
entrance of the school, right there behind me.
Take Del
is
10.
The entrance to the school. That is reassuring news, I'm sure, for a lot of the community members, potentially parents who are over to my left. You can see them right over here that have been watching this all unfold since we got here this morning.
It's probably Barrett, I'm guessing.
Right at the entrance of the school. That is where, like I said earlier, I saw two young children leave the school.
Nothing. It's what
wearing bandages
we were just told
on their arm. That was an
pretty
image
boxes.
that one man said, "Oh my God," when he saw that, and that is what I think.
Ready, Del 2. Take Del 2.
Heather, you said so well that it is a tight-knit community, right? And this is hitting everybody. No matter if your child goes here,
it's Sean Duffy. I'm good to go.
Down the block, or
hey, Joel.
Mine is Mike. I'm ready to go.
Miles away in Minnesota.
I got you.
Very sad day.
Right, and again, reminder to people over
you said you're
in
with
that
Barrett
area,
or you're with Caroline?
the families to come and reunify at that location where Maria just mentioned, that 525 West 54th Street, but they are also asking everyone else to stay away for right now. So if you can stay away from that area, South Lindale, right over 54th Street where Lindale and Nicollet
Thank
are.
you.
It's a busy area. You got grocery stores, you got gas stations, all kinds of things over there, but they're asking people for now with this large presence, please stay away from that spot. It's still quite active scene.
And at 9:37, I just
Joel
want to
is with
reiterate
both
the message
Caroline
that we
and
just
Barrett
received
right
from
now.
the city of Minneapolis. They are confirming,
want
I'm going to read this to you. There's
Barrett,
an
since
active
we've got
police
Caroline on
situation
Zoom
at
at the moment?
Annunciation Church. There is no active threat to the community at this time.
Barrett to get mic'd up
The shooter is
since we have
contained.
Caroline
And
on
as I
Zoom right now?
to stay away from the area to
Mike
allow
Caroline
emergency
or Mike
personnel
Barrett up, please.
to
We have
help
Caroline on
victims.
Zoom
That
right now.
area being West
So we're good
54th
with
Street
that.
between Lindale and Nicollet Avenue. We talked
Who's
about this before,
supposed
but
to
the
switch?
reunification zone.
She's supposed to switch
just
to my
for
camera.
anyone who's just
Okay,
joining us, that
they
is going
want
to be at
to switch
Annunciation
to
School
Joel's
on
cam.
525 West 54th Street.
I need a Dell
The thing
3
I wanna
box
do
instead
is
of Dell
remind
10.
people here
And then
who
I need a
might be
Dell
going
3
online
full.
frantically searching for information that it is still very early in what happened here. We're only talking of just a little bit more than an hour. So information that you see online that perhaps hasn't confirmed,
I see it.
please be careful with how you consume
wait,
the
which
news
one,
today
Chris?
and every day, truly, but especially in situations like this.
Okay, I see it.
Because as we know, with active shooters, with mass shootings, the information continually changes, and the very first information is often then revised or changed as we move throughout the day. So if you are online scrolling through, just be aware. We here make sure
can you code the
that we are vetting
reunification
all the
area full
information
screen?
before we tell it to you on air. All of the
Thank you.
information that we have just shared with you came directly from the city of Minneapolis. That information that
Wait, are you
AJ
good with
and
Caroline's
Leah
audio?
just shared. So a reminder again, as always in these situations,
Yes?
just
Okay.
be careful.
Well, a perfect
I'm ready to
example
go
is that
back to
initially
Caroline if
the
you
initial
are.
address we got was on 53rd Street.
Right.
And that was actually on
Yes.
54th Street. So again, very,
Joel,
very
stand by.
fluid situation, very, very active situation that we are continuing to follow. But again, the good news, if you want to call it, out of all of this, there is no longer an active shooting threat that is at Annunciation School. The reunification zone is going to be at Annunciation soon. Let's go and check back in with our
Hi, Caroline.
Cummings.
Take
We'll see you
boxes.
back
Joel, you're
for a
up.
second, Caroline, but love to see you. Unfortunate circumstances that we are seeing you What are you seeing based on your vantage point? Because we can see it looks like the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office is there. It looks like we also see Park Police there.
Taking line full.
Very big law enforcement presence.
Joel, you're up full.
Yeah, that's right, AJ. And you lost me there because I switched from my Zoom camera on my phone, very active situation indeed, to reuniting here with our photojournalist to get better clarity of what we're seeing here. So I'm going to step out of the frame for a second. Joel is going to pan over. You've got some undercover cop cars, at least, blocking part of the entrance from Garfield and West.
Once again,
54th.
Minneapolis not taking the SR, not taking the SR.
This is the entrance to the school. There is at least a dozen cop cars, Park Police, Minneapolis Police, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, and even more ambulances on standby here outside on West 54th Street. There's also a growing number of
Stream heads up. They just went to an
members
SR
who are
on
here
network. We are
watching
not
this
taking it
unfold.
locally.
I've definitely seen people well with tears as they witnessed this. Certainly as they witnessed, like I told you, 2 young children leave the school with bandages, it appeared, on their arm. One beautiful reunion with a child and a family member or someone who
I need a
trust.
mic and IFB, probably
this is a very
CNC
active scene
for
here. A lot
Jen
of
Merrily.
streets blocked off. Garfield here is blocked off. You
Jen will
cannot
be CNC.
take your car down
CNC.
this street
So
right to my left,
IFB.
and certainly not outside of West 54th Street, where officials say the shooter is contained, which is great news, and a sigh of relief for those people who were here, but still a lot yet to know about
Nick,
why
let us
this
know when she's
happened, who is a victim, how many victims they are here. So we'll be standing by to hopefully learn more information and see families be united with their children on this very dark day.
Yeah,
guys.
Caroline, you said something interesting here. We will
Ready boxes,
ultimately
take boxes.
find out how many people will hurt.
Ready live.
Unfortunately, we will find out if anyone has been killed, but I don't know that we'll ever find an answer to why. And I think about this a lot, and we always think, okay, well, what was the motive here? And in some ways, it doesn't matter, right? And
It doesn't matter.
No,
You're right.
And
Jen does not have her
you know,
IFB
you can
cord,
think about, well,
or does not have her
eventually
earpiece.
these things will come to light, but no matter what, when you have someone shooting
Jen does not have an
inside of a
IFB at the
church,
moment.
inside of a school, I don't know that you ever find answers.
Okay,
for
ready, BO?
anything like that.
Theo's and Charlie.
Takes me back.
Right.
Right.
That's the process. I feel like as humans, we want to make sense of tragedy. We want an answer. We want somebody to say, this is why this happened. But you are so right that this is beyond comprehension.
All right, Jen does
Any
not
act
have an
of
IFB.
violence
She's going to go up there
is
without one
beyond
if we can get her in
comprehension.
court.
Caroline, right now, I just want to interrupt you.
Can,
We're looking
somebody-
at video that you shot of the first
Can you
ambulances
run
leaving
and
the
ask
scene when
Liddy
they
for an
first pulled
IFB?
up and they first
Thank you.
left the scene. We're looking at your video right now.
One's
by first
coming.
law enforcement response.
Oh, you're seeing, is it playing right now as
It's
I talk
playing
to
right
you?
now.
Jen's
The
sitting down.
number of,
As we talk.
you
Okay.
mentioned
Jen is sitting down, but she
before,
does
the
not-
number
does not have
of
IFB yet.
ambulances We see, they just lined that street. You talked about dozens of ambulances there. Case in point, we're seeing it right now.
Right.
Okay, ready live. Take
Right,
live.
yeah, it was really remarkable.
Joel's
to see,
back up.
Like I said, when I was driving to get to the scene, right, at West, so I was driving down West 54th, and as you were approaching on that street before you got to Lyndale, you could just see the sheer magnitude of lights blinking. I mean, I haven't
we have
never
Jen
seen
Merrily.
anything quite like this in terms of a response, which speaks to the magnitude of what's going
Nick,
on.
let me know
here.
when Kelly gets out there to
And
give her the
and
IFB cord.
Law enforcement response that it warrants. And obviously, naturally, when you see that and you hear the sirens in your neighborhood, in your community, you rush to get us, to see what's going on. A lot of neighbors have expressed that feeling, that they heard it and then they rushed down here. That woman I mentioned earlier that I spoke with, whose children did not go to
Kelly,
this
just
school,
hand me the
but
cord, I'll
has,
pass it off to you.
many.
Thank you.
Her daughter has many friends who did attend this school that now attend a high school. She was overcome with emotion because she's like, this doesn't even directly impact me. And I said, it does
But
when
it
it's
does.
in your neighborhood.
Yep.
It hits close to home. It hits close to home. And don't feel bad about the emotions you feel, because that is a real, raw human response, right, when you see something as devastating as this scene.
Yeah, Caroline, we just got word in, this is on Twitter, this is from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. She says the Department of Homeland Security is monitoring this horrific shooting. She says
I'm waiting for Jen.
Catholic School in Minneapolis. She says we are in communication with our interagency partners.
Boxes are up.
And we'll share more information just as soon as it becomes available. She says she's praying for the victims of this heinous attack. We also have Jennifer Mayerly here with us today. Jen, what can you share with us?
Well, I've
Three, give me Jen. Take two.
About what happened this morning, and what we know is that the suspect is
I need three to Jen.
In custody. I am told that the shooter is down.
Okay.
We don't know exactly the circumstances surrounding that, but we know that what I'm being told is that this person is no longer a threat.
We can. Ready, three. Take three. Ready, Del, two.
I'm being told that this person.
Shiraz, stand by.
That it was one person.
Shiraz, your backup, take.
And that person is down.
Right.
Thank you.
Of course, this is a fluid situation where we are getting information as it comes in, a very serious situation, and this is the information that we are getting from people that we trust, that are giving us information about what's happened. We are working to learn more. We have other information that we are trying to get confirmed at this hour, so that we can pass it along to you as soon as we have that information confirmed. But we do know that the person who I believe is responsible.
And that's important to that we have this new information that the shooter has been contained, because I know that other schools, other areas were in lockdown until that official information. I was telling AJ and Maria earlier, and all of you, Jen, that I got an email from my own children's school sharing with us that they were in lockdown. So this also frees up just the community as well, in terms of the fear that people might have being in that area or having their children in other schools that are nearby in that spot. Or there's a library just down the street.
I was just going to say,
down the street.
There's a library over there. There's the Kowalskis that's down there, and you talk about a neighborhood.
Okay,
this is not
Del
like this was in an isolated area.
Right.
This was
Take
in
Del
South
2. We're back
Minneapolis.
full.
I mean, this is a very, very busy area.
All of these families that are over in that neighborhood. So many people walking through that spot as well. It's a very busy area, as Caroline showed you. I go back to those ambulances that just showed up there, and you look at these ambulances from Hennepin Healthcare, from North Memorial. These are our trauma hospitals that were there waiting. It looks like we still have two North Memorial ambulances there on scene right now. You're taking
Del
a live
3's going
look
off
once again
for a few.
outside of Annunciation Catholic School. This is right over at 54th and Bryant, so it's a very busy section of South Minneapolis. It's that 54th Street, right near Lyndale, right next to Bryant. You see, there you go, you see another person walking with a child. Not clear if that child goes to that school or not, but you just see those hugs.
Shiraz, you're on.
Hugs of those people. Whether you go to the school or not, you are hugging your child right now if they are home with you.
You know, I just spoke with someone who went to this school.
Yes.
Years ago, and her daughter goes to a Catholic school as well, and said, I just can't speak right now. Like, there's so much emotion from people who aren't, directly impacted today.
I just got a message from one of my friends who's a parent at our school nearby, and she said, I don't know how you're up here because I'm sobbing right now. And so that is, I think, a feeling when parents are watching
Del 3 is Joel Camp
any
with
parent
Caroline.
Watching this right now,
They're
hugging onto their children,
doing something at the moment.
Because you could your worst nightmare.
It's universal.
There
are things that are universal. That a child's grief. That's one of those things that we all feel. When you think about a family and what this does to a family, that extra hug tonight. It takes on a different meaning if you're able to do that. So, also just getting some updates. We're hearing from other representatives this morning. We just heard from Senator Tina Smith and Senator Amy Klobuchar. Senator Amy Klobuchar says, I am heartbroken by the horrific violence at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis this morning. My prayers are with the students, teachers, and families. I am grateful for the first responders who are on the scene. And Senator Smith said, my staff and I are monitoring the situation at Annunciation Catholic School. I am grateful for the quick response of law enforcement as we continue to gather information.
All right, we do have some new information coming in from CBS that we can report here. What CBS has learned, as they say, as many as 20 people are injured. This coming from two federal law enforcement sources, both of them confirming 20 people injured. The sources did not want to speculate on any deaths, but they say it does sound like at least some of these injured are in critical condition. Both say that the shooter was wearing all black, was a male using a rifle, and was neutralized police. They are now confirming that the shooter is dead. No other weapons were mentioned, but they say the search continues. FBI, ATF are responding right now. So that is the newest information that we have from CBS News. 20 people injured. The shooter is dead. Some victims, we understand, are in critical condition. We do not have any information on any of the victims have passed.
That information mirrors what I've been being told from our sources this morning, as many as 20 people, but that the person was wearing all black. One person that they were looking for, and that person is down.
And we did want to mention that this happened just about a little over an hour ago is when we first began getting reports of this shooting. And our Caroline Cummings got to the scene very quickly after those first reports started coming in. She is
Stand
still
by.
there. We have several crews on the scene right now.
Stand by, Caroline.
But we want to go back to
Joel
Caroline
Cam, stand by.
to listen to more about what she
Mike,
has
Caroline,
to say
take
right
back
there
in
live
boxes.
on the scene. We're seeing
Pretty
so
Del 3
many
full.
law enforcement, and those ambulances just continue to, it looks like, show up.
Yeah, that's right.
Take Del 3.
Maria, I believe we were just, you guys back in the studio were just talking about, the reunification of families and children here at this school. I just saw walk past us a family with their 2 young boys, and the mother was just overcome with emotion, and I felt a pang in my heart seeing her like that, because she seemed to have her babies with her, but I'm sure her heart is with all of those parents who might not know where their children are, whose children are injured. Like we heard from our CBS News partners, 20 injured at this point. So it's a really emotional day out here. I'm right in front of the entrance to the school. There is people with looks of just shock and horror on their face, witnessing this unfold in real time and knowing it happened in their community, in their backyard. Literally, there are, residential homes that are across the street from this school, down Garfield Avenue where I'm standing right now. So it's been really remarkable to be here and see this all unfold, and still a very active scene and a lot of law enforcement here as well.
Yeah, we're actually hearing
Pretty
from
boxes.
President Trump
Tick
this morning.
boxes.
He posted on Truth Social. He says, "I've been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis. The FBI quickly responded. They are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved." So that message coming from the president.
Caroline, I also want to remind people this happened during the morning mass.
Yeah.
So Wednesday morning mass, many of these
Chris, I don't have
churches and
the
schools have these
triple
early
box
morning masses
graphic.
at the Catholic churches when the school is connected.
Oh, no,
to
there it is. I got it.
As well. There are entire school masses there. So you're talking about
Pretty too.
Whether or not it's the full school
Take 2.
or just part of the school, but you're talking about lots of community members, lots of kids just in one sanctuary there. And with one person coming in,
Pretty
that's
triple
why
box.
you can only imagine that you have
Take.
20 people.
Joel
now
and
that
Sherest,
have
you're
been
up.
confirmed shot in that spot. But it's not as if these kids would have been in their classrooms. You're talking about walking into a room where so many people were sitting there, an all school mass. And again, this is their first week of school. This was their time to welcome back these children into what is supposed to be a safe place. Not only a school, in a church, in a school.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we've seen these sorts of shootings happen in schools, in places of worship, and in those moments, you think, if you're a person of faith,
Pretty
I'm
Del
Catholic
2 full.
who goes to Mass, right?
Take.
You are in Mass and you feel like it's a safe place. Anybody of any faith can feel that sort of connection, right? Is that they go to a place, they're worshiping in their faith, and that should be a place that is safe. And to have that sense of safety shattered is devastating.
Yeah, Caroline, we see some people behind you. Can you tell
Pretty
us,
Del 3.
are those community
Del 3.
members? Are those parents? Do you know anything about that?
The people behind me on the steps you see into the school?
Well, we see the police officers, but in just the shot that you just had, we just had some people there, and they just be in the community that are very concerned.
Yeah, there's
gunman
it's
dead.
Hard to know. There's been a lot of people here who just live in the area. Others who are parents. So I don't know their connection to this, but you know, there's tons of people out here from the
What's
community.
Up? Briefing at 10:30.
Whether they have children enrolled here or not. We've got
Okay.
a camera over
Caroline,
here
can you jump down here for a
panning
second?
to Max Fish
jump
and
down here
Chips.
for a second?
It's kind of a little side parking lot. A lot of people have been gathering there. A lot of people on the phone, potentially communicating with loved ones, family members about what's going on here, or perhaps getting details about their children who are at this school. We just don't know. We've been trying to talk to some of them in an on-camera interview, but understandably, you know, people are very shaken up by this, and so we as journalists have to be human first, and it's. And sometimes people's private moment to grieve is more important than getting them on camera. But we are talking to them, and you know, it's a very emotional day. And there are people who are talking with us off camera.
Yeah. Okay, so that is the uniform that those students wear at that school, that green shirt. So those there.
Yep.
Is anyone TOC? Can we get Live E3
whoever is walking
routed
out,
into a
whether
delegate?
it's their mom, whether it's their caregiver, is certainly holding on to them tightly this morning in that spot. Caroline, we did just get an update, and we want to share with everyone here an update from the mayor's office. There will be a briefing at 10:30 this morning. They will give us additional details. We, of course, will carry that live right here on WCCO. So that's just about 35 minutes from now. The mayor's office telling us a briefing at 10:30 there. So we know our Barrett Leone is also on scene there. Caroline, you've been busy talking with us, giving us the very latest about what's happening there, but I know Barrett's also been trying to people. So we're going to try and check in with her. Did she just have?
So Barrett Barrett said, a person off camera, she said they heard the shots at 8:45, and then she said they sounded like a hammer. Another person waiting for a friend and their son. So again, as you alluded to, people are just waiting, trying to figure out, is my child safe?
Right.
Del 1, coming to you. Ready, Del 1. Take Del 1.
All right.
This is a new look right now.
I don't know whose shot that is.
More families walking out. Barrett telling us she's just seeing family after family walking out. So thankfully,
do we know which photog this is?
Look at that.
Oh crap! Ready, Del 2. Sorry, ready, Del 3.
Right there. Yeah.
Take Del 3.
Any parent is feeling right now. You're not going to let go of your child.
Thank you. Ready, Del 1.
Will. There, whoever
take Del 1.
Wherever you are this morning. And look at these, just little ones. You see the one behind her? You can see these are live pictures of people. So we now know, thankfully, that many of the families are starting to be reunited there. You can see that one right behind with the glasses there. That is certainly an Annunciation kid with their... She's got her shirt on there, too, but some grim faces, of course. And then, you know, I look at this little boy, too, who is, you know, in a way, like blissfully unaware of just the horror that's going on around him. But so many kids in that school are not. The school goes all the way up.
Can you put us on bypass? We're staying on.
There are many students there that know exactly what is going on, and I think about students at any school.
Stream, we're on bypass. You might lose tally here in a second. I'll try to get it back for you. Ready, Del 2.
However many years later, and just
take Del 2.
The chilling and devastating impact that has had on them after all of those years. Another family here being reunited with their little one. Once again, this is a K-8 school, so you have kids as young as 5 going to this school here.
Johnny, you're on.
It's a small school too.
Yeah, and AJ, I don't know if you noticed this. I know that you do actually notice this. Every single
we're good at it.
Both parents are holding those hands tightly.
You think about the kids.
If I put tally back on, we're gonna be good.
In this moment too, for their
Ready, Del 3. Take Del 3.
Yeah, Bailey has extra lines in.
Okay, tally's back.
Be able to be strong and not as scared for them in this moment.
Being brave.
Being brave.
You have to show them what bravery looks like. That way they
Joel
are
Cam's
not
on.
scared themselves. Again, these are live pictures that we are getting. We've seen, 3 or 4 families that have walked out now?
Yeah, and I have some additional information to what we just got, but we are getting this reportable, which is also what sources have been telling me this morning, is that the shooter died by suicide. We know that the shooter, Minneapolis police told us earlier that the shooter is contained, that there is no active threat anymore.
Rest up, take Del 2.
The facts that we're getting. I know the emotion of the day is so heavy right now. But some of what we do want to share.
Just a reminder, everybody that's parked on the street, please pay your meters.
What's happening on scene with law enforcement. trying to make sure people are currently safe. Yeah. And we are learning now that from sources that the shooter did die by suicide. I'm being told that it was one person dressed in all black. They are not looking for anyone else. I also heard from the ATF, that's who investigates crimes involving guns. They are on scene along with the FBI, and the ATF told me that they will be putting an urgent trace on any weapon that was found at the scene. They don't have a count for me at this time, but what we know is we took people to the National Tracing Center in West Virginia to show people what that looks like, to find out where these guns came from. That's going to be for down the road. Right now in the moment is hearing about these kids, these families, these people that were in there, but that's part of the investigation that will be coming later.
Yeah. Another family coming through. You can see that green shirt once again. You see mom, you know, exactly how you would expect a parent to be holding on tightly there. I assume that's mom and dad. I could be wrong, but just remember, this was the very start of the school day. People probably dropped their children off and then made their own way into work, and then started hearing reports early on of a shooting at a church. And you can only imagine what is going through anyone's mind when they are hearing that, making their way back. Then again, more families making their way outside of the school right now. I don't know if we can somehow get a count, if someone maybe can help us look that up, a count of how many children go to the school. AJ, you have new information, I think, on this media availability, or this more detailed coming out from Minneapolis Police at 10:30.
So there's a news conference is scheduled for 10:30 this morning. City and public safety officials, they'll release information as soon as that information is confirmed. We talked about the staging area where people can go. If you're just now joining us, the reunification zone at Annunciation School, that is at 525 West 54th Street. That is in Minneapolis. But the public right now advised to stay away from this area to allow emergency personnel to help victims. So please stay away from 54th Street between Lindale and Nicollet Avenue in Minneapolis right now as they work to make sure that families are reunited with their loved ones right now.
Right. I'm just hearing word from some of the parents who I know who go to neighboring Catholic schools. A parent from Holy Angels just texted me. She said Holy Angels was on lockdown, but
you
now
said Del 2?
The kids are headed into
Del 2. Take Del 2
for the children and the families and the staff and everyone who works over at Annunciation.
We know 20 people are injured here. We've seen a lot of kids coming out, and we don't know the extent of their injuries, but we know there might be some kids who had to come out a different way in an ambulance or something.
We're going to Caroline next, you said?
Hard to wrap your head around as well.
Okay, ready, boxes to Caroline.
You're just getting some new information, Jen?
We are, and I'm waiting to get just a little bit more before we report this, because all the information is sensitive, and we want to make sure we have this right, because this is all happening and unfolding, and but people, our sources that we have good relationships with are sharing information from there about some of the victims. And that's what we are working to learn is how
ready,
people
boxes to Caroline.
That's the most important thing right now, and as soon as I have more, we'll be sure to bring to everyone.
Let's get back
Caroline.
now to our Caroline
Joel
Cummings.
Cam, you're up.
She has been on the scene for the past
Caroline
hour, so we know these first calls came in at 8:37. Caroline, you've been there right after that. What are you seeing now?
Well, as you saw from some of those images that you took live on our air, Heather, the unification process, children meeting up with their parents after all of this happened is in progress. It's happening. A lot of children coming out of those front doors there. What has struck me so much is these kids are so young, right? Have to be, 10 years old, 8 years old. I mean, these are little humans who have
Atlanta, stay with us. Do not go to that SR.
How does a child make sense of this tragedy? A lot of the looks on their faces, blank stares, distraught, because again, no child should be experiencing this, as you said so well, Heather, when they're supposed to have the excitement of the new
Paul,
school year
or somebody in TOC, can we make sure that the EVAs are working?
That nobody could have predicted or imagined happens right at their school. during what should be an exciting time and certainly a solemn time if we're talking about.
I'm hearing EVA announcements and special reports and stuff via the webpage, but not via the intercom.
To a Catholic
Pretty
school,
boxes.
having a weekly mass with students.
Take boxes.
It's just really a lot of people still here watching, not taking their eyes off of what is behind me, which is the entrance to that school as you see children leaving to meet their parents, who I'm sure are...
I can, ready VO.
Like you said, Heather, holding their children
so
tight today. And I think any parent in Minnesota is thinking about that hug that they're going to give their child when it returns home from school.
Right. We understand now. Just looked it up. Annunciation Catholic School, again, K through 8 school. It has 375 students there, and generally, you know, sometimes the little ones don't quite make it through the mass all the way there, but certainly, you know, hundreds of students. And this is also a community mass too, so I'm sure that there are members of the community that attend that early morning mass along with the students in there. We just got word also from the council member who
I floated the rest of the 9 a.m. stuff, so it stops
that ward in that spot, sending out her condolences and saying as the day unfolds, again, yes, please stay out of that area at 50 Fail 4th and Lindale there.
You alluded to this before, Heather, but you know, we talk about this a lot. You know, school can produce anxiety. You know, school can be different for a lot of kids.
Especially at the beginning of the year.
At the beginning of the year. So you think about, you know, you've calmed your child down. Hey, you know, we're going to have a successful start to the school year. We're ready. You know, you get teachers on the same page, and then you go to school. Again, the spot where you're supposed to be safe, where you feel like you're going to be safe, and you have an unfortunate situation like this that happens.
This is also, remember, this is the beginning of the school year, so this is just day 3 for these students. These students might not fully know their teachers. They might not even fully know all the kids.
Del 2 or camera 2?
There, I mean,
Del 2. Take Del 2.
Together.
Can someone confirm, please, where the live shot's coming from for the
that you make in school quite yet in this
presser?
They probably even haven't started, you know, learning math yet. They're all just getting their supplies figured out and trying to learn where the school is in that spot. So for this, I mean, for this to happen at any time, any time is horrific. But to happen at the beginning of the day, at the beginning of the year, all of it's just hard.
They're already there.
Just want to reiterate, right now it's 10:06. We are expecting a news conference to take place with leaders at 10:30 this morning. That's at a staging area that's going to be just outside of Annunciation School.
Boxes
so make sure you stay with us. WCCO is going to be here with you through that time and moving forward as we get new information, because we are expected to get more information as far as everything that has unfolded, because little bits have come out through sources. Jen, you talked about before, you know, you've talked with your law enforcement sources that it sounds like this was a person who acted alone in this situation.
That's what they are telling us.
Take
that
Del
this
3.
one person was wearing all black, came in with a gun.
Got more families. Ready Del 1.
Acted alone. That person we
Take Del 1
by suicide, and is no longer a threat to the community, but obviously was a very big threat this morning. Devastating what's happened this morning. And if you see me on my phone here, it's because people are sharing information that we're all trying to gather. And we did just receive some additional information.
Del 2 will be the presser. Thank you.
I say this to share that, you know,
Ready 3.
This is all early
Take
information.
3.
We are, this is the information that we're
Ready
getting.
2.
That multiple kids have been hit, and we don't know their condition at this time, or the condition of the other victims. And it's so
Jen or Bree, whoever that was at the desk, I'm guessing they're going to need to clear here to go move to that presser.
This hits home, because while we're up here, we are still human beings. This impacts.
Can someone at the desk confirm that Shrest is going to need to move for that presser, or is it still safe to take a shot?
To report, we have families here. We are here. So this is very, very tough for us to digest with you.
Okay, thank you.
We're getting this information and passing along to you as soon as we have it confirmed.
Yeah, and we, you know, we don't say this lightly, because we know people are listening and are scared for people that they know that go to school there, that families that
TOC, I think the chopper's up.
And that's
you can get that at 9.
How we are working to learn more about how many.
Ready Del 3.
And confirming other victims as well and their conditions. That's who we care about right now, is how those people are doing.
You can see right here, we're taking live looks outside. You see FBI there, the K-9 unit outside of the school in that spot. As Jen mentioned, right now Richfield police are telling us that as up to 20 people have been confirmed shot here. We don't have word yet. We have no confirmation of anyone being killed other than the shooter, who police tell us died by suicide. As CBS News reporting that now. Jen, you also reporting that there as well. We do have a media staging area too, so that's where our crews will be headed over to. We have several crews on the scene there. That's over Diamond Lake and Grand Avenue. But once again, the city council people, the city, are asking people just to stay out of that area over 54th and Lyndale. We know it's a major thoroughfare for people who are driving through. So many, there's a grocery store, there's a gas station, there's a library, there's restaurants over in that spot. But asking people, please just stay away, as there's so many people trying to reunite.
I didn't catch who was that that's up on Del 4?
We're also hearing this morning from the Archdiocese of St. Paul in Minneapolis. They
Pretty
just
Del
posted 4 minutes ago. Just a simple post saying, please pray for all those affected by the shooting today at Annunciation
Joel Cam's still up
in Minneapolis. I think that's an understatement to say that. Pray for them moving forward. All of our communities moving forward. It hits home.
Sure does, and you know, it hits home for everybody. Yeah. Just hearing now from the House Speaker, Lisa Damuth. She's asking people, please join me in praying for the children, the families, and the staff at Annunciation Catholic School, as many are responding now to this horrific event. Moms demand action. We've reported on them extensively in all of their work over at the state capitol. And they say while details are still unfolding, another school year has barely begun, and already it's being defined by gun violence. So again,
Del 1. Take Del 1.
Just outside of Annunciation School, you can see families are being reunited with their students. We've seen so many families come out with a man and a woman. I mean, we're making the assumption that this is a mom and a dad, but every single one, if they are not holding on to their kids tightly, they are holding their hands just as tight as they can as those kids come walking out of here.
Robin's
we did
coming
just
up in
see
5.
a live shot
Okay,
of
Robin in 5.
ambulance there from North Memorial. At this point, not clear if any of the children have been taken, or anyone who was inside that church, inside that school this morning, have been taken to the hospital. What we do know is we know 20 people, according to police, have been shot, but not clear the extent of their injuries.
Let's check in with our Caroline Cummings, if we can. Is Caroline still there? Caroline, what are you seeing from your vantage point now? Because we've seen all of these families, or several families, it looks like families, who have been reunited with their children, their loved ones who are leaving. What are you seeing from your vantage point right now?
Well, just as you described, AJ, parents being reunited with their children, crossing the crime scene tape here on West 54th, walking, a lot of them are walking
Del
in
3.
this
Take Del
direction
3.
on Garfield Avenue. The school sits squarely at the corner of those two places. A lot of people looking on in the community, and parents are just slowly.
Is that Robin that's up in Del 5, or is that?
As well as the continued law enforcement presence, as you can see behind.
Okay, is that Robin?
At that entrance, that's where all
is
the
that
children
Robin
are coming out, and it doesn't
she just
get
called
any
in, and I
easier
told her 5. So whoever came up on 5.
We've now seen at least half a dozen. families.
Yes, is that
with
Robin
their
that's in
children,
Del 5, or is that
and,
Aviles?
Seeing them leave on this really dark day is really
Del 1.
devastating to see up close, guys.
Take Del 1.
In situations like this, we're seeing families come out. A lot of them are holding water bottles. And
thank you.
In horrible situations, I've always kind of remembered to think about, like, look for the helpers.
I do.
You know, look for the people who are helping. And even as simple as handing families a water bottle, or pointing people in the right direction.
I think TOC was on the phone with
those helpers are there.
Robin at the time.
Such great work. So we really want to commend law enforcement and everyone there who are helping people out today.
I'm getting some more information about some of the victims. We're being told that I'm being told that 10 people.
And do we have Sky 4 coming up?
Condition.
Oh, okay.
So that's new information
no chopper? Okay.
that we're learning. So up to 20 victims, and 10, I'm being told, in critical condition. So hard news to share this morning about
it's
their
Robin.
conditions, and we know that they've been transported by ambulance to hospital, area hospitals.
Heather, you alluded to this before, but you talked about the Trauma
Look
1
at Channel
centers
5.
that are here.
Yes.
HCMC, North Hennepin, I mean, those are
Yes,
Trauma
Okay,
1.
Robin,
Yeah.
stand by.
And so regions,
Del 5.
we saw the ambulances there, many ambulances
Taking Robin,
that
Cam.
showed up as we've
Robin,
seen
you're
this
up.
far too many times in this
Take.
country. Ambulances showing up to schools after mass shootings there. Jen, I was taking in the information that you just shared. Again, 20
Del
people
3.
injured, as far as we understand from police. 10 of them
Take Del
transported to
3.
a hospital in critical condition. We
Del
don't
1.
have an update on where they are right now, but we do expect more information
Sure.
in
Del
just about
5.
15 minutes. The
Take Del
Minneapolis
5.
Police Department has promised that they will give a briefing right around that time. We have several crews on scene there. They are getting ready, getting set up to hear more. We also have a crew over at HCMC to see the events that are holding on there. We know that they also, when situations like this happen, they also have their own drills for what happens in a mass shooting situation and even in a school situation. I mean, these are children as well. So you'd have to think that the children's hospitals are on standby too.
Yeah, so we're expecting a briefing from HCMC as well as that press conference that's expected to get underway outside of Annunciation Church at 10:30. That's at 10:30.
Ready Del 3.
We're waiting for the briefing
Ready
at
Del
HCMC.
2.
We're not sure
Take Del
when
2.
that is going to take place. But again,
Del
as Heather
3.
mentioned, we do have crews stationed throughout, both at the scene, at
Okay,
HCMC.
ready Del 1.
So very, very
Take Del
active
1.
scenes unfolding as families are reunited
Ready
with their
2.
children. But we're still waiting. We don't know.
Take 2.
We heard before, but 10 people, 10 kids.
Joel,
it
Cam,
sounds
you're
like,
clear if you need
that are
to.
in critical condition right now. So we're still waiting to get an update.
Not 10 kids in
Not
critical
10
condition.
kids.
10
Thank you.
people.
Thank
Yes.
you.
So we don't know the ages of the people who are in critical condition, but we know 10 people are in critical condition from the information we've learned.
Yeah.
And remember, what we do know is that this happened at the Annunciation Church, which is connected to the Annunciation School
Tom's in
during
Del
the
4.
morning mass. And generally, it's those students that attend the morning mass, but also it can be community members. This is their church as well. This is a community church there too. This is a parish for the Catholic Church, so many people who live in that
ready Del
area
2.
will come,
Take
especially
Del 2.
on this welcoming mass, the first week of school for these kids. It's always sort of a joy for many people in that parish to come and celebrate with the children as they begin this new year. The mass started at 8:15 this morning. We understand the first calls from shots fired happened at 8:37.
So it looks like this is going to be the staging area where they're going to brief. I see the microphone, at least the pole for the microphone here. So we're still waiting to figure out, we're going to be briefed by law enforcement sources.
Chris?
We're not sure exactly who is going to be speaking there.
If you want to
Also
grab
seeing word right
your
now,
headset,
we're
we can get you a
expecting
headset
that
box.
briefing from HCMC.
Okay.
That is expected
Nick.
right around now. So as soon as that
Thank you.
starts, if they start, we will take you there and listen to what they say over at HCMC. Again, 10 victims listed in critical condition. Thank you for that update, Jen Merrily. We don't know if it's children. We don't know if it's adult. It could be a mix of both. So we're still waiting. To
You
get
said
that
7
information.
is where
We'll hear from leaders
Guy,
over
you
at
said
HCMC
7
in just
is
a
where
little
you
bit.
put Villas?
Now, Heather, you mentioned other school shootings such as Sandy Hook.
Right.
And we did get a statement from Sandy Hook Promise, which is
TOC, can
a
someone
nonprofit
switch
working
Del 7 to LiveView 7, please?
Reduce gun violence and create policy around guns. And they say, our hearts are broken. Our communities and children continue to be traumatized by this preventable epidemic. Our thoughts are with the Minneapolis community.
Can you run
as
and do
this
that? No one's
unfolds.
answering over there.
And once again, now 10:17, and we are here
hey, Josh,
providing live
LiveView
coverage
7
from
into Del
South
7.
Minneapolis. There has been a shooting, a mass shooting at Annunciation Church over there at 54th and Bryant. This church connected to the Annunciation School. It's a K-8 school, has about 375 students. An update for you, we have 20 people that have been confirmed shot. Our Jennifer Merrily just confirming to us that 10 of those victims were taken to the hospital in critical condition. We do not know how they are doing right now. We have no confirmed people who are dead and Step, the shooter. The Minneapolis police have confirmed to us that the shooter has died, and Jen here has confirmed through her sources that that shooter was killed by suicide.
Also seeing more responses coming in. We're hearing from the Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan, who says, my heart goes out to all those affected. So more and more statements are coming in. The Hampton County Sheriff's Office releasing a statement saying they're assisting the Minneapolis Police Department. So all of these units coming in. And the thing that you notice in a situation like this that you hate to see is that it truly takes a team to work together in responses like this, and that's why you're seeing all the coordination from the FBI, from the ATF, Jen, as you mentioned before, from Minneapolis Police, from all these different units assisting here.
Right, and we know, Jen, as you mentioned, 10 people taken to the hospital.
Are you guys back here now?
In critical condition. We just confirmed with Children's that they have 5 patients there. 5 patients there. Jen, you have some new information for us here that you can share.
Yeah, we are learning from our sources that there are at least 2 people who've died from this situation this morning. I share that with a heavy heart in reading that. We are still working to learn more about who these victims are, about all of them who have been impacted by the violence of this morning. But we are being told at this time that 2 people did not survive their injuries.
The 2 people, that does not include the gunman, or that does include?
I'm told that does not include the gunman.
That does not include the gunman.
All right. Okay. And of course, this is very, very early. We do want to remind you the information that we are giving you has been carefully vetted. You're probably seeing a lot of information online about what has happened here. But so far, what we have confirmed is that police are telling us 20 people, up to 20 people, have been shot. What you're hearing, Jen, from your sources there that have been vetted is that 10 people were taken to the hospital in critical condition, and we now here at WCCO have confirmed that 2 people are dead in this shooting over at Annunciation Catholic Church.
Yeah, we do expect to learn much more in details about this during the press conferences that we are expecting here from Hennepin Healthcare and from the City of Minneapolis.
City of Minneapolis, once again, and we'll expect to hear from them right around 10:30. Often, though, I do just want to warn you, if you're listening very closely, as information is changing, these press conferences don't happen right at 10:30, but we will be here giving you the information. We will be waiting for them as they come, and we will bring that directly to you on air as we hear from the city.
We're also seeing some more confirmed news. This is coming from Children's Hospital this morning, that they have 5 patients. So 5 patients are confirmed to be at Children's Hospital. So we're still working to get an update on their condition this morning.
Del 3.
As soon as we get that information, we'll make sure to update you. But again, we're seeing footage this morning. Scenes like this. Parents fortunately being reunited with their children. You mentioned before 375
Del 7.
Students, and you know their students when they come out because they wear those green
Del 7
shirts and those navy shorts or the navy pants that are out there. Now, this is a new view. We are just getting in a live view from behind the school. So this is the area where the families are coming in and reunifying with their family, with their students that are at this school.
Tom, you're live.
What also this brings to me is, some people trying to just organize people, just giving spontaneous hugs here and tears here. But you have some parents, and everyone reacts differently to this, right? You have some parents that say, no, I just need to get my child out of here. I just need to walk away. I need to hold their hand and hold them and walk away. And then you have other families that just feel the need to be together, to be supported by the community there. And that's what we're seeing there behind the school. Coming together, giving those hugs, giving those tears.
You're back up. Del 7, take.
Pile into that school continually. That was the front of the school you saw with the law enforcement. This is the back of the school. So plenty of people. I'm sure I'm getting it on my phone. I'm sure these parents are getting on this phone calls from across the country. Is your child okay? Is so-and-so's child okay? What do we know? I mean, just even if you look.
What's David Mitch's
scary.
plans?
We've got a statement from Children's Minnesota. Children's Minnesota is
That's
aware
it?
of the recent tragic shooting in Minneapolis. Our teams are trained to respond in times of crisis and are fully prepared to care for impacted children. Currently, 5 children are admitted to our hospital for care. We will not share more details to respect the privacy of our patients and families.
Absolutely, and we know, unfortunately, the hospitals have to do this, but they go through drills to prepare for something exactly like this, whether it's a mass shooting, whether it's a school shooting. Children's Hospital knows exactly what they're doing because they've had to practice this before.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. They've had to practice for situations like this before. You can imagine
Robin, if you're listening, it's the newsroom Slack, not the breaking Slack.
As a parent, I know what's going through my chest right now.
Right.
But imagine
HCMC
being
at
in
11.
that parking lot, looking for your loved one, just trying to make sure that they are okay. We talk about, what families go through. This is what we're talking about.
Dave Cam's still up. I'm sorry. Tom, you're still up. Tom's still up.
Doing throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout the month.
You've got the best visuals right now.
This is going to have an impact on these kids, on these teachers, on this staff forever. I mean, just look how young they are. Again, this is a K through 8 school there. We just got an update from HCMC. We do expect to hear from them at 11 o'clock. This morning. We are awaiting that press conference coming in from Minneapolis Police. That is scheduled for 10:30, but as I mentioned earlier, as this information is continuously changing, a lot of times those press conferences then get to be delayed, but we, of course, will be here for you. We have many live cameras out there this morning. Again, this is the back of the school in the area where families are being reunited. Remember, this was just the very start of the school day. Many parents or caregivers had probably dropped off their kids right around 8 o'clock this morning. The first shots fired, first reports of shots fired right at 8:37, so people had already on their way, had started their day. Then they get this message. There's been a shooting at your children's school. You need to get back there right now, and that's what's happening here.
We're seeing this just large group of people, all with so many questions and so much concern. Just hoping that they'll meet up with their child here at this reunification center, and I'm sure many sticking around to hear from law enforcement about what exactly happened. Just like we are right now, wondering what is happening here, what happened here this morning, why, which is maybe something that will never be answered.
Yeah. When you look at the reunification site and you see those families being brought back together, I mean, it does something to you to see that. But what we know is that schools prepare for this, unfortunately, have to, and they already have decided ahead of time if something were to happen. Where do we put families? What is our plan? How do we activate
Joel, Cam, you're up. Take Del 3.
We've reported on this in the past, and as you prepare for these things, you hope you never have to use it.
Yeah.
But we know that, it becomes a faster process because they have prepared to get those families reunited, and we are worried, about the families that are maybe still waiting for that.
And until police had confirmed that the shooter was taken
32.
down, other schools in that area, over that area, were in
Take
their
2.
own lockdown. These other schools,
I'm told even to the suburbs,
into the suburbs
you
too.
didn't know.
Places, because you take precautions,
and that's what you need to do. Unfortunately, in this day and age, that is what we need to do here. The schools have taken precautions. The hospitals are taking precautions.
Ready, Del 7.
Prepared for when things like this happen.
Tom, you're up. Take Del 7.
Anyone is ever prepared for anything like this.
And I just lost it. Ready, 2.
Unfortunately, you're not. So we're still waiting for that press
back
conference.
Up. Back up.
Scheduled at 10:30 this morning from leaders in Minneapolis to
brief us
as far as what
Take
happened
Del 2.
here. Hopefully, we'll get a timeline of events and we'll be able to piece together the information. Again, that's at 10:30
Take 2.
this morning on this Wednesday. Now, we do have team coverage out at Annunciation School. If we can we check in with our Barrett Leone?
Or our Caroline Cummings. Both Barrett. Okay, we'll get them coming up in just a moment, but we just heard from Caroline. She and Barrett Leone are both out there. They are talking with families out there, talking with people out there, and they said they have just talked with someone. So we're going to get back to them coming up in just a minute. They are doing the hard work out there on the ground, because I will tell you, it is not easy to do that.
We do know also there are 10 kids at HCMC. We just got an alert from Bishop Kenny. Yes, 10 kids at HCMC.
Okay. All right. So we'll check in once again, as we said, with our Barrett Leone and our Caroline Cummings, who are both there on the ground at Annunciation this morning. We also have a crew that is over at HCMC there, because as Maria just mentioned, children have gone, or victims, I should say, have gone over to HCMC. kids have gone over, 10 kids over at HCMC. We understand 5 children are over at Children's Minnesota, because as you would expect,
I don't have
depending
anything
on
to
how
go to.
old these kids are, as we mentioned.
I already
the school
Del 7.
goes
Tom,
3
you're up.
through 8. We have young kids
Take
at
Del
the
7.
school, and sometimes it's children's hospitals that deal with these types of injuries in different ways than they would be at the normal trauma hospitals. Thankfully, we have 3 trauma hospitals that are here in our area as well. So we will continue to try and keep you updated just as soon as we get this. Is constantly coming in from us from the different hospitals, so we're trying to turn around the information as quickly as we can to you.
We're also seeing a statement this morning from Education Minnesota. You talked about, Heather, this being a brand new school year.
It's
and
breaking up.
In the brand new school year. We are heartbroken and horrified by today's mass shooting at Annunciation Catholic School. Back to school should be a time of joy, not fear and sorrow.
Wade, if you want Dave to take over that school with me, or otherwise Dave
gun violence, enough.
can help out wherever.
Think about all of the students that would be going back to school next week. So there are many students that started this week. Annunciation, for example, started there on Monday. So this was just the 3rd day of school. As people are starting to just gel together as a school, as a classroom. But there are so many students that start next Tuesday, and these parents are taking a look at this right now and thinking, "Oh my gosh, my kids are."
Okay, Joel Cam. As soon as you guys are ready, we're going to come to you.
For them.
Yeah. When you send your kids to school, you think you're sending your child to a safe place. That's the goal, right? Your child is safe in school. They are there to learn, to get an education. They are there to make friends. They're there to associate with other people. It's not supposed. This isn't supposed to happen. This is never. Should anyone ever have to go into a place where they worry that they are going to lose their life or something could happen like this? And you just hate to see this.
And even if you don't have a child at this school, even if you don't have a child in any school, I just got an email from just one of our viewers, and she said, "We just want you to know that many of us are praying for Minneapolis and all that has transpired at Annunciation Catholic School today. Pray for the families, the responders, and everyone covering this horrific incident. Stay safe there." And that's just from someone who's just watching this. I mean, it affects everyone at a human level, no matter the situation that you are in, no matter your experience.
I think that's the hard part of all of it. I mean, it impacts us all.
You can't not feel.
You can't not feel it.
When you hear about this.
Okay, it'll be a box over to Joel Cam next with Caroline.
This is going to reverberate
Del 3
in our community for weeks and months and years to come.
Right. Let's check in with our
Caroline, take Joel Cam, you're up.
Pretty
Del 3 full.
Caroline, we understand you've been talking with people there.
Yes, we just spoke with a woman who I met actually when I got here. What time is it? 10:30. I got here about an hour and 45 minutes ago. She lives in the neighborhood. She heard the police sirens and said something's going on. Walked down here and watched this all unfold. Basically, her sentiment was, this is your worst fear as a parent, and she has a child who's in her last year of school, in high school. And so from that perspective, as a parent, she just feels so deeply for the families and the shock and horror of the situation and what they must be feeling. But also, too, that, this is a close-knit community, she says. So everybody who lives around here, whether they have a child who goes to this school, whether they attend this church or not, it's really hitting so close to home. I just turned the corner before I came back on camera here. The closest we can get to the church is just right around this corner behind me. And I could see a very large police presence and a group of people out there. Looked like some family members as well as police outside of the church.
Yeah, I see L on Del 4 now.
Looks like we're seeing some people leave the church here too. A family just walked by, really young child there. I mean, looked as and then the BCA just arrived on scene as well. You should be seeing that on your live picture right now. So still a very active situation here. More law enforcement coming. Some of the ambulances that
Bravo
I
one
told
you said
about that lined the block have since left, but still a few of them, especially closer to the church, which is right next to the school on West 54th Street, guys.
Hey, Caroline, we do have new information coming in. This is a city council person from Minneapolis telling Jonah Kaplan that 2 students have been confirmed dead and 7 are in critical condition. So that's new information just coming to us from one of the Minneapolis City Council people. We do expect to hear more from the city of Minneapolis coming up in just a bit. We understand that they are delayed in that press conference. This is normal. It was scheduled for 10:30. Yep. When this information is constantly changing, it's a normal thing for these briefings to be delayed there. But once again, new information coming in, just devastating information. 2 students dead. This is coming from a Minneapolis City Council member telling our Jonah Kaplan.
So that's the newest information, and we were waiting on some of those results as some of that information did in fact come in. So the presser in Minneapolis, that was moved back a little bit. We understand that HCMC is also supposed to be hosting a presser. They pushed that back. That's scheduled at 11 o'clock.
Okay, I see it. I see it.
Information that we are still waiting to come in. We're still trying to piece all of this together ourselves because there's still so many things that we do not know right now. So as soon as we get that information, we will make sure to pass that along to you.
Yeah, information we've also gotten, which I believe this is past this point, but that the bomb squad was called.
Okay, I just got a text from Lydia telling me to stay in the chair until further notice.
Now,
but that Dave can do whatever.
That danger has passed. But there are so many different layers to this. That,
do we have a mic check from Del 4?
That have happened this morning, from the people impacted to people trying to investigate.
I can hear him in preview.
Thank you.
To the information, the devastating information that we are now learning. And that we'll continue to learn throughout today. And Heather, as you mentioned, these briefings that they share with us, they can be pushed back because they want to get information to the community as soon as possible when there is a situation where people are in fear and it's a time like this. They also want to make sure that the information they have is accurate. And so they're doing,
I'm ready for her.
Doing similarly, getting information from all the hospitals where victims have been taken.
Okay, ready boxes. It'll be 2 in Del 4.
Jen, I want to interrupt you real quick because we're going to go to Marielle Mose, who was able to talk with
and Mike L.
who
take.
says that they
ready Del 4 full.
Marielle, what can you tell us?
Yeah, good morning, Heather. So we're actually in downtown Minneapolis right now where this witness works to catch up with him after
Sound and Alpha's next.
Or he heard these gunshots ring out this morning.
I don't have an L
He lives
title.
in the Heritage neighborhood, not many blocks from where this shooting took place at Annunciation School. Here's what he had to say about
Sound and Alpha?
this morning around 8:20 this morning.
Sound Alpha, take.
There was 2 cars in front of us that just stopped.
Don't have a.
So we were like
do I have a runtime on this?
And I saw
50 seconds. 5-0. Have to go as the outcue. We'll come back to Del 4 next.
Like he was running for his life, and so that kind of alerted me that something was wrong. We heard probably about.
Can someone
15,
give me an
20
L title
in about 30 seconds,
please?
So we just booked it. We took a left. We jumped on Harriet.
Put it in A15.
You want to come in the car with us? And he said yes, please. He's like, someone's shooting at me.
Or let's just make a.
And so we get in the car and we just ask him what's going on. He said that
sorry, put it in X15.
Was firing shots, and he didn't see anything else besides what he was wearing.
We probably should make a.
His hands
okay, ready, Del 4.
Beat up from hitting the ground so hard. Then he got up and he said, "I have to start running. I have to go."
Yes, take Del 4. We're back.
So, learning more about what this
Thank
person witnessed, he said that this runner got in his car and he brought him to safety to his home. He said that because the runner was running outside the school and saw this gunman, I asked him, well, was this shooting taking place outside? And the runner told this witness that the gunman was shooting in the parking lot near the school. Again, police will, I'm sure, confirm all of this later, but this is just what the runner told this witness
like the anchors?
who heard the gunshots.
Take boxes?
And another thing that this witness told us, he said that police arrived within seconds of these gunshots ringing out from all directions, and that was definitely the most comforting thing for him as someone who lives near the school. He was really proud to see how fast the first response was to this incident.
Right. And Marielle, we know that this school is right on the border of Richfield and Minneapolis, so it's in an area that would have a large police department nearby to be able to get there closely. So thank you for that information as we move forward here. Marielle Mose for us live in downtown Minneapolis.
Okay, ready, 2.
Once again, I do want to remind
Take 2.
people
L's
that
clear.
as this early information comes in, as these early witness reports come in, we really have to take a lot of this with a grain of salt. We are trying our very best here to vet the information as it comes in. So we do expect to hear more
Okay,
coming
read
in
Jill Cam,
from
Del
Minneapolis
3.
Police in
Ready
just
Del
a
3.
bit. But you just
Take Del 3
no
back on
matter
Del 3.
What you heard from that man was just the fear that people had as they heard these gunshots outside of a church, outside of a school.
And that's going to be a really important part of the puzzle, Heather. It's talking with other witnesses, right. Minneapolis Police, ATF, FBI. They're going to want to talk with everyone who may have left the scene to really paint the picture as far as what happened. So again, it's going to take some time before we kind of know everything that unfolded as police continue to talk to witnesses. But right now, the focus has got to be on those victims and everyone who was at that school or everyone who may be at the hospital who is hopefully going to be okay. We know that's not the case, unfortunately. Again, 2 people dead. We understand up to 20 victims in the shooting that took place at a Catholic school right here in Minneapolis, Annunciation School, the church in question, the school in question, I should say.
And according to that city council member, 2 dead, 7 critically injured at the hospitals right now.
We know they're in a variety of different hospitals there. We have some victims that have been taken to HCMC, 10 victims, I believe there. Is that right, Maria?
10 victims.
10 victims there.
Yes.
5
Del
victims
1.
who are over at Children's Hospital right now. We've heard from
Del 1.
HCMC and Children's that they are taking care of those victims there. We don't know if they are students. We don't know if they are teachers or just members of the community that just happened to be at that church this morning at 8:37 when those first shots rang out. That was the report that came in initially. And as Marielle mentioned, you had police officers descend upon that scene immediately. And that is what
Villas, do you have anything for me, or is it clear at your scene?
Of a mass shooting at a school, at a church there. And again, it's in a heavily populated area. Annunciation Catholic School, Annunciation Church is right at the border of Richfield and Minneapolis there. So you have large police departments that are nearby that can get there right away, which we know is always an important response times in situations like this are critical.
Yeah, I mean, we know 30 seconds can save a life. We know that. Just to reiterate, we are waiting on a press conference from Minneapolis city leaders on everything that has unfolded. WCCO has crews throughout Minneapolis this morning. We've got our Barrett Leone, we've got our Caroline Cummings. They are at the school, Annunciation School. We also have our John Lordson. He is on his way to HCMC, where a press conference is now scheduled for 11 o'clock this morning. So we have crews spread out throughout. We also have a Jonah Kaplan. He's out and about, working to get more information on everything that's unfolded, and we are here to bring you the latest information. So make sure you stay with us, because as we mentioned, we're still waiting for that press conference to get underway.
We are. We also right now are just getting new sound in from a witness. Do we have that sound right now, Aaron?
That's B2. That's the same sound that we had.
Okay, so we'll get that for you just as soon as we can.
Are you talking about the neighbor sound?
Things are happening very quickly here in the newsroom and behind the scenes here. We have many crews working very hard to get this most up-to-date, most accurate information.
Can you code B5? It's not here yet.
Expect to learn at this press conference.
I also have
some of what
B3.
we shared with you already. Up to 20 victims.
3.
We believe we were
Take
told
3.
that 10 victims were transported in critical condition to area hospitals, and we have learned that 2 people have died from their injuries.
2 students, 2 children.
Have died from their injuries.
Take 2.
So, we expect to hear and learn more about what unfolded this morning and about those victims and potentially the condition of those other victims. We may also learn about the 2 students who died. But that is what we expect to hear from city leaders as soon as they are ready to go on air. We will take that live.
One thing that was really interesting that we noticed before, when we took those live looks before, we saw a drone sitting on the ground. And Jen, I'm glad you're here for part of this conversation, because we know technology is a really big part. They can use these drones when crews don't feel it's necessarily safe to go inside. They can use these drones to assess pictures from above, which really helps.
They can. In fact, we just reported, Barrett reported on Minnetonka Police launching their first program just this week to use that as first responders to get to scenes. But we do know that drones can help determine if there is someone in a building or what that looks like.
Boxes.
We don't know yet how or if that was used in this situation. But we do know that crews responded, or emergency responders responded very quickly to the
You can see
shots fired.
Live shots here
Sure.
from the scene there.
Ready
And
to.
Jen, as we're waiting to see
Take
what
two.
happens here, I want to go back. You've done several stories about tracing guns. What happens now in terms of any guns that were used in this shooting here?
Right. We know that of at least one unknown, if there were any other guns beyond the one. But we know that the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency, federal agency, will trace that gun. So here's what happens when you trace a gun. We took you to the National Tracing
A11, you mean?
Center in West Virginia. But what they do, it's a process. They'll take a serial number if there is one
This
off
one?
that gun. They will go to the manufacturer. That's the first
Should I
step.
play
to
that
find
one?
out where that
Okay,
gun
ready, view,
went.
and Bravo.
Then
Take
they'll go
Bravo.
to what's called an FFL, a Federal Firearms Licensee. That's a gun store, a store where guns are sold. And they'll find out and have to pull physical paperwork. It's not in a computer system because it can't be tracked that way. But a physical paperwork of who purchased that gun and when. We'll be able to find out then if that gun was purchased by the shooter or if it was purchased by someone else. There are a lot of ways that guns can be transferred, by private sale, by selling it to back to a federal firearms licensee, but getting the information of who first bought a weapon can give investigators a place to start and to learn information.
Right, and we know in all kinds of school shootings, the people who have done the school shootings have gotten their guns in a variety of ways, sometimes legally, sometimes illegally.
Right. Sometimes they are of age and have been able to purchase one because they don't have a criminal history or anything from preventing them from buying a weapon. Sometimes it has been a family
that might not work
that is in their
because
house, and
there's
other times they're getting
equipment
them illegally or off the street.
What you're looking at right here is video of first responders when the shooting was first reported. First responders running to the scene, rushing to the scene. You saw the line of ambulance and fire trucks rushing to the scene along with first responders. This is the moment that, again, you can look like the bomb squad, SWAT team just arriving at the scene at Annunciation
And
Church.
this is earlier video?
This is
Correct.
earlier
This is,
video.
yeah.
This is earlier video from this morning when law enforcement first got to the scene, yeah.
It has now been 2 hours since the incident, since first reports of gunfire.
Right. The first reports coming in this morning at 8:37, and as we heard from our Mario Mose, witnesses out there say officers were on scene almost immediately there in that spot. You just saw the video.
Okay,
of
Jill
all
Cam
these
next, Jill Cam
ambulances
next,
coming.
Del.
We know that at least 15 people are
Del 3,
at
sorry.
the hospital. We know 20 people were shot. We also understand that 2 students, 2 children,
okay, ready boxes,
have
take
died
boxes.
here this morning over at Annunciation. This
Ready,
is
Del
a
3.
live picture here of the front of the school.
Take Del 3.
All morning long, families have been coming in. They've been coming in towards the back of the school. So what we've been seeing here mostly at the front of the school is law enforcement.
I see Derek
They're
on
asking people,
6.
the community right now, to stay away from this area over at 54th and Lindale as they continue to make sure that the families are reunified, that make sure that everyone is safe and okay. They have confirmed to us that they believe now the shooter is dead, so they say there is no threat to anyone else right there. But still, as you can see, with all of these officers and all of these families coming in, it's helpful if people stay away from what we know is a very busy area. There's people that work over there, people that shop over there, that go to the library over there. There's drugstores, there's grocery stores. But just right now, for this morning, it's best to stay away from that spot right near 54th and Lindale.
Heather, you alluded to this before, but the Catholic community, it can be a very small and uniting community.
Yes.
And one thing that you alluded to before is that other nearby schools, they also got lockdown alerts.
Ready
They
boxes.
did, and Jen mentioned this earlier. So all of these schools,
Take
no
boxes.
matter what kind of school you are, if you're a Catholic school, a private school, a public school,
Joel Cam's still up.
you have been through these drills. You have planned for this. You have prepared for this in the same ways that, unfortunately, the hospitals have had to plan and prepare for these things, too. So until there was confirmation that this shooter was down, these schools in this area, I know, Jen, you would talk to some schools even in the suburbs that were on lockdown as well.
Because you don't know where that threat is until you've learned that the threat is
Ready, 3.
gone. And so
Take
schools,
3.
I'm being told across, in the metro, were on lockdown until we learned that the shooter was down. But what we
Ready,
also
Del
know, we
7.
reported on emergency
Actually,
practices.
I'm going to
in
go back to Joel
hospitals,
Cam.
in
Ready, Del
schools,
3. Take Del
protocols
3.
that
A lot
are
of
in
activity
place so
there.
that we know that they are doing as much as they can if and when a situation like this happens, always preparing, hoping that they never have to use what's been prepared. You know, I was inside Hennepin Healthcare just over a year ago, talking with them about how they plan for an emergency like this, how many people they call, and the text messages that go out.
Yeah.
I mean, they have folders of protocol and a binder that they open, and they go through and exactly here are the steps that are supposed to happen. Literally textbook. But they've been preparing for this all the time. I mean, people are continuing in what to do. But so much of training and preparation can only go so far, right, until the moment happens, because the variables, as they've told me, are who's coming in, what kind of condition, where is that wound, how do we treat them, and every person and every injury is different. And so the playbook gets you to how do we get all the staff in, how do we get all the people in, how do we scale up quickly so that we have the people here to treat as many victims are needed in a large-scale event.
So you're talking about gunshot wounds there. Those are not easy things to treat, especially if you have 10 people coming in critical condition.
And we've talked with surgeons there who treat these victims in the emergency room. And
Callie,
in fact,
can you
we talked with one who treated
code me a 2 and 6
Mitchell, Minneapolis police officer, and the trauma that goes along with you know, really serious situations like this when there is a police officer shot or now kids, and how they work through
we do
it.
have
And
Derek
what they
James
tell me
if you
is
need
that
it.
They just put their head down and they do what they were trained to do to save lives. That is the ultimate goal, to save lives.
And you think about it, because these doctors, these nurses, these technicians, they're all human. And you see a child come in with a gunshot, and you were grateful for their training, that they are able to put their head down and do what they need to do, because I think
and I see you put a mouse cams in there for me. Thank you.
And break down if that's
and
something
that
they have
a pediatric unit that treats. I mean, it comes in through the emergency room, and then there is a pediatric unit.
A12 sound.
That,
I need a code in A12, please.
You talk about community, Heather, and Jen, you just alluded to this too.
Even I see it. It's just out of order. Never mind. I've got it.
Where they were treated at various hospitals. You think about all those hospital workers and what they are going through treating those patients.
Hang on.
You think about all the law enforcement officers who are at the scene, what they are going through. Think about all the people at the school. Think of everyone who lived in the community. This reverberates. It impacts everyone. Right. You know, and I think everyone, like you alluded to, Heather, before, when it comes
to
go
to it when
starting school. Again, it's supposed to be a celebratory time, something to celebrate going to school. Be excited about going to school.
Sound isn't Charlie. Sound and Charlie.
Now, we do have that sound we had mentioned to you earlier. Caroline Cummings and Barrett Leone, both on the scene there. They've been talking to people there. Let's hear what they had to say.
Sound take.
We love our neighborhood. This is your typical
out on 2 from this
neighborhood. To have this happen so close to home, it just
12 seconds on it
is heartbreaking.
Mike the Anchor's taking cue.
I mean, this neighbor doesn't have a child who goes to this school, but has a child that goes to Holy Angels, another Catholic school.
Right, Annunciation is a feeder school into Holy Angels there. So I'm sure this mother knows children, knows families at school.
Joel Cam, stand by.
Their son or daughter who is at Holy Angels certainly knows these families. I mean, you are hitting. These are kids that
I don't know what's going on.
Play hockey, play basketball with kids from all over. It's not just the kids at these schools. These are other kids, maybe. I mean, I hope young children are watching this right now, but that are watching right now, their parents watching this right now and thinking, is this person okay? I play, basketball with them. I play volleyball with them. Is this family okay?
You alluded to something before, Heather, because you said, even
woman having a panic
school,
panic attack.
This was also a place where people go to church. This was
getting off of it.
Yeah. People come to
Thank you, Joel.
on Wednesdays at 8:15. So this is anyone can come to this community church.
Right.
So this was not only members of the community, it could be members of the community, but it was also the school population who was in there as well.
We heard from Marielle Mose, who talked to a runner outside the school. This is impacting everyone. We're not even exactly sure where the shooting actually took place. We're hoping to hear that shortly from Minneapolis Police as they're going to be giving us a press conference.
Yes,
so
give me 1 second here.
For them to share more information. We had originally had 10:30.
Can you give me a box there and
fluctuate as they are gathering more details.
The one that says Jason Live.
Share the very latest and confirmed information with us and with the community.
They want to make sure they get it right. They want to make sure they've got everything buttoned up before they present that information out there, for sure.
Absolutely. And we, too, here want to make sure that we give everything right. We know people are
just let me know when you got it. I have the
here in
code
Minneapolis, in
in
Minnesota,
A10.
but all over the country. I mean, when a school shooting happens.
Yep, I see that. Thank you.
It happens far too often here in our country. You know, I think all the way back to Columbine there. And
I've got it.
Just how many school shootings have happened.
Okay, ready boxes.
Then, and it still hits so hard every time.
Let's check in with our Jason.
Ready Del 1. Mike
coverage.
Jason, take
He's
Del
on the
1.
south side of the school. Jason,
Ready
what
Del
are you
1.
seeing from your vantage point?
AJ, we're just about a block south of Annunciation Catholic School. Right behind me, you can see it is taped off. You see some squad cars and authorities over there. We were just about a block west of here when we saw family after family streaming out of here with their kids. Tears, emotions, just a devastating sight to see here. Some anger from some parents about preventing something like this in the first place, but emotions understandably running high, just a devastating, heart-wrenching, really, really hard to see. I stopped over at F45. There's a fitness center just about a kitty corner from the block over here, and they said that they've canceled classes for the day at the fitness center. They actually had some families gather in the parking lot right after this happened, so it was a gathering space for them. They too are heartbroken. It was just a month ago that, if you remember, DJ Juice, we covered that.
I'm going to swap AJ's mic.
Was shot and killed. They're still looking for the suspect. Just more gun violence. They have a memorial for DJ Juice over there, and now this just adds on, and they're just wondering when the gun violence is going to stop. But amidst all of this trauma, all this tragedy, a neighbor here in southwest Minneapolis, Leslie, actually brought her dog over here, her golden retriever, a therapy dog, to help comfort some of the kids and families coming out of the building.
I will swap Heather's
amidst all of this darkness, amidst all of this sadness, we've got neighbors coming in looking to support the families here that have just been impacted by the absolute unthinkable here in southwest Minneapolis. You guys, back to you.
Right. And Jason, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is truly, it is a Catholic school, but it is truly a community Catholic school. So many kids from the neighborhood are there, and they are friends with other kids in the neighborhood that might not go there, that are probably thinking, oh my gosh, is my friend okay? Is this person okay?
Oh, here we go. Ready, Del 2.
It's in a very populated area right there on Jason Ransel again, live for us this morning from Annunciation. Thank you. We have a live video here now of Mayor Jacob Fry.
Bring up
standing right
Del
next
2
there,
audio.
walking up with Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara. Behind them is the Hennepin County Sheriff DeWanna Witt there in that spot. So we do expect the mayor to give us a briefing now. This briefing scheduled to happen. Here we go.
Here we go.
The horror and the evil of this unspeakable act.
She's sitting on her court. That's what I was looking at, Nick.
Gotcha.
There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first
do we have
week
ones
of school.
for
They were in a church.
the other people who are with him?
These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them. Love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again, to the families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss.
Do we have any kind of an officials giving update title?
We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often. The chief will provide additional details.
Okay. Okay, here's Chief O'Hara.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the Mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence.
It looks like they're in 26.
Children
and
other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews.
Fuck.
Their parents have been notified.
Yes.
17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition.
Hello,
the coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts.
Oh, can you put the breaking override on that?
For everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing,
let's just do this.
I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community.
Okay, I did a manual style change, so everything will be in breaking
now.
With
this parish, we will continue to be here for you. With that, the investigation is obviously in its preliminary stages, and I will attempt to take some questions to provide further information.
Chief, what can you tell us about the suspect in this case? How old was he? Any kind of motivation? Any notes or any other information?
So we were looking, the question was, what can be said about the shooter? We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history, and we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. Yeah. How many children? There were, I don't have an exact, the question was how many children at the school. There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them. Reg. The question was, do we know if the student was, if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student? We don't have that information. There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched, and we will be conducting other searches related to this. Inside the parking lot here. Yep. Yep. So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least two doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire. On the outside, yes. The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found. I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke. The side that is closest to us, here, on this side, yep. I don't have specific information on that I can release. The question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Was this outside or both inside?
The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side of the church, inside through the windows. It appears he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building. So, yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city. The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area, so obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene. The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all three. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information, and I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either.
Was he dressed at all in any actual type of gear or anything?
It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo-type pants. I guess you could interpret that as, however you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for
get my anchor mics.
Information out today. We have a lot
more
work
questions?
that needs to be done. We will return back later today to provide more details as they become available, and we'll let you know how you can know about that in the moments to come. Thank you.
Okay.
Mike the Anchors.
All right, we just heard from Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry there. Chief O'Hara telling us that two children, ages 8 and 10, were killed this morning at Annunciation Church, just near Annunciation School. 17 people injured, 14 of them children. 2 are still in critical condition. The chief saying that the gunman was on the outside of the school, had parked in the school parking lot, and was firing a rifle through the church windows. That's how those 17 people there were shot.
What was really
what IFB is Derek on?
Outside the church windows is the fact that the gunman apparently had a rifle,
on the
a
ball, it
shotgun,
should be C.
and a pistol
C.
at this
He's on the same one as
location,
Jen.
which alludes to what you were
No,
saying
just
before,
C.
Jen, as far as they're going to have to go through those guns to figure out and trace those guns, how that person, in fact, got those guns.
Make sure you know it's the same as Jen.
It's the same one that Jen's on.
It's the immediate for the ATF. But
And Maria, he talked more about the shooter there, too.
Yeah, he did. He said that the shooter was outside the church, as AJ said, shooting through the windows inside the church. At the people and children in the pews, and police said that 2 children, like you said, 8 and 10 years old, were killed in their pews as they sat there.
We understand, according to the chief, that the sole shooter, in their early 20s. Now, he was asked, Reg Chapman did ask him, is this a former student? Is this a former staff member? The chief said that he did not know, did not have that information, so we don't know if there was any connection to the Annunciation School or to the Annunciation Church there, but they say this happened just before 8:30 this morning. We know the mass there at Annunciation started right around 8:15. We also learned that 2 of the doors were barricaded there. Now, it's not clear right now how those were barricaded, if they were barricaded by the gunman, if they were barricaded for some other reason. But I think what really struck me most is the chief said that officers arrived on scene right away and tried to help many of the students and the people that were there in the church that were injured. But they also, when people went hiding into the school, and that really is what you can just gets right at you.
Okay, ready boxes to Derek.
That people had, there was not a person inside that church. They had no idea where any of this was coming from. I'm sure you had people hiding under the pews, people trying to get out of the sanctuary there, going into the classrooms. So it takes time then for the police to go and search every single classroom, every single closet for students, little students who may not have known what to do.
And they have to let these students know, we are the police, you are safe now. This is not someone who is coming to harm them, so that they will come out of those hiding places. And so when you hear that it does take...
I see that. Thank
makes you just go, okay.
A question was asked if the gunman left anything behind, and the police chief said no, but they are going to be searching his vehicle, looking for clues to piece this together. They also mentioned, the chief also mentioned that a smoke bomb or a smoke bomb-like device.
Because we had heard reports of explosives early on.
Right. So
like
that
bomb squad coming in and wondering, but no apparent bomb, just a smoke bomb. Yeah. You talked about the door being barricaded, and then the police chief did say that the shooter approached just one side of the church. That side, that door was barricaded.
Negative, we were not. That was probably Kate Zuckerman on Eva.
From getting outside of the church. We want to go now to our Derek James. He has more information just about Annunciation Catholic School, Annunciation Church. Derek, what can you tell us?
Some of these are some items you mentioned earlier, but first let's start with the size of the school. There are about 430 students, pre-K through 8th grade, and U.S. News & World reports that based on class size, there's anywhere from 20 to 40 kids per grade. So there's a basically 1 to 12 ratio of teacher to student at this school. About 24 teachers and staff at Annunciation. A post that came out yesterday on the school's Facebook page for the first week of school showed about 20 kids in the 3rd grade, all smiling in their uniforms in a picture. And the school uses a motto, a future filled with hope. You see that in all of their social media. It's a hashtag that they use throughout. Also noticed in looking at some of the photos, a number of the kids that attend this school are bike riders. There were some pictures shared online of the kids locking up their bikes for this first week of school as they went back to class Monday morning at 8 a.m. The school was established in 1923. It has an IB program, the International Baccalaureate program. That's, of course, high academic standards. It's really a college preparatory.
Yes,
they really look to prepare those young people not only for college, but then just also to be good human beings. I can tell you that the pastor at Annunciation is Father Dennis Zarin. He was newly installed just in the month of July, and I know that because we said goodbye to him at the church that my family currently attends, which is St. Vincent de Paul in Brooklyn Park, and he is obviously very missed there. We did see about 20 or 30 minutes ago, St. Vincent de Paul did share a message saying that they're grateful to share that Father Zarin, known to many there as Father Z, was not injured, and just asking everyone in the community to prayer. And I have to tell you, when you sit and you listen to sermons every week, I can now very, easily remember Father Zarin talking about how as Catholics, we should not fear death, and that we should be called to hope, knowing that through faith.
Ready, Delphi. Mike Delphi, take.
All right, we are here. I'm sorry, Derek. We do need to interrupt you here. We are getting a briefing now from HCMC.
Here at Hennepin Healthcare related to this tragic event that occurred this morning.
I don't have much of anything.
You first received a
just give us as much as you can.
Page that we were going
do we
to
know
casualty
who this is?
At 8:46 a.m. this morning. That gave us time to mobilize all of our resources and prepare our teams. We are a level 1 trauma center, and we prepare and we train for this. Having said that these incidents are never easy. We've had 2 in the last 24
it'll be the anchors on 2 next.
Occurred, these mass casualty incidents. The one today, we received a total of 11 patients from this incident. 2 of them were adult patients, 9 pediatric patients. 4 of them required the operating room. And up to this point in time, there have been no fatalities related to any of those patients that were brought to our organization. I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources.
The last text I got from Lydia was that I'm to stay in the chair until further notice. So
our amazing nursing
my guess
staff,
is we're not planning on it.
Our psychologists that help process these events for us, environmental services, all those involved. Hennepin EMS brought in all the scene to our organization, and we were very lucky to have 2 emergency medicine, emergency medical services directors that were on scene and able to provide us with really important information that again helped us to prepare for this event. So I don't have any individual or specific information about the patients at this time for you, so that's all I can share. Thank you for being here. Any questions?
You said they were in critical condition?
7 were brought in as critical patients, and at this time, I don't know the updates on what the conditions are of many of them. 4 of them required the operating room, as I said. There were, again, 9 of the 11 patients were pediatric ages. I can't remember the exact ages. I believe it's 6 all the way up to 14. That's the range.
Can you tell us a little bit about what types of teams you had working this morning, how many people it takes to treat a something?
Yeah, whenever that type of a page goes out, again, it really puts into motion a lot of big response from all of the teams. And so because we're a level 1 trauma center, we have to, mobilize certain types of resources like, operating rooms and the surgical services. We have to have emergency providers and nurses. We have to, mobilize things like the laboratory and the blood bank. So there's a lot of planning, and again, a lot of exercises we do throughout the year to prepare for these events. And unfortunately, we respond to many of them throughout the year.
Can you talk about the injuries at all, or any type of what you're seeing here with some of these patients?
I can't get into specifics, but we are dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high-velocity weapon. And, gunshot wounds can be very problematic because they can involve multiple body systems. And again, they require a lot of resources to manage. But again, we see a lot of gunshot wounds here at Hennepin Healthcare, and we're among the best in the nation every year at managing penetrating trauma. So we are used to seeing them.
Does anyone
tell us where the status of the 11, are any of them still in surgery?
I don't know the status of it. I can't share that with you at this time.
Has anyone shot more than once?
I can't share that information with you at this time.
Can you confirm the families of some of the victims that made their way here?
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of effort to stand up a reunification center across the street here at our clinical specialty care building. And so to my knowledge, I believe all or almost all of the families and loved ones have been reunited with patients and know their status.
Do you know if anyone is being treated at any other locations?
My understanding was we had a lot of the non-critical patients that went to Children's Hospital, and I believe one went to Masonic Children's Hospital as well.
Put it in 26. Yep.
Yeah, it does take a toll. Thank you for asking that, asking that question. I think, again, we have psychologists that we have dedicated to our emergency department to help with our providers and our nurses and other workers that manage these types of events. Again, we've had 2 mass casualty events happen in the last 24 hours. I mean, that does take a toll. But we also have to recognize that we are here as a critical resource for our community, and we have to take time to process, these the care that we deliver in these situations, and we have to be able to move forward because we are obviously needed.
And none of those patients have been discharged?
Not to my knowledge.
You said there were 11 total, and 9 of them were pediatrics ages 6 to 14, but 7 were in critical condition. Are all of those that are pediatric, those 6 to 14, are all of those in critical condition, or the ones that are older also in critical condition?
I don't want to misspeak here. I believe that all of the pediatric patients were the ones that were in a critical condition. Yes.
Did I get my numbers right?
You did. You did.
Can you give us your specific title one more time, doctor?
It's Thomas Wyatt, Chair of Emergency Medicine at Hennepin Healthcare.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ready, boxes. Mike the Anchors. Take.
Hearing from the Chair of Emergency Medicine over at Hennepin Healthcare. So there with HCMC, they took in 11 patients. 9 of them were children. 4 of them required surgery. Their ages between 6 and 14 years old.
The good thing he said is there are no fatalities. No one, no one has died there at HCMC. Thank you for clarifying that. The one thing that the doctor said too is he said this takes a toll. We talked about before, as far as how this impacts you, even if you don't necessarily live in South Minneapolis. Well, it impacts them because they have to operate on these patients. And he said this is 2 cases in the last 24 hours where we've had these mass shooting events that have happened. We had shootings overnight last night in Minneapolis, and now this day at Annunciation School. So talking about the toll that it takes, but their hands are certainly full over at HCMC right now.
He did say that gunshot wounds, they are...
They require extra resources.
They're common, but they do require extra resources.
And that's some of what we were talking about, that preparation, and they have that plan in place of how do we get enough staff here quickly to be able to respond to something like this. They prepare for this and have plans in place with like a mass message that goes out to get everyone in, and then once they do that, then they scale back.
Take Del 3.
But they scale up until they know what they're working with, and then scale back. And as of right now, they have a number of patients who came in there, and a few of them requiring surgery.
Now, this hospital, HCMC, this is what they are trained to do. They are a trauma hospital, so they are among the best in the country at handling trauma. So we know that more of the critical cases ended up going to HCMC. The doctor also confirming for us that the 5 children sent to Children's Hospital were more of the non-critical cases there. But again, 9 pediatric patients there, 4 of them requiring surgery. None of them have been discharged as of yet right now.
He also said, and this was really important, he said, we got the page at 8:46. And Jen, to your point, he said, that gave us time to prepare. That gave us time to make the preparations. That way we knew what we could assess when when those kids came into the ER. We knew we would have a handle on the situation.
If
in that room, they've shown it to
we
us.
do have Klobuchar live on the mall. I want
everyone is working, and to me it looks like a big room with a lot of machines. But what I know is that those are all working in tools that they use to save lives.
Don't use Del 3 audio.
That first emergency room before moving them somewhere else to another floor, potentially for surgery. Right. We need to stabilize that patient first at Hennepin Healthcare in that ER room. And then move on from there. They've taken us through this to show like what they do in a situation like this, and certainly they needed to use that yesterday and again today.
Once again, to update everyone here, there was a mass shooting this morning at Annunciation Catholic Church in South Minneapolis. That is connected to the Annunciation School there. It's a K-8 school, has about 400 students there. And from what police tell us this morning, just before 8:30, A gunman came into the parking lot there, parked his car there, and then began shooting through the windows at the mass that began there, the welcoming mass on this very first week of school for those students, shooting into the windows. 2 children were killed, 8 and 10 years old. We now have 17 other children at the hospitals there. We understand that 11 of them went to HCMC. 9 of those 11 at HCMC were children, were students there at Annunciation Catholic School. 4 of them required surgery in that spot. We know 5 children were sent over to Children's Hospital. So it's horrifying.
One person we heard from as well is the mayor. We heard from him. He was the first person we heard from, and you could hear the emotion in his voice. Take a listen.
Sound Alpha, take.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child.
Back to 2 next.
You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own.
Stand by.
Every one of us needs to be wrapping
about 30 seconds
our
left in this,
around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
Mike, I'm taking cue.
And again, that's Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry. And as he said, these kids were in church. They were praying. This was the opening mass for Annunciation Catholic School. They started school there on Monday, and so every Wednesday morning the whole school comes together and they do a mass. This was their first one of the year, and someone came into there and shot through the windows, killing 2 of the students, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old at this school here. And it's just hard to fathom. I think what the police chief said, he just said, again, an unthinkable tragedy here.
And every time someone on this S says these kids that were not only shot but 2 that were killed,
33.
I still have to think, is that real? Because you just don't want to believe that this is what unfolded this morning.
It's unthinkable.
It is.
It's unfathomable that this happened again.
It really doesn't make any sense, and we still have so many questions about who the shooter was, because we know the shooter took his own life in the parking lot of the church and the school after committing these horrible acts.
I guess the good news out of all of this is there is no longer a threat. The threat is over. That's the good news in the situation. And now it turns to survival and making sure that the people who are injured, they hopefully can make it out alive in this situation. We know those doctors and nurses, they are doing yeoman's work to make sure that people are safe in just an unthinkable situation.
Absolutely. And those first responders who went into that church
there was
this
a
morning
bunch of extra crap that I was trying to get rid of.
What they saw in there, because the shooter there had a rifle, had a shotgun, and a pistol there. But you know, when you shoot with that kind of weapon, it's just devastating. The doctor had mentioned it there as well.
Yeah, we can go to Caroline.
The kinds of wounds that you see from that, and then to walk into a church and see children there, this also has to have an impact on those first responders. But as Jen mentioned, they go through this training, and I have to think, you know, if that was me, I would just crumple on site. But they are well trained, so they're able to get there and really just change and help as many people as possible as quickly as they can.
Give me 1 second.
With our Caroline Cummings, who's live
Mike, Caroline.
outside of Annunciation Church.
Caroline,
Caroline, get some new information.
Take Del 3.
Well, hi there, AJ. So we were just told about 15, 20 minutes ago, as you saw all morning, we were down at the corner of Garfield and West 54th Street, right outside that school. Law enforcement moved us. Now we're on Garfield, right behind that Kowalski's. But I just tried to get over to the other street that's parallel to the one I am right now, and that's Harriet Avenue. It goes right up to that church. They blocked that off. So we're looking at a perimeter where, multiple streets off of Lyndale surrounding this school and church are blocked off. And we were here as,
my guess is anybody in the mall is going to be on C.
We're
That's
briefing
correct.
the press. And
oh, sorry,
I'm sure
I didn't.
you guys
She's on a
heard
live
it,
chat.
that
Never mind.
moment where the church bells rang out as they were speaking was a really solemn moment that took a lot of people over here. It just really struck a chord and was so emotional. Me and Barrett hugged each other in that moment because, we're journalists who have to do this for our job, but we're also humans who live in the Twin Cities and are feeling deeply for everybody who's here. And that's really the sentiment from anybody we've spoken with, whether they are child attended here or not. If they lived down the block, lived around town, live in this state, they are deeply mourning the loss of those two young children, and certainly feeling deeply what these families and this parish and this Catholic school, this broader Minneapolis community are feeling right now. It was a really powerful moment to hear that as they talked.
We made note of that too, Caroline. I turned to Heather, like the church bells ringing. It definitely struck a tone, for sure.
Yeah, another reminder that these kids were just in their church praying and were shot from the windows outside.
Caroline's clear.
I want to go back to something that Derek James said as he was giving us some information on this school and on this church, and he talked about Father Zaran, who is the priest over there at the school. I just actually come from Derek's church up in Brooklyn Park. But he will be needed now more than ever as this community, as all of our communities move forward with lives that are now forever changed.
Let's listen again to Brian O'Hara as he walks us through everything, or at least part of the things that unfolded.
Sound take.
This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School.
Susan Elizabeth is on the coupler, Delphore coupler.
Approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
And Mike the Anchor's taking cue.
The moment that really just, and then his next words
Suze Delphore is
an
next.
8 and 10-year-old were killed where they sat
I'm ready.
in the pews.
Right, from someone who had shot through the windows of the church outside there. We understand that 11 people went to HCMC, 5 people, and these were more of the non-critical cases, ended up going to Children's Hospital. That's where our Susan Elizabeth Littlefield is.
Delphore's up.
Elizabeth, we understand
Delphore full.
Family member there?
I did, Heather. Actually, an updated number for you. There are 6 patients that have been admitted here at Children's. And to be clear, it is a level 1 trauma center. So much like HCMC, this is something they train for. I actually talked to the staff this morning. They said, yes, we do these MASH casualty situations.
I do not have a Sue's title.
It is something they never wanted to put into practice. You can see over my shoulder right there, the emergency room. This is where they were taken this morning, a little bit earlier. Family and friends surrounding those
Sound will be an
patients
alpha.
right now. In fact, we were outside when we saw one of the grandfathers of one of the patients come up. He has an 8-year-old daughter who was in the hospital. He told us that he got word about this morning. The important piece of information here is that she is okay. I want to let you hear a little bit of
Sound
what
Alpha.
he had to say.
Take.
It's very sad. Should not be this way.
What do you Del for?
This is people should not have guns. Still, look at it.
What are you going to say to her when you see her?
Give her a hug. That's all.
Thank you. Mike, taking cue.
Now, Children's Minnesota is actually asking people to try and avoid the emergency room. Of course, an emergency is an emergency. So if you or someone you know has to come in today, they understand. But they are incredibly busy right now, and they're asking that, if possible, people go to the St. Paul campus today. It's all hands on deck here. And again, we know there are 6 patients here. I did talk to the staff. I talked to them about 3 times this morning, checking in. I could not get a status on their condition.
Mike,
now, we do know that the man we talked with, his 8-year-old daughter, who was there at the time, is safe. He told me a little bit more of context, too. He said he got the call this morning, and, of course, he said the first thing, is she okay? And in his case, she is okay, but he aches over the fact that knowing not everyone got that confirmation on this day.
Yeah. Right. I think that's the toughest part of it all.
That's the hard thing. His 8-year-old granddaughter
is
okay, but we know there's an 8-year-old child out there.
Take 2. Susan's clear.
Okay is such a relative term on a day like today.
Absolutely.
Because physically okay is something different than
It'll never be
emotionally,
Ready, 3, take 3.
Mentally okay, and having witnessed and gone through what all of those kids and adults there went
Ready,
through
2.
this morning.
Because as you alluded to and what
Take
we
2.
said before, this is a school that it goes from kindergarten all the way up to 8th grade.
Right, and the doctor at HCMC said they
Ready,
have
1.
patients come in
Take
between
1.
the ages of 6 and 14
Ready, 2.
years old. 6-year-olds coming in there.
And you're talking about a Trauma 1 hospital. And when you're talking about gunshot injuries and what that can do, unfortunately, I think we all have covered these enough where we know that. But we are talking about some of the worst situations that these doctors have to come in and try to remedy a situation. So it's the worst of the worst we're talking here now.
These are the people that you want working
Yes.
on you if you have an injury
Take
like
3.
this. They are highly trained. They also, in talking with them in the past, they take the emotion out of it. This is why they do what they do. I could not do that. I'm not the type of person that could, but they are. And they are the people that you want treating your loved one in a situation like this. They go in and they say everything that they do is to save a life. That is the goal of every single step that they take from the moment they get the patient. But it starts with those emergency responders with the ambulance, because that part is so critical.
Up on Del 2.
Today we learned it started with police officers who responded to that scene. They started caring for those patients. It goes then to the next step of these emergency responders, then to the hospital, and each step is so critical in keeping someone alive.
So there are a couple different scenes going on here. We were at HCMC before. We had a press conference there. We were just at Children's. This is a look at the active crime scene just outside of the church here. It's still a very, very active investigation that continues, Heather.
Absolutely, and you can see this is over at the school all morning long. Families have been reunified there. We've seen so many families come out of the school just clutching their children. If you've seen the families, and we assume that these are the moms and the dads there, but just holding tight, both parents holding those children as they come out.
I knew it was going to do that.
You can see that is the green uniform, that green polo shirt of that little one right there.
Servers are being stupid right now.
Catholic school uniform. You see that parent holding, you see one behind holding them there. What I thought was interesting is that there are some parents that say, no, look, we just need to hold hands. We need to get out of here. We need to get home. And then you had other parents who were continuing to gather there, felt that they needed more of that community there, that they needed to talk with each other, that they needed to lean on one
Del
another.
3's full next.
I mean, she is just holding those kids so tightly there. This is much earlier this morning. I would say this video came in probably about an hour and a half ago. As you see, these children are being reunited with their families. You remember this happened just before 8:30 this morning. Many of these kids had been dropped off at 8 o'clock there. That's when the mass started, the welcoming mass to their school there in that spot. So this is
what do you have?
Already on their way to work, perhaps on their way to back home. The school bus had just gotten there, and they get the call that there's been a shooting at your school, so they're all rushing in that spot. Again, Police are asking you, please stay clear of that area over there at 54th and Lyndale Avenue South over in South Minneapolis. We know it is a busy
ready, Joel
area,
Cam,
but
Del
there's
3.
still a lot of activity.
Take Del 3. Joel Cam's up.
Yeah, there's a huge investigation that still has to get underway right now. Very active crime scene. You got to think inside the church, outside the church, where the suspected shooter was shooting. Again, outside the church and firing inside and going through the church windows. So you think about it, if you are inside that church and you are sitting inside, you have no idea where this gunfire is coming from. So of course, you're going to shelter in place, and you shelter in place until you feel it is safe. And Jen, as you alluded to, you're waiting for, this is the police. It is safe for you to come out. Think about how long it took, even if it's just a couple of minutes, how long that must have felt like for students and staff who are in that church. It must have felt like an eternity, waiting to know it is safe for them to actually come out of the building.
You want to hear that word, I'm here to help you.
Yes.
Right. That message and getting those kids out and to safety. But so many we know now were impacted by the gunfire that was shot through the window inside the church, and many didn't have the chance to run and hide.
No, and you can only imagine you're in that church there.
Do we want to clear her now?
7, 8, 9, 10 years old, and you hear what probably sounds like firecrackers. You have no idea what is going on. Perhaps a teacher is telling you to get down, get down. What the police chief said is the officers, once they went in there and really tried to help any people and any victims in there that they could, the officers then had to fan out through the school because children had ran out trying to find places to hide. You can only imagine that some may have been hiding in the bathroom or hiding in closets. That takes time to go then find these children, make sure that they understand that they are now
Atlanta, Minneapolis,
safe,
just FYI, we are staying on it
and that's a process.
until
That's a process
12:30.
to go
At least
from
until
room to
12:30.
room to make
So
sure
keep us on
every
bypass
room
for the
is
noon,
clear,
please.
and then you go to the next room and do the same thing over and over. So that's a process that takes time. It's a process that takes a long time, sure.
And we don't know how many people were in the
mass.
In the mass, right? Exactly. But we do know there are about 375 students in this school, all ages, grades ranging from K through 8.
Right. This is a weekly mass, so the students go to the mass every Wednesday morning. These students here at Annunciation had just started on Monday, so this was their welcome back mass to the school. Remember, these are students that are new to the school. They may not know their teacher very well. They may, some of these are kindergartners. They're starting school perhaps for the first time there. And so it should never happen at any time, in any school, in anywhere. But this is a case where it happens at the beginning of school to very young children who probably had no idea what was going on.
No, so many of them probably until
it's
too
13?
late. Because
got it.
You hear something like that, you don't realize or would ever think that you're going to hear a sound like that.
No.
And for some, it was probably too late to run and hide.
One of the things we know is that first-hand accounts help to tell the story as far as what unfolded. And we're starting to get more of those accounts that are starting to come into our newsroom right now. Let's listen to one person who describes what unfolded.
Sound it. Charlie, take.
All I can say is
17. Back to 2
sorry
from
that
this.
we have to live in this type of world. I don't understand. And no one should be fearful of sending their child to school.
Mike's taking
So that's a neighbor who is reacting, and you can understand, at a loss for words. Just trying to make sense of what unfolded.
Make sense of someone going to a school and shooting children.
It just, I'm angry. This makes me so. I'm shaken up. I'm unsettled, and I'm sure I'm not the only one because this happens too many times.
Ready, Joel Campbell 3. Joel, you're up. Take.
I don't think you ever can make sense of something like this. There is nothing that can. And even just seeing the video that we're looking at, so many first responders, so many police cars from different agencies, ambulances right there. I mean, that's something most people, when they hear an ambulance go by, they go, gosh, I hope someone's okay. It's going by my place. And to see all of that huge concentration in that neighborhood, even that
it's
is triggering for so many people. And then you learn the details?
To my knowledge, no.
And there's so many layers to this.
Think about the first responders who heard those shots and then went into the church to look for those children.
Right.
To look, to be the helpers, to go in there, not knowing if they could take fire themselves, but then went in there to find
the one that we had during
those children.
In a matter of minutes after shots were fired.
I mean, those are heroes.
That's
that
what
are
heroes.
walking in there who are going in to help kids and to help whoever else is in there.
Okay.
And we
Ready
know
to.
that,
Take
police
two.
officers
Joel, you're
are
clear.
trained to administer some first aid until other first responders can arrive. And the chief said that is what happened today.
Right, and they had some
Is Shayla joining us at the desk here?
She will be. We're going to at some point here swap out Maria for Shayla.
These are police officers that walked into something no one should ever have to see there. We know 2 children were killed this morning, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. Several other children are in critical condition throughout hospitals here in the Twin Cities. We did hear from HCMC. They tell us they have 9 kids there,
yes.
2 adults.
2 box with Del 2.
4 of the people that came there to HCMC did need surgery at that spot.
Honestly,
at that
I'm
point.
just using whatever's in the queue right now.
Police presence expected to be significant over there at the church and at the school. From what we understand, the shooter parked in the school or the church parking lot there, so they are doing searches of what was found in that car. And I'm sure at this point, Jen, the next steps and what happens in this kind of investigation, looking into where is this person from.
Yeah, this is twofold, right? We're focused on the victims, getting them the help that they need and the care that they need, and then there's this whole other side, and this is the law enforcement side, right? They are investigating who the shooter was, where their weapons came from.
I will.
Making sure, double checking that they acted alone. Just because this person was alone
right back to
today,
boxes.
making sure that they acted alone, that they didn't have any help, or if they did have any help. So right now, that is what is going on behind the scenes while we talk about these victims and this terrible tragedy as law enforcement is trying to piece together how, why this happened and who is responsible. Learn more about this person. Were there warning signs? What did we know about them? How did they have access to guns?
Sure.
And I am hearing from people who are on that side of the investigation right now, and it is very active, I can tell you, at this point of determining more about the person who did this.
And by the way, just to reiterate the weapons that were in question here, we're talking about, this is confirmed from the Minneapolis Police Chief, Brian O'Hara. The shooter had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Right.
So 3 different weapons there.
And Jen, as I hear you talking, I think, this is a little solace at all, this investigation into why, to the people in this school, to any of the victims, of any of the families. But these investigations are important.
Right.
This is information that we can learn to hopefully, maybe just even one, but prevent these tragedies from continuing to happen.
We talk about what are the warning signs, and
looks like we have Johnny on Del 5.
Are trained to learn, but sometimes it's not a student. Sometimes it's someone who's older, like this person who's in their 20s. And people don't want to be hearing about the person responsible right now. We want the focus to be on these victims, on these families. I mean, this is only a couple hours ago. And law enforcement does their job at the same time. They have different roles in something like this, and it is to learn more about this. And as you mentioned, we have databases learning about school shootings and to try to prevent other school shootings. I hate to even say that this will be added to that we have one now that will be added to that to learn more information.
And even over at Hamline University, I know they have this mass database
V3.
of mass shootings there. And when you talk to the people that are compiling this
Take
data,
VO.
it's hard data to compile there. Once again, this is video from earlier today as those families were being reunited there. But it's important information for people to have, to be able to try and spot these things before they ever happen.
Yep, and we've talked with them for our stories about how important that information is. And today, again, we will learn, more about who this person was. And we don't want to focus too much on that while we are in the midst of grief, and this community is in the midst of grieving. And we know an investigation like this must take place, and that there are people on the law enforcement side, from the FBI to the BCA to police to the ATF, all working to learn more and to bring us that information.
Well, we know a lot of the focus is also on the victims, and hopefully they will continue to recover. We want to check in now with our John Lawrence, and he joins us live from outside
Del
HCMC.
5, Mike Johnny. Take boxes.
Hey guys, we just got an update here
Del
just
5.
after 11 o'clock from Dr. Thomas Wyatt. He is the chair of emergency medicine here at Hennepin Healthcare behind me. He said they actually had 11 patients brought in this morning. A mass shooting, mass casualty event, obviously. Some good news here, though, of the 11 patients, all have made it through operations. They have all survived at this point, so we have 9 children and 2 adults that were taken here. And no casualties, no fatalities to report here at Hennepin Healthcare at this time. Just to kind of give you a rough estimate of the ages that were brought in, we're hearing from Dr. Wyatt that they were anywhere from about 6 to 14 years old. 7 of them were brought in critical condition. Of course, this was all hands on deck for Hennepin Healthcare. They train for these kind of things. He talked a lot about that, about going through drills and things of that nature, just sadly preparing for situations like this, hoping they don't occur, but obviously this morning one unfortunately did. So he talked a lot about, too, the psychology of this. A lot of these nurses and doctors that work with these kids and try and help them also need to talk to somebody when all this is over, a therapist, a psychologist. So it's a very tense process, obviously. Again, 9 children were taken here this morning, 2 adults. But no fatalities at this point. There's also right to my left here a unification center, they're calling it, where you have family members of those shot that were we're going through surgery this morning. Those are family members that are able to go across the street. They've given all those families updates at this point, too, letting them know how their loved ones are doing after surgery. So, again, guys, that's the latest update right now. 11 of the people shot taken here behind me to Hennepin Healthcare, 9 children, 2 adults, and no fatalities at this point here at Hennepin.
Mike the Anchors, take boxes.
John Lawrence updating us from HCMC. We appreciate that update, John. And, you know, the one thing that John said, and we've talked about this before, is that the crews at the hospital were ready. And they were ready because they were alerted ahead of time, one, but they go through drills. Unfortunately, they go through drills, so they are prepared for the worst case scenarios. And unfortunately, one of those played out this morning.
And you talk about being prepared. They really only had minutes.
Yeah.
And in those minutes, a lot happens in notifying people and getting staffing. And they scale
Ready, 3, take 3.
is what they've
Ready,
told
2.
me in the past. They scale up to make sure they have enough staff. And then if they need to, then they
ready,
can go
Del
back
2.
down. But they want everyone there, all hands on
take
deck,
Del 2.
is the motto, until they know what's coming in and what they are working with. And it sounds like that worked this morning, the plan that they have in place to provide help to these victims. And
it's a lot of victims. And remember, these victims, many of them, most of them are children, right? And so gunshot wounds, it's a smaller area in their body
Del 3.
On there, so it'd have a larger impact for them. I'm thinking today of what conversations families are having right now. I think back, I have children who are in this age, who are these elementary school kids here, middle school kids here. And I remember a couple years back, my one daughter was after a school shooting, and I remember her asking me, why?
Dissolve.
Mommy, why would someone do this? And I remember at the time thinking, Connie, I don't know. I don't have the right answer for
give me
you.
one
and
second.
in that time, in these past couple of years, I still don't have the right answer for you. But this is a time now where whether or not you have any connection to this school, whether or not you've started school or you haven't started school, these are conversations all across Minnesota that we're going to be having today with our families. I mean, there's kids, kids are so anxious about going, many kids, I should say, not all kids, but many kids are anxious about starting the school year. Maybe you have a new kindergartner. Maybe you have a 4th grader that's really anxious. They hear something like this. It's hard to escape the news these days. And these are the conversations that parents are going to be having. Some kids have already gone back to school, as you can see here, but many kids headed back to school next Tuesday.
It's just not, it's not the way to start the school year.
No.
It's an awful way to start the school year for families to have these real conversations. And tonight's going to be tough.
Yeah. Well, you think about the families who sent their kid off to school today and who aren't coming home. And
you think about those communities. You think about this community and the conversation about what they're going to have today. And what you do to... Will you ever feel...
I didn't hear what you said.
I just can't wrap I don't think anyone can wrap their heads around it. It's still...
No, I'm just thinking about all these families who are there and the families of the 8-year-old and the 10-year-old who didn't make it out of Mass today, and what that is doing to their families.
Yeah.
You know, the chief said that their families had been notified, and I'm hearing about the parents who were there, you know, with their kids, with one of those kids, and how I don't even have the words to describe what that must have been like. You can't even fathom it, imagine it for that family. And you know, it's that's what I'm thinking about as we're learning all of this is how do they...
I don't think I have Esme's mic.
How do you move forward?
Can someone check Esme's mic?
I don't know that you do.
Yeah, you don't.
What did you say?
And then the conversation that expands.
I can run down there.
Thank you.
Of what this
you guys are
looks
going to
like
lose me on headset
and
for a
what
second.
school safety look like as you go, as other kids start school and go back to school.
That's where the immediate thought probably needs to be. It's with those families, how they are doing, and with those families whose loved ones are in surgery right now.
Right, Mayor Fry said it too. He said this is the time where we need to come together and wrap our arms around these families.
Callie, can you code V4 for me, Victor 4?
Here, these are Minnesota families, and this is when we need to come together and just let them know that they are loved.
Stand by them, love them,
thank you,
support them. That's what he said, and I think that's...
Okay, I see Klobuchar.
So many people are feeling
I only have Klobuchar's mic.
hopeless and helpless.
Yeah, Nick's running down there.
Wondering why. I mean, I know... Just as
so
a
6 and a
journalist,
2,
I've dreaded having to cover
and then
like this, you know. But
it's tough. It's tough. It's a collective toll. But you think about those families that are directly involved in South Minneapolis right now. Yeah.
We've been showing you some live pictures of the scene over at the Annunciation Catholic Church, the Annunciation School there. We've been showing you these live pictures. We have reporters on scene there, and they've told us that police have actually expanded the perimeter there. We know
it looks like Nick's micing her up right now,
so
give it a second.
We understand that the shooter parked in the parking lot over at the school. They had
C. Charlie, I got it now.
Out in that area, and so they've expanded that perimeter there. And I have to think probably some of it is to give some of those families who were reuniting a little bit more space for them to be able
Hey Nick, since you can hear me, can you slide them more towards the center or more towards the left where they would be for the like for the 9 a.m.
But so they are continuing to be there on scene to talk to people. I know
so that we can get a good 2-shot.
There, so we'll continue to give you that information.
Yeah, no. As was good where she was going. No, she needs to go all the way towards the left there.
We have crews across,
and then we need to bring Amy.
The metro, as we are covering this from
the
hospitals to the scene to other locations.
Keep going.
And,
Amy and Esme. Esme should be on the far mark.
Information on this terrible tragedy that has happened in our community, I think, has impacted all of us. I'm sure
and then Amy should be
messages as we've been
next to her
from people just saying, "My gosh," and I don't have words, and whatever it is, but just checking in to see.
Thank you.
To learn more, just to check in.
I can work with this.
Because you care about people in this moment, and you realize who's important and what's important.
Right. And I also want you all to be aware to
pull
the curtain back just a little bit on how we operate here, is that the information that we give
you got their mics now?
has been fully sourced, has been fully vetted.
Esme should be on the Charlie, not Mall Charlie, just Charlie.
Would do. You're going online, you're looking for as much information as you can get, so understand that the information that we are giving from you is coming in from official sources, coming
4 should be in the ISO.
Coming in from the doctors.
Okay,
so
so 6, give me a solo shot of Ez, and you're going to pull out to the 2-shot.
So our reporters out there on scene who are seeing these families who are perhaps hugging or crying, we are judicial.
And Nick, you can go back to the other studio.
To show, because
if we can,
this is
hold
the
on.
worst day of their lives for many people right now out there in that church, in that school in South Minneapolis.
So we try to be sensitive to that and understand that this is much bigger.
Is Esme
than
hearing
just
us?
A story, if you will.
No, she needs fresh batteries. Give me a second.
Okay, ready two. Ready Del 2. Take Del 2. They're switching batteries. Her batteries.
Do you know if they have some in the newsroom, or do I need to go back to the...
Can someone run batteries to the...
I'll do it. I got it.
No, Sean's going.
Throughout the metro, we checked in with Susan Elizabeth Littlefield. She was at Children's Hospital. We checked in with John Lauritsen. He was at HCMC. We also checked in with Caroline Cummings, Barrett Leone. They are live at the scene. Jason Rantala live at the scene as well. So
yep,
what they're
Del
doing
5,
is
ready
also
Del
giving
5.
us those first-hand accounts. They've
Take
been
Del
able to
5.
speak with people who witnessed it. Maybe someone
we'll
was there.
make the move with Maria and Shayla during the
we know that those really
Esme
help
thing.
to tell the story, to paint the picture as far as what unfolded from their perspective. So those are continuing to come in to tell the story as far as what unfolded in South Minneapolis.
And just to once again,
Nick is not out there yet with the new batteries.
So just about 3 hours here.
They're switching Esme's batteries.
A reminder, a recap of what we have learned this morning. 2 students at Annunciation Catholic School have been killed.
Take Del 2.
An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. 17 others are hurt, some of them in critical condition. 4 of them required surgery. Most of the victims in this case, all but 2, from what we understand, are children, are students at this school. This school, again, a K through 8 school. We understand that the victims range between the ages of 6 and 14 years old. Right now, crews still there on scene.
Can we focus Esme's camera, please?
The suspected shooter in this situation. That shooter, police telling us, died by suicide right there at the school. Whether or not it was in the park, we've heard differing accounts.
Just get it as good as we can.
Or in the sanctuary there. We'll get more information about that. But neutralizing the threat in that spot there. And we know many schools in that area and across Minnesota were on lockdown until they were
go to a 2-shot.
That this person is no longer a threat there. And Jen, you have some information.
Can you give me 4 on a 2-shot?
The age of who this shooter, or we know the age range, or at least of that shooter.
There we go.
Listen, this is the hard part to hear today, right?
Yep, we'll do that.
In the midst of all of this is to hear who the person was that was responsible. The police are now looking into.
3.
You heard the police.
Yep, I'm ready.
Here mentioned that this person.
3. Can you just go to the? I'm sorry. 2. Can you just go to the 3-shot?
Gathering more information.
And you can
about
kill
this person.
Maria's mic.
We will be sharing more of that with you later, but it sounds like we have someone else that has some information for us.
Ready for
Esme Murphy.
Yeah, let's check in with Esme Murphy.
Mike,
I understand, Esme, you are with Senator Amy Klobuchar?
Yes, Senator Amy Klobuchar, kind enough to
God, is this camera having issues now too?
About this situation, Senator Klobuchar.
Yes, Esme.
I know that you have a former staffer whose child was actually in the mass.
Yes.
Tell me about that, because I know you've spoken to the mom.
I have. Kate Nyland and her daughter Cora and 2 other children were in there.
Yeah, if
there
you
were
can.
So many families. The kids were packed into the church because it's the beginning of school. It's the all-school mass. It's little kids. Imagine, preschool to 8th grade. Her daughter was one of the older ones. Literally,
Heather's running to the bathroom real quick.
Several of her friends shot in the stomach, in the neck. Once they got out, she personally told one of the dads of one of the friends that had been shot that her friend had been shot. You think about
this
the
12-year-old
kids. Yes, and you think about them in there scrambling to
Is
hide.
this
literally
it's
under
doing
the
it by
pews,
itself? Shit.
Having just been praying, and then the next thing you know, shots are coming through these windows. They're stuck inside. I know we're going to hear heroic stories of some of the adults in the room. Several of them were shot. We know that. We know of the 2 8- and 10-year-old killed right now. We know there's 14 kids injured, several seriously, but we also know there were at least 3 adults that were
Do we have an engineer available?
And have survived. And so we don't know if they were part of the service, if they were teachers, but I'm sure we're going to hear the stories of how
all of our mall cameras have decided to start going wonky.
More details that her daughter shared with her?
Just that it just the massive horror of watching these kids get shot and then laying down.
Shayla is on B&B.
Trying to save yourself. That's what they had been instructed to do, which was the right thing. And I don't know the details about
B is in Bravo, yes.
Shared about the doors being barricaded.
Heather is currently in the bathroom. She's still on Sports and Sports.
To get out and where they were shot. But I do think the fact that we have such great hospitals like Minneapolis Children's nearby is going to save lives. You think about these parents whose kids are right now on the operating table. They dropped them off at school like so many parents do. I remember dropping my daughter off on her first day of school, bringing her to the bus, bringing her to the school.
Was this their first day?
I'm not sure about that. I bet it was in the middle of the week, but it's that feeling of that first week of school where they're going back and they're excited and they have their new teachers, and to have this happen to such a beloved school. And as you and I were talking about, this isn't some isolated school. It's
Scott, can you talk to Heather on sports, please?
Other schools
Scott, can you check
high schools and
with Heather on
High School is right there. There are little businesses there. I mean, it's a wonderful community, where everybody kind of walks around and knows each other. One of the things, obviously, that people are going to focus on is that now it was here. Now it was Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Now it was South Minneapolis. Obviously, this has happened so many times
It has.
before.
You think about so many, and by the way, so many of these shooters kind of fit this profile of a person. It's in Uvalde, Texas, all those kids gunned down in the classroom, and in Buffalo, while the facts are different, the guns may be different, they were young guys that maybe shouldn't have had access to those guns. And I'm not here talking about hunters
right
in
now.
Minnesota and parents hunting with their kids. I'm saying there must be some way with all of the resources available to our country that we're able to figure out on the automatics, which may not have been used here, but clearly those should not be in the hands of kids, and even some of our more conservative Democratic centers at least supported some age limit on, say, 21 of getting those guns. Then you have doing something about just mental health checks and more on background checks. We just don't know the details of who this person was. I don't. But it's never one size fits all with these shootings. So I can't help but lead to is first instinct, of course, is we've got to do everything we can to support these doctors and nurses saving the lives and support law enforcement and do everything we can to support this community. But there's got to be another piece of this. And the other piece of this is what we have to do about stopping these mass shootings. Because Nashville, Tennessee, and a school there, as I mentioned, Buffalo, Uvalde, or what we saw at the Pulse nightclub in Florida, or the school in Connecticut. Minnesota is not alone here. This is not about one state. This is about states across the nation that have seen this, and in other countries, when they put certain laws in place, they've actually had better results.
I know that
we'd like to
express concern about the kind of rhetoric.
We'd like to, but we don't have any kind of camera for Joel Cam right now.
Ahead of ourselves here, but the rhetoric is pretty heated right now. What are your thoughts about that?
I believe that this rhetoric is contributing to, I'm not going to say this specific thing because you never can tie it until you know the facts. I think back to some of these things like when Speaker Pelosi's husband was hammered, and that there was a clear
an attacker who literally came into the house and attacked him.
Right, there was a clear through line to what that person was reading on the internet. I think about some of the shooters in Buffalo, Uvalde. There was a clear through line to them engaging in sites where they were trying to get these guns purchased that were automatic and were marketed to them and the like. Clearly the internet has made things available to people and information available, and people who already may be off balance, but they see this and then they keep fomenting in it. And so the anger and the hate, some of which is constitutionally allowed, that is for certain, but that anger and that hate is part of the issue here, because people just need to tone down their rhetoric. They need to look at actual solutions across the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, when it comes to guns, and acknowledge that this is not going to hurt
we should be good.
Hurt lawful gun owners if we have better background checks, or if we do something about who gets assault weapons.
Caroline's back.
Or if we do something about ghost guns, which are common right now. We don't know how he got the shotgun, the rifle, and the pistol. We don't know if he purchased them himself or he just took them from somewhere. Sometimes it's lock boxes. The fact that we don't know now actually gives you a chance to step back and say, we know in every case the facts are different, but can't we agree that we can do some things that aren't going to hurt lawful gun owners, that could actually prevent some of these things from happening?
What stings and is so horrible and haunting about this one is Mayor Jacob Frey said, we're beyond thoughts and prayers. I'm paraphrasing now. These children were literally praying. And that, to think of them in their pews for a mass celebrating start of school. But it's...
Well, one of the most frustrating things is everyone, when things happen, they say, what can we do? And they immediately help those involved, obviously. But repeatedly, that's where it ends. And I just believe that there's more we can do. And I'm not just talking about our state. I really am talking about nationally, because so many of this things could be better handled if we had some national rules in place. That's what he's saying there. The other thing he said was, which I thought was so moving, was when he said these are everybody's kids. They could be your kids. And so I think the tendency sometimes is for people to say, well, you know, anyone would have this reaction. Well, I'm so glad my kid wasn't in that school. I feel bad for these parents, but I'm so glad. But then you have to start thinking, but my kid could be next if we don't do something better. I've led the school violence funding bill with former Senator Hatch.
Okay, Esme's on a wrap.
In the wake of the
we'll cut right to
some of the other shootings years ago, and we got that
they will
done.
toss
we
to
have
Caroline.
a robust grant program to help schools with better security. I know there's going to be a talk about this, but when there are so many guns out there and we're not doing anything to try to rein in who gets them, you're going to keep having these shootings regardless of that. I am more than happy to continue to work on school security, to continue to work on mental health and all the things that matter, but I'm telling you, you cannot protect against every single thing that a madman might do, as we learned from the deaths of Melissa and her husband. But at some point you have to look at, well, let's see what other countries have done on guns that haven't interfered with hunting, and let's see if we can be better.
Senator Klobuchar, thank you so much for
Mike the
joining
Anchors.
us to address this horrible tragedy. Yes. I want to send it back to the desk here. I understand they've got more information.
All right, Esme, thank you.
Mall is clear.
Let's check out our Caroline Cummings. She's been live there.
Joel Camp, stand by. Ready, boxes 2 and Dell 3. Mike, Caroline, take. Ready, Dell 3. Take Dell 3.
Oh, hi there, Heather. I lost you there for a second, but yes, you are correct.
Which one is she tossing to? 12?
Of the scene here at Annunciation.
You said 12?
Catholic school and church. Earlier, just moments ago, really, actually, we spoke with a fifth grader who was in Mass at the time that those shots rang out. He said he was right next to the windows, the stained glass windows you heard Police Chief Brian O'Hara describe as the way in which this gunman opened fire through those stained glass windows. And he talked about how they prepare for active shooter drills in school, but that it was never at church, which to me just struck me as just the innocence of this young boy, saying we practiced this, but we didn't practice it for this moment. And he also talked about how his friend dove over him, and he was hiding under a pew, and his friend was shot in the back. And he said his friend is so brave for doing that and protecting him. It was really so powerful to hear, and we want you to hear directly from this young, brave boy.
Sound take.
It was like the shots fired, and then we kind of
like
got 6. Under the pews.
Here, minute 6.
It kind of they shot through the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes.
Why did it automatically
really
switch to that
and
one when I didn't tell it to?
We went to the gym, and then the doors locked just to make sure he didn't come. And we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people were okay.
Who were you, friend, Wes?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
Back to Dell 3 next.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him.
Should be Dell 7.
He was okay.
And Miker, taking cue.
So you heard it there from Wes, that really brave 5th grade boy who was in the church at the time this happened. He described seeing his mom when he could finally be reunited with her. And he said that he was relieved because he didn't know if he would see her again, what was going to happen in that
boxes,
moment.
2 and Dell 3.
Yeah, just a harrowing tale of what happened inside the church this morning when Wes and so many other school children at Annunciation School were kicking off the school year, going to Mass in the middle of prayers. He said it happened really soon after Mass began, and it was just the unthinkable that unfolded thereafter, guys.
Mike Danker's take. So scary and so brave at the same time. Jumping in the field
10 years old.
10 years old.
Fifth grader there.
Caroline Cummings, we appreciate that update. We talked about before that sometimes
Caroline's
the first-hand accounts really help to tell the story, and we're getting more and more of those coming into the newsroom. So we want to continue our coverage this morning. Jonah Kaplan, he joins us now
Jonah,
from
Del
South
7,
Minneapolis.
Mike Jonah.
I understand you had a chance to speak with a priest.
Take.
AJ, when we think about the many layers of this tragedy, whenever there's tragedy, people turn to their faith. They turn to their congregations, whether it's a church, a mosque, a synagogue. And here the very shooting took place at that house of worship where people come to find their sanctuary. And we were speaking with a pastor who was here with the children as they were awaiting their parents, and he shared an anecdote with me that how were they able to keep the kids calm? They were singing. And what was the song they were singing? Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. With thanksgiving, I want to be a living sanctuary for you. And that was just on repeat. And that struck me on a number of levels, because that is a song that I sing with my own children at night. It is a song that can be ecumenical.
Ready, Del 3?
It is one that can be sung in a home
Take
of
Del
any
3?
faith. And
yes, you can clear Del 2.
Truly can ground all of us when we think of how to find the light amidst this darkness. And AJ, I know you and Heather, young kids like me, I just took my daughter to second grade her first day yesterday. Coming up later this week, we're going to have the opening ceremony. Today was a Mass, a Wednesday Mass, which is, of course, common in the Catholic Church, but it was one of kind of the welcoming ceremony for this community and this school. There were multiple generations of people. We spoke with one man, his wife and their grandchildren were in the church together. They were in the pews, and they were praying for a wonderful new year, a year of success, a year of growth. This is the time of renewal. And this, in some traditions, is really a new birthday of the world because of the kind of renewal we have. Yes, there's spring. Yes, there's January 1st. But in the fall, a new school year, a whole new year of growth ahead of us. And it just so hits home on so many layers. But to hear the pastor talk about that song, that hymn that the kids were speaking, it truly just touches the heart.
Mike Dankers, take.
It sure does, Jonah.
Whoa, where's 2 going?
The challenge now that these pastors, that these clergy people, that the support system in the school will have over the next day, week, months,
where's
years,
2
that
going?
these children will need, that these families will need, that the staff will need there. But Dana, the fact that someone was there at that moment to try to keep these kids calm in a situation
I don't know what's happening.
Just unimaginable.
Well, this goes back to something that we heard Mayor Fry say. He was very, very passionate about this. He says, don't think of these as your kids. He said, think of these as your kids. Yeah. He said, make sure you stand by these families. I don't know what's going on.
I just lost
Even
camera
though it's not
2.
Your family, stand by these families. Love these families, because it's going to take all of us collectively to support our community moving forward.
Absolutely. You can see Shayla Reeves now joining us here. Maria just went.
Wish I could.
Break. Shayla, give us your thoughts.
I've been at my desk following this throughout the day, and the thing that I continue to think about is just for these families, the ones that were rushing to the school this morning, just
I don't know if I
put
can.
eyes on their kids.
Am I okay to take camera 1?
The intensity of that embrace when they saw them for the first time, and just the challenges of knowing that two families of an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, imagining that they could be there and they weren't getting that hug or they weren't getting that chance to see them at the end of the school day, and not knowing that when you take them to school in the morning,
kill the cameras, hit the emergency stops on them.
That would be the last time. And so just seeing these families experiencing this level of grief, the families that are walking down the sidewalk, that kiss on the hand, just how lucky they are to be able to be doing that, because there are families right now that
if we can just get one of the cameras
children that they won't.
Ready, Vio and Charlie. Dissolve Charlie.
They're still in critical condition right now.
Processing everything they've experienced, something that not only the school but this community is going to be grappling with for some time.
Right. And I think back to something Caroline just said, is that if you have a child in school, or if you just know a child, you know that they do those school shooter drills all the time.
I see
in
9.
Schools now, but
I see 9 is coming out.
They don't do those school shooter drills in the church for the mass.
Yeah, we can. Give me 1 second.
You're supposed to lock your door in the classroom. You're supposed to hide. This was a wide open space.
S14.
Something that anyone
yes, I can do S14.
would have ever thought was possible. Someone shooting through the church.
Okay, I have camera 9 now.
Into a church full of school children.
Let's listen to a 5th grader who says his friend saved him. Listen to this.
Sound check.
It was like right beside me. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And then I got.
What everyone tried to do?
I think I got like gunpowder on my neck. Yeah.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one I was like,
okay,
what is
that? 9 next.
I thought it was just something, then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head. My friend Victor like saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Your friend laid on
Are you zooming 9 or is it doing it itself?
And he got hit.
Fuck. Mike, taking cue.
Gosh, when you hear that, about the bravery of that child to help his friend, and just a child describing that moment when he heard the gunshot and then realized.
Can you try it slowly tilting up on 9?
9 and 10-year-olds shouldn't have to save their classmates.
No. And you can imagine that the teachers, I'm sure, were doing the same thing in there. The adults that were in the room were doing the same thing there. I'm sure that is not the only story that we will hear of some bravery
okay, ready,
like
Del
that
3.
that
Take Del
happened
3.
this morning in that church right there. Let's take a live look here
if you guys
in
need
South
to
Minneapolis. You can see the scene still quite active.
15's next.
In
15's next.
Families are still being reunified here. Parents still coming in to pick up their kids. Again, this was started 15 minutes after school had started there in that spot.
I can do that, Gary, if that's what you want to do.
Their day, whether they're heading back home or the kids were dropped off on the bus, then to be called back then there. There's a school shooting at your children's schools.
Imagine, too, so you find out there's a school shooting that happens. You return to school, but you don't know anything else. You just know you need to get to school, but you can't. Crime scene tape is up, and now you are waiting, just like everyone else, to find out, is my child okay? Is my family member okay? Is my spouse okay if they're teaching at the school? And you have to wait, just like everyone else, to find that out. And
I think we have some sound from a grandfather who went through one of those scary moments.
It'll be on Alpha. It'll pop in there. Sound take.
Inexplainable, and it happens way too much. And
we'll have to come back to Del 3 after this.
To your own children, then you're going to think very differently about it.
Lawrence will be coming up on Channel 1.
And
Thank you.
there's nothing this precious little boy ever did to deserve this. Go through it. It's just heartbreaking.
And Mike, I'm taking cue.
Again, a grandfather.
Is there a way to put camera 9 in local mode?
School, so you know
so that if we reboot the system, it doesn't do anything?
It is a true community school. It is a private school. It is a Catholic school there, but these are kids that come right from that neighborhood. It's right on the border of Richfield and Minneapolis. You got a lot of Minneapolis kids there. You got a lot of Richfield kids coming in there. A lot of these kids, their own parents went to that own school. So I have no doubt that as parents rush to that school, grandparents rush to that school, friends rush down there to that school.
I just want to add perspective and context. So the grandfather that we just heard from,
which one's next? 16?
Of the 9-year-old. That's his granddad. So he's talking about, look, when this happens to your grandchild or someone, it hits differently, and you take it differently. So that's the perspective that he is coming from it now. He's experiencing this firsthand, saying, my grandson dealt with this, and maybe now he's saying, I have a different mindset with this as well. So just the context there.
It's something that you can't say, well, this is over there, or this happened to someone else. He now has this real in-person experience. And I think, as you mentioned AJ earlier. They were talking about wrap your arms around everyone and think of all of these as our kids.
Yeah. Let's go back to the sound from that little one there that
I just lost camera 9
earlier, talking about the drills that they do at school.
Pretty bravo. Sound take.
We practice it like every month, or I don't know, but yeah, we've never practiced it in the church though.
Back to Del 3 next.
Only in school, so it was really different.
And that is something that's different because we know that since Columbine,
yes,
kids have done school drills. And Heather,
he said every month they are doing these drills. These drills are very specific. They are told that they need to close the classroom door, that they need to hide there. No one prepares for someone to shoot into the windows of a church sanctuary where you have hundreds of children and community members sitting in there. Yes, they did these drills, but they did not do the drill in the church.
And they're all sitting there open, vulnerable, in these pews next to each other.
Why should they think they would ever need to?
Right. Okay, ready, VO
and think of church, Alpha? Too, it's a place, come as you are, a place that's welcoming, and you don't imagine it being a place where you have to experience something like this.
Yeah.
And when you think back to 2015 at Mother Emmanuel Church in Charleston,
absolutely,
just the
VO and Charlie's next.
And their life literally turned upside down. Kids today,
that's the only camera that's working right now.
Turned upside down in a place that
don't jinx it.
Would feel they should.
Well, that's the only one that you can't really do anything with.
That we heard from the police chief Brian O'Hara was,
we
need more context around this, but it sounds like at least some of the doors outside,
at least everyone's
they were barricaded.
Outside of the church,
outside of the church were barricaded with these 2x4s. So it's disturbing to think that this could have been planned. Well, we don't want to speculate because we don't have that information yet.
We don't know those barricades got up there, but we do know that it could have meant exit was blocked.
Exactly. So that's the other part. As this investigation unfolds, that part of the puzzle will still have to be told, because we know, Jen, as you talked about before, even though we are focused on the victims, as what we should be, there's a law enforcement side of this that is being put together as we speak.
Does Gary need us to grab a photographer and a cable and
victims, these families, the community, all of us who have been impacted by this, and at the same time, law enforcement is doing their job.
Hey, Guy.
The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the FBI, the ATF.
I need a photographer with a camera and a tripod to head to the Plaza Studio. We lost all of our cameras.
The suspected shooter, who we know died by suicide this morning, and if there was any
if they have an engineer to start stringing a cable,
signs that were seen or missed,
we're getting a photog.
There's so many questions that they are working on right now to unravel. And in a time like this, where there is such
we could do that too if we had to.
It's hard to think about the person responsible because we don't want it.
That
doesn't
would be the easiest.
the grief and the pain that families and everyone is feeling. And there's a job that law enforcement.
What does Gary say about that?
Accountable. And to find out information.
If that's what we do, that's what we do.
So that's part of what I've been tracking today to learn information. We know that this person is in their early 20s. And I do have additional information that we've been learning from law enforcement. And we will share it. We believe we'll share that with folks later today.
When it's appropriate.
But also when the information is confirmed.
Okay, I see camera 9 now.
We're working really hard right here on this desk and behind the scenes to make sure that the information that we give you is correct, is factual. We know a lot of people are watching very closely, just looking for any
live desk. We could use live desk.
They can find right now. So we just want to make sure that what we tell you is the real deal.
Yeah, we've been talking about that this morning because we heard from officials with the city and we heard from the hospital, but before that we were sharing information, and these are from people that we trust who are working on this case, who have been at the scene.
Is there any chance you could throw 9 in preview?
And that is the only information that we are sharing with folks, is things that we know to be true.
Credible sources is what we're doing here. So again, you're looking at some of the video of some of the reunification that was happening
Gary
just
went
outside
around the Cambot base.
of the church,
oh, gotcha.
outside of the school, I should say.
So it's static now?
It should be static,
Okay,
ready, 9.
K through 8. And Heather, you alluded to this before, but the students at the school, you can tell who they are because they have those
stand down on that photog,
those green polos that
guy.
they wear.
That's the uniform that they wear over at Annunciation. This was their
manual
first week of school. They had just
That's
started
fine.
there on
We're just
Monday.
going to leave it on a static shot.
They have a mass. The community is also invited to the mass. I think we heard one story of one of the students' grandparents were there celebrating at the mass this morning. So this is the first mass of the year, so it's always the welcome back, the celebratory. mass.
Do we need to like manually move?
Ended in unthinkable
Sound on 12?
Here this morning, we have an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old who are no longer with us, no longer with these students, that these students will eventually have to go back to their classrooms. It's hard to even think about what that looks like.
Without their classmates.
Yeah, without their classmates.
And we know that there are other kids who were injured, 14 other kids, 2 in critical condition, and other children survived, were able to get to a safe place. Yeah. And
Maria looks like she's
one
there.
Of those kids now.
Take sound.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of got under the pews. It kind of it shot through the stained glass windows.
Can you take the one that says mall, Kelly, and code it for the live desk, please?
Scary.
But not for the live desk bug.
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes. I don't really know, and then we went to the gym, and then the doors locked just to make sure he didn't come.
What's up?
And
yeah,
we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people were okay.
Who were your friend?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
Thank you, Kelly.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
Ready 9, take 9.
Okay. All right, we have new information. Yep. This just in this morning from CBS News, just in right now from CBS News. 3 law enforcement sources telling us that the shooter was Robin Westman, age 23, from suburban Minneapolis.
And this is the name that I have been getting this morning from our sources and working with CBS News to confirm this information. This is Robin Westman, as you mentioned. We are also working to learn more information about any connection to the school or to the church. But we do know that law enforcement is checking out this person, where this person frequents, their home. And we are learning more information about this suspected shooter beyond the name. And we, of course, will continue to follow information that we can share with folks.
One of the things we did know is that they were looking at
a we're staying on
nearby. Yeah. We knew that. They were looking at a vehicle nearby. So this would be the vehicle that they would be looking at nearby. So still a very, very active investigation.
Stick with us. We're staying with this. We have no intention of wrapping at the moment, so just stay with us.
This morning, our Reg Chapman actually asked, is this person a former student? Does this person have some sort of connection to the school? And the police chief at this point, this is about, what would you say, 2 hours ago? The police chief said, no, we don't know right now, but this is certainly something that they will be looking at.
Okay, ready, Del 4?
That's always part of an investigation, is why this location, why now?
Take Del 4.
Did they choose it randomly? Was it a place that they knew of? Were they familiar with the location? So we are looking at a location where this suspected shooter lived. We know that law enforcement has been at this location. Once we learned the name of the person, the suspected person, we sent a crew there. And they have been witnessing law enforcement going in and out of this building. We expect what they would be doing in a situation like this is they would be collecting evidence. They would be collecting anything like a computer, a phone, any writings.
Don't forget to get yourself some.
And you can see this is, we're being told, in Richfield.
Again,
and this is where law enforcement have put their efforts. As we've been talking about, there are 2 things happening at the same time. Working on the victims and talking through all of that, as well as law enforcement doing their role in all of this. An investigation like this is hard. We know the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency, they're looking at the 3 guns that were recovered from the scene. How did now Robin Westman get these guns? Was this person able to buy them legally? Did they get them from someone else? That's all part of this investigation.
Nick, there's pizza in the atrium if you have a second to step out.
The collection of evidence that we are seeing unfold right now here today, as we now have a name of the person who police believe and who are investigating carried out this horrific attack.
And when the chief spoke earlier, he was saying that he believed he acted alone, and he also added that he did not have an extensive known criminal history, so I'm sure they'll be looking further into that to see how any of these pieces
A reminder here, this apartment is in Richfield. We know that the church, that the school is right on that border of Richfield and South Minneapolis, so not clear. We'll find more information in just a bit about exactly where this would be over here, but not far from where the school would be. Richfield's not a huge city down there.
So a couple of different scenes. So you've got the scene in Richfield. You also have the scene of the church and the school. That's in South Minneapolis. We also have cameras over at HCMC. We have cameras over at Children's Hospital.
Where they have victims there at both of those hospitals. So we have 7 victims now. An update from Children's just in the past minute or so. 7 patients there they are treating. We understand 17 patients were over at HCMC. Now, most of these patients, some adults were some of these victims, but most of these patients are children between the ages of 6 and 14 years old.
Yeah, last check, they said they were actually operating on 4 people right now. There were no fatalities. That was at HCMC, but you just alluded to 6 to 14 years old, so very, very young patients who are being operated on right now.
And we did get that information earlier from Jonah, from one of the council members, that one of these students, again, shot in the back, as we heard from one of the students who said he was actually shielded by his friend. And then we also heard from that same council member that there was an 11-year-old who was shot in the head. So just serious, extensive injuries that the medical teams are navigating.
We're coming up on 12:32, and if you're just now joining us, maybe this is a good point to do a reset as far as what we've learned so far this morning, because this has been a very, very active scene. Unfortunately, we have 2 children who are 8 and 10 years old who are dead after a shooting that took place inside a church. The shooter apparently outside, we heard from the police chief, fired shots outside the church, into the church, and this was during Mass today, Heather.
It was during a Mass for the school, in fact. Annunciation School is connected there to that church in that parish, and the students go to that Mass. It was a welcome back to school Mass. The students had just started there on Monday, so this was their celebratory Wednesday morning Catholic school Mass. That's, if you've gone to Catholic school, you know that the kids all join in there, so they were in the sanctuary. And one thing that really got me is we did talk to a boy who was in the church at the time. He was right near the stained glass windows where the shooter had been standing, shooting in from the outside. And he said, we do these drills all the time. We do these drills at least once a month, but we never did these drills inside the church. And all I can think of is, why would you think that you would ever have to do these drills inside that church there?
So first responders, the shooting takes place, first responders respond, and the thing that really stuck out to me is the first responders who go in there, and they have to look in the classrooms. They have to look through the church and go room by room.
Right, the kids were in the church, and then many of them, you can only imagine here what had happened. The shooter, according to police, was shooting from outside into the church sanctuary. So you have to think that people had no idea what was happening, what it sounded like. Did it sound like firecrackers? Was something crumbling? And they didn't realize right away what was happening. And then they were told by the teachers, by other students, to hide there under the pew. So we understand from the chief that when officers went in there, they first went into the sanctuary to try to help those students and those staff that were injured there in that spot, but then they also fanned out through the school because people had run out of that sanctuary looking for places to hide in there, and I suspect that they were looking for closets or bathrooms and going to try and find some of these children. Some of them as young as just 6 years old there. This is a K-8 school.
Let's listen to the mayor and his reaction to everything that unfolded. Mayor Jacob Fry.
Sound check.
The horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster.
This runs 1:33.
These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary.
1 is next.
And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
And Mike, cue.
We're also hearing from the president this morning, who says that he posted on Truth Social, I should say, I've been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded, and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved. Again, that's coming from the President of the United States.
Take Del 3.
Right, and let's head back outside, take a live look at Annunciation Catholic School, Annunciation Catholic Church there over in South Minneapolis, right near the border of Richfield in that area, over in a busy spot, 54th and Lyndale. And as we've been mentioning all morning long, police asking right now people to just stay away from that area as families are being unified.
S13 next, S13 next. It will be
into what happened here just before 8:30.
Well, it'll be an alpha, but this thing's doing the thing where it doesn't like to queue it.
This is really a community, a family in this neighborhood. Caroline Cummings just sent a message saying she received a text from a state lawmaker who saw one of the earlier interviews and breathed a sigh of relief because he coaches someone and a bunch of the kids from the school who play sports in Richfield. And, you know, everyone's so connected here, and it doesn't just impact the people that we've seen on the screen holding hands and reuniting, but there are people we don't see who are feeling the impact of this too. And still trying to make sense of this tragedy.
And Sheila, we've talked a lot about this morning, is that these students started school this week. There are so many students that start school on Tuesday. We already know that for many students, it comes with anxiety of heading back to school there. And the conversations that families are having today and over the last week are really challenging. I don't know. Truly, I've been thinking about this throughout the morning as I go home, what you say to your kids about this.
Right, because some of them are just, they may be starting a new school, or they're just worried about the school year in general, and then you layer on top of it a tragedy of this magnitude, and it adds just another anxiety and more questions that parents are going to be trying to find answers to.
We're going to Caroline next, and Del 3.
Leaning on some of those professionals that work in the mental health space for guidance on how do I reassure my child they're going to be okay.
Del 3's next.
And that, you know, when you go to school, there are people that love and care about you that are going to make sure that you're safe, and finding the language around that to help them
VO and Charlie dissolve
like this. Even if this wasn't their school, they still have to go to school.
Well, this goes to it takes a village, right? It takes a village. It's going to take a village for us to heal. Let's check in with our Caroline.
My Caroline, dissolve boxes are up.
Shayla just mentioned what you mentioned before.
What do you Del 3?
A huge sigh of relief, I'm sure, but then also heartache at the same time.
Del 3?
I got nothing.
Looks like...
Are we having a problem with
we're having a problem right now.
There?
10-year-old.
There we go.
There we go.
We're losing microphones here. Oh, can you hear me, guys? Okay. Yes, I got a text message from Representative Mike Howard. He lives in Richfield. He's a state representative, and he saw on TV as we took that interview with Weston, that really brave fifth grader you heard from earlier, and he says, I've been worried about him and was so happy to see him. He coached basketball for Weston and several other 10-year-olds who attend this school, and he said something that I feel like really speaks to what you heard if you were watching Weston. He was so brave, sharing what it was like to be inside that church when those shots rang out. And he says, quote, it tracks that he would be brave. He was our most fearless and rowdy player. And he says there's a lot of anxious Richfield families trying to find out the status of the children and students here Annunciation Catholic School because a lot of them played sports in Richfield. And so it just kind of speaks to that kind of reverberation beyond just the four walls of that church and this school. This is a tragedy that touches so many in our community, and so many people have a connection to this school. And even if you don't, you are just waiting to hear good news about the condition of those children who are currently in the hospital, guys.
Mike the Anchors, take.
Yes, and Caroline, I'll say the same thing. My kids play hockey with a lot of the kids that go to Annunciation. So these kids know kids from all over. So as Shayla was mentioning, it's not just affecting the people in this school, it's all of their friends that are in all the other schools and those families as well there.
Okay, ready, 9. Take 9.
You think about Weston in the 5th grade and him being so brave.
And his friend.
And his friend being so brave to shield him.
Sound and out.
Let's listen to
13,
Weston
right
now.
Sound take.
Mom was waiting outside
Del 4 next.
The church when it happened.
Yeah. What was it like seeing her?
I was super happy because, like, I was scared that I wasn't going to see her because I didn't know what was happening.
And Mike the Anchors.
Right, again, little Weston there, 5th grade there, Caroline Cummings, as she mentioned, I've been talking to him throughout the morning there. Let's take you back out live to Richfield. This is where we understand there's a large law enforcement presence. This is at the home or one of the residences of the suspected shooter there. Jen, what can you tell us here?
Yeah, so what we know is that law enforcement had this name early on. So right away they get to work when a situation like this happens. And they go to, places that they go is look at the car, right? Look at what they had with them. But they also go to where they live and they try to contact anyone else who knows this person. And so this is one of the locations where we know that they've been there for at least an hour, possibly longer, and they're going through this apartment where the suspected shooter apparently lived. And they're looking for evidence, anything that would give them a clue, anything they can take back and look at electronically, maybe in a notebook, anything like that that they can take that could give them a clue as to why. Why?
Would the natural conclusion be to assume that wherever he worked, that would be a place that they would go next to speak with possible coworkers, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, if this person did have a job, they would go and try to connect with family, with coworkers, anyone that knew this person. They're likely combing social media, right? I mean, these are all things that are done in an investigation like this, and this is all happening simultaneously with, everyone at the hospital who's working on these patients and doing everything. But this is a piece that happens when something as horrific as this does. And what we know is that this is a location where this suspected shooter, Robin Westman, 23, is known to live, and they are looking for any evidence and will be collecting anything that can help them in this investigation. We know this person came in with 3 guns, as we've heard, a shotgun, a rifle, a pistol, and was wearing all black. That's what we know about what this person, how this person appeared on the scene this morning.
Please still on.
When they opened fire.
Do you need to power down and restart?
They were holding that.
I won't move till I'm clear. I'm good.
Richfield, and that school
are we going to 3 next?
Is right on the border.
Yeah, we're going to you next, Joel. Are you okay? Or
Richfield in that spot. We did ask the police chief if they understood that this person, the suspected shooter,
this
had
black
any connection
truck
to
is in the way. That's why I was just going to try to move to the right.
Hours ago, the chief saying at the time that he wasn't sure.
Go ahead and move.
This, of course, is something that they will be looking closely at as well.
Absolutely. That is one of the questions. Why this location? Why today? And did they have a connection to this school? Had they been seen there before? Did they had people recognize this person on campus previously, this week or prior? And so those are all questions that they will be looking into and hoping to get answers on.
Well, we know this is a very active scene. We know that police and law enforcement tell people to avoid the area right here around the church. This is 54th, is it 54th?
54th and Lindale. 54th so it's right on 54th Street, but we understand that right now you can see it's a very busy area. They have a Kowalski's right there at the corner. They have restaurants, a gas station, several shops. The library's right just down the street. on Lyndale. They're asking people to stay out of that area, and we know our Barrett Leone and our Caroline Cummings and their photojournalists that they're working with have been on the scene all throughout the morning, and they have expanded that perimeter. You'd have to think part of it is part of the investigation. Another part of it may just be that the families are reunifying there, and just to give them a little space as they come and reconnect with their children in that spot.
Yeah. So again, very active scene. You know, the great images that we did see today are those reunification scenes where families were coming out. We saw it looked like mothers or fathers with loved ones in arms.
Take VO.
And you know that tonight, yeah, this is the video. Tonight there's going to be some very, very tough conversations, but also lots of hugs tonight.
You know what? One problem at a time.
Just a tough day all
The other thing too is it's a
server issue
right now, as you are all, all of us are, for information about what is happening, what is going on. There's a lot of chatter online out there, so we ask that you just be careful with what you are able to discern and what you are able to read. We here are trying to give you the most accurate, most up-to-date information we have, information that has been vetted or information that's coming from officials here, but we know plenty of chatter coming online, and just be careful as you continue to navigate this. It's not an easy thing.
The rotate hasn't worked in years.
We are confirming with authority, or confirming with our sources, that we have the right information that we're sharing with the community. And one thing I just looked at is just how close that location
You have to use the
agents are
tank mode.
And it's
and then you can
less
rotate
than a mile
it like that.
Walk,
right?
And just over a mile if you were to drive. And so it's
I thought you were talking about the rotate
location. So that's something that they'll be looking at too, and that might be why they were able to get to this location.
You know what? You know how to drive the cameras?
They did learn the name of the suspected shooter very quickly, Robin Westman, at 23 years old, and were able to find that information. And
you know how to drive those manually?
Process of the investigation.
Yeah. Can you help?
This is a really busy area, again, right on the border of Richfield and Minneapolis, so we know officers were able to arrive on scene very quickly. They have 2 large police departments down there, and what the chief told us, and what one of the witnesses told us, is that within minutes, they had several officers there that were getting inside, trying to help some of the victims. And we know in these situations, every second counts.
Well, the other thing is that, they didn't necessarily know what they were walking into.
Absolutely.
Initially they had the bomb squad called in because there was threat of a smoke bomb that was there too. So law enforcement, not necessarily knowing what they're walking into in that situation, they have to do their part. And they have to assess the situation, that they make sure that they themselves are safe too.
Right. We want to check back in with our Caroline Cummings, who has
been
there throughout the morning in South Minneapolis, right outside the church. Caroline.
Well, hi there, Heather. So I am right at the corner of West 54th Street in Lyndale. This is about as far as you can go when we're talking about the scene here. They have blocked off all of the streets surrounding the school. And so you can see blocked off here, I just saw Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. She represents Minneapolis. Of course, they allowed her to go through the police tape here. She really wanted to, as I tried to get her to share a few words with us, she said she really wanted to get to the families first. There's obviously a large media presence here, but there's also people who have just come as far as they can go to see what's going on. So many people overwhelmed with emotion and grief. Whether you are a member of this parish and school community, or you are a member of Minneapolis, the Twin Cities, the state of Minnesota, everybody is grieving for these families who have experienced truly an unthinkable tragedy. You can see, perhaps with Joel Cam here, our fearless photojournalist, that there is still police presence near the entrance of the school. That's where we saw children and their families leave earlier this morning. It's where I saw 2 young children with slings on their arm in the immediate aftermath of this. That was truly a hard thing to see. These little arms in slings, having been in mass and experiencing this really devastating tragedy. But yeah, still a lot going on here in Minneapolis, as now investigators are kind of combing through the details of what happened here and learning more about that gunman too, guys.
Mike Anchors,
Caroline, we know that it certainly takes a village even in these investigations. We just got a statement in from the special agent in charge of Minneapolis Division of the FBI saying they are assisting their local partners Their hearts go out to the victims, their families, and the Minneapolis community as we face this senseless act of violence against innocent children. They say the FBI will devote every available resource to support this ongoing investigative effort.
Yeah. Again, this is an investigation that is only in the infancy stages. But right now, the focus needs to be, at least we try to make the focus on the victims right now and everything that's unfolded right now. So we still have 2 people who are dead, but we still have a number of people who are in critical condition at hospitals throughout the metro area right now, at Children's and also at HCMC.
And absolutely. And what we also have are these families that have been reunified and now go home and have just some really difficult conversations.
Oh, absolutely.
Pretty VO.
You know, it's the rush of what today has been for them. You just imagine, okay, they just started school a couple of days ago. They went through their morning routine today. They dropped their kids off at school. And you don't imagine, in some cases, for at least the parents of an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, that when you took them to school, you said goodbye, that it would be the last time.
You know, that's the thing. Like, you think about, and Heather, we've talked about this, getting kids ready for the school year. Anxiety, whatever it may be, you know, they're excited, getting ready. So you've got all that figured out. There's no playbook for something like this. There's no playbook for a grandfather to now coach his son as far as what happens next and how do we move forward. Listen to this grandfather.
Sound take.
Inexplainable, and it happens way too much.
24, just heartbreaking. Yeah, cute.
Then you're going to think very differently about this.
Okay, we're going to come to 9 next.
And there's nothing this precious little boy ever did.
Stand by.
Breaking away. Taking an interview.
We got you.
It's just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Taking cue.
You know, we talk about preparation with this, and you can't prepare. We know that the hospitals have been prepared, law enforcement, let's do the drills. But until that moment happens, there's nothing that fully prepares you for when that moment happens.
And when you think about it, too, parents think, I've got to prepare my kids for what to do with a stranger. I have to prepare my kid for what to do in all types of dangerous situations.
That didn't sound good.
And then life happens, it unfolds in unexpected ways, and it's like, I didn't think to prepare them for this. And it's probably a challenging tug of war, I would imagine, with, you know, wanting to feel like you've done all you can and knowing that there's something else that you couldn't do.
Right, exactly. And we heard from little Weston there, one of the boys that was in the church at the time. Let's hear
Sounds
from
in Bravo.
him again.
Sound take.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of like got under the pews. It kind of they shot
minute 6
through the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes. I don't really know, and then we went to the gym.
Are Heather and AJ giving Frank and Amelia their microphones?
That's probably the option.
We waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people.
So whenever we decide to do that, we'll need a second to get them swapped.
My friend got hit.
Whenever we decide to swap, we'll need.
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
We'll swap at 1.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
Okay.
I was super scared for him.
Okay, there'll be a soundbite we're going to roll, and then they can swap out. Mike, I'm taking cue.
Caroline Cummings talking to Weston there, a student who was in that church this morning, right near the stained glass windows where the shots were coming through. And I think one of the things that Weston said that was
they're going to have
really
to
hit home most
they're going to have to take
said,
the Heather and AJ mics.
We have these drills every month.
I can put on fresh mics if you want.
We've never had them in the church.
I think I've got 2 left.
Because
what do you have?
You wouldn't think you would ever need to.
I
was really struck by his composure.
G and H,
really
I and J.
In the magnitude of what
G and
they
H?
experienced today.
Put him on G and H and the extra A and B IFBs.
What he went through. I'm sure it's going to be an ongoing process.
Okay, they'll be G and H.
Okay. Understanding what this moment was.
Sean, golf and hotel.
That, right?
G&H.
But the composure that he showed and just.
What did you say? Sorry, I was dealing with something else.
Remarkable.
The composure that he showed at the same time.
Okay, ready, VO.
That little kid voice.
VO's and Charlie.
And then just a reminder
Take
that
VO.
he's 9, 10
too many
years
kids
old.
who are going through something right now.
Hey, Atlanta, what's up?
Wrap their minds around what happened and what they saw.
Yes, we are.
And what does school mean for them now?
My understanding is we're on until further notice.
You know, what happens next week? A conversation for later, but that's something that we will continue to focus on because, again, it's going to take all of us, you know, all
Sound
of us
3 and
here
4
at
at
CCO,
58.
all of us here in Minneapolis and St. Paul, throughout Minnesota, throughout the U.S., to put our arms around these people who are suffering right now.
Take
because
9.
it really takes a village. You talk about taking a village, and that is what it's going to take because this one's hard.
It is, and we just saw the video right there. That was video that Caroline Cummings took when she first got on the scene. That was right about, this happened about 8:30. Caroline was there by 9:15, and what you saw were just lines.
Are Frank and Amelia out there?
First responders going through.
I don't see them, no.
17 people were hurt. Most of them children. Many of them went over to the hospital. 4 of them needed surgery there in that spot. Some of those children in critical condition. Now, we, of course, will continue to follow all of their conditions right now. But our families over there at HCMC,
Frank usually gets A, Amelia
Children's
usually gets B.
Hospital right now, just wondering, is my child going to be okay? And then, of course,
ready, Alpha.
Those 2 families with an 8 and a 10-year-old who were killed this morning at Annunciation Catholic School.
We're taking a live look right now from HCMC. That's where we heard from John Lauritsen earlier, who updated us. We heard actually from Thomas Wyatt. He is the chair of medical emergency services over at HCMC, and he talked about it takes a toll on them too. It takes a toll on them, you know.
Even though they train for it.
Even though they train for this, they are ready for these situations. They are able to put everything else aside, and they train for this, but it takes a toll on them too. And they
let me know when Frank and Amelia are ready.
2 mass events in the last 24 hours.
Wired up now. I haven't seen Frank.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have not seen Frank?
I have not seen Frank.
We have Amelia. She's getting wired up right now. Do not have Frank.
6 years old. These are little bodies here.
Never mind. We have Frank. He's in here.
The healthcare workers there, you know, before the emergency responders who take in these patients into the ER. I've talked with the surgeons there for other stories about what they do to prepare and the toll it takes. That was the story that we were talking about. But what they always told me is it's always about saving a life. Everything they do is to save a life. And it sounds kind of dramatic, but that's what they do. That's what they're trained to do. And in a situation like this, they scale up to get the right staff there so they can do that. When they get that they have a potential mass casualty event, they scale up until they find
VO. It's in Bravo. Are Frank and Amelia in the studio?
Yep, they're both here.
To get the right people in place to be
Frank's just got to finish clipping.
Yes, they are there. They're just finishing wiring up right now.
Emergency room before they can get to that surgery. And it takes everyone from those first police officers on scene who
ready, 9.
To treat patients right then before the ambulances could get there.
She was
the next layer of you know, the EMTs and coming in to
sound
before
in Alpha's next
to the hospital. But it takes all of them to save lives in a situation like this.
We heard from Chief O'Hara earlier. He said within minutes there's officers were there on the scene. We heard from a witness who said it felt like 1 minute that they were there, and they were in there. These officers, they do have some training. They're not AMTs, most of them, but they do have some sort of training that can get in there and at least be that first response in this church with these children. As you've mentioned throughout the morning, AJ, you can only imagine what they were walking into. You can't prepare yourself.
Frank and Amelia are ready to go.
Yep, I'm just waiting for them to toss this hot.
To walk into a situation where you have children who have
I just hit the emergency stop on 2 because it was running away.
And from the police chief here in Minneapolis.
Sound is off. All right, they can swap.
Worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School.
Are Shayla and Jen out too?
Are Shayla and Jen staying?
On the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the
Are we
mass.
keeping Shayla and Jen?
Shooting through the windows.
Yes, we are.
He struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun.
Does Jen have time to run to the restroom?
Jen has to run to the restroom? Okay.
This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible.
And ready, Charlie, sound Charlie, dissolve.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this.
And then we're going to go back to the desk for the reset.
Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child.
Can you frame up
You cannot
a free
put
shot
into
there for
words
me?
the gravity, the tragedy,
Free shot who?
or the absolute
Unless
pain
Jen's not
of
moving?
this situation.
No, Jen's staying.
Okay, then that's fine.
We are a Minneapolis family.
Okay.
But to everybody out
She
there,
does need a bathroom, so at next long
do
break
not
I'll send
think
her.
of these as just somebody else's kids. Those
We're out on
families
9
are
next.
suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
And Mike's dissolving queue.
Well, that certainly is a sentiment a lot of people are feeling. We're going to pick up our afternoon coverage. Frank, Amelia, we appreciate Shayla and Jennifer staying with us, and we'll try to go ahead and get you up to speed on everything that we know, and then as we kind of look forward, certainly focus on the victims, many of them who are still being treated today, and also a look as well at the shooter as we get more information and go to the possibilities of how and why something like this would happen to disrupt an otherwise absolutely peaceful Wednesday morning with children going back to school. And probably say this on behalf of Amelia, and I maybe beg for a little forgiveness if we get a little emotional at times. We have a number of connections personally to
what did you say, V3?
Annunciation. Our children have played in that gym many a time, and they've played with kids from Annunciation and against them, and we know a lot of families there. And I can tell you, ladies, every conversation that I've had today has begun with these, and it's you can't even get out hello before there's crying and there's sobbing and there's some people just wailing on the phone, just trying to understand and figure out what's happening on a day like that. So we'll try to keep it together as much as we can and get you good information. But if we get a little upset at times, it's because it kind of hits home to us. It's not far from our neighborhood.
Absolutely. So we should recap a little bit if you're just joining or if you've been watching all morning.
Okay, ready, Del 3?
You know, 2 children are dead and 17 other people are
Take
injured
Del 3.
after a suspected shooter shot through the windows of the Church of Annunciation. That, of course, is a church that borders right there on Minneapolis and Ridgefield. And police say that an 8-year-old and 10-year-old died. Initial reports indicate 17 other people are injured. Now, 14 of those 17 are children. And I was talking to one of our friends from over at Annunciation. She has a connection there, and she was talking about how in the church there was actually one kid, and you really don't think of this, who was in a wheelchair. And can you imagine the panic in sitting in a wheelchair and these shots are being fired and you can't run? And she said that one of the teachers grabbed the kid up and then, threw him down and threw herself over it.
Yeah, we're going to hear a lot of stories like that. The other thing, ladies, that we found out to give some context, so school started on Monday. And today's Wednesday, and it's the first back-to-school mass. Now, the back-to-school mass is held weekly at Annunciation, and with a K-8 school with almost 400 kids there, I'm told it is just densely packed.
Yes.
It's kid next to kid in the pew, and of course, beginning of the year, you get a lot of grandparents who go. Parents who might work from home or not have to be at work at 8:15 in the morning when this happened. We're there. So it's a multi-generational kids, families, all kinds of folks.
Are you doing that, Ryan?
In the church.
Ryan?
Celebrating, really, the beginning of the school year.
Yes, Ryan's doing it.
A new year, everything's great, it's fresh, you get to see your friends, and then
you might want to
Jen, I know you know from your police sources more about the actual shooting itself.
Yeah, well, what we've learned from police, the police chief, I can tell you, though, is that the shooter stood outside and shot through the windows. He had a shotgun, a rifle, and a pistol that were all on him at the time, and shot through those windows, to these unsuspecting kids who were just sitting in mass.
Okay, ready, view, and Bravo.
We know that the 2 kids, the 8 and the 10-year-old who lost their lives this morning, were in mass. They were in the pews, and that, I think, is what is so troubling.
Yeah,
yes, because this is a school that's kindergarten through 8th graders.
Right.
Yeah. It's a middle-class neighborhood. It's literally 1 block away. That's Lindale right there. There's an AutoZone. There's a Kowalski's to the right. That's the church.
Washburn is right down the street.
Right there. Washburn went into lockdown. Holy Angels went into lockdown.
Right.
People were freaking out this morning, not know what was going on. You know, to that shooting, I mean, that the amount of callousness and anger that someone has to have, because you're literally blindly shooting right through a stained glass window into a church
you know is full of home base,
yeah, we've been talking about where there's
this
deep grief and about the victims and how they're doing, and then there's also this police investigation that has to happen at the same time. That these other folks have to do their job to find out more about this person who we now have named, a 23-year-old Robin Westman.
Dissolve Delphore.
One of the things that they will look to find out is there a connection to this school or to this church? This is
an
apartment nearby, less than a mile if you were walking from the school, where we believe this person.
Are you taking over for Nick?
And they are collecting evidence. You know, they're combing through it and trying to find people that knew this person.
Okay.
So I can do that.
And to discover anything that they can, but they'll be collecting evidence just to answer any questions that could give a reason why. Were there warning signs? Was there anything that could have been caught or that was overlooked? And that's the hard part to even talk about right now, because we are still in the midst of so much pain. And yet this is happening, you know, simultaneously. And so we are continuing to try to learn more and to get information about this person. You know, we know this person was wearing all black and went with these guns, and shot.
And it's heartbreaking, because we heard earlier from one of the young students who was talking about, you know, since these school shootings that have been happening over the last several decades or more, how they went and they had to have these drills. Right. If there's an active shooter, the drills that they went through, but he said that they didn't practice in church, which is just, you know.
And why would you?
Exactly.
Right? And you can run as many drills, but this is just someone like coming to an office building, shooting randomly into an office cafeteria from outside the window. Did you mention, I'm sorry, Jen, about Robin Westman taking his own life, according to police?
I have not yet. Okay. We're talking with you, but Robin Westman
take
his own life. Died by suicide. They said at the rear of the church. We're not sure if it was
Sierra 12 is next. It's in Alpha.
But it was mentioned the rear of the church. And that was one of the things that I think helped the other communities who were on lockdown, because we heard even just well past Annunciation into the suburbs that schools were on lockdown as a precaution.
Yeah. Well, Washburn and Holy Angels, which are really close. Sure. Kenny Elementary, I don't know if they went in, but it's possible. I mean, there's so many schools in that area.
Right.
You know, also
and so that's when they came off the lockdown, I think, is when they learned that the threat was no longer
there. When you look at the school, you know, the school is right on 54th. There's very few places to park in front, but if you go in the back, there's a huge parking lot. And that's where the shots were being fired, was from that back parking lot into the church.
We've talked to school experts over the years about what they teach kids to do, the kind of drills that they go through, and you're right, that it's just chilling.
Okay, Reg will be on Dell 1.
They happen in the classroom. They happen, they teach them about if they're in the hallway, what to do, where to go.
Right.
But this was, according to this one student, something that was not done in the church. And I think, you know, we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, but to say that this will change and people will look at what happened today and
how sounding Bravo.
We're going to listen to. I talked about that little boy who, you know, so bravely discussed what happened in that church, and we're going to hear him again. Weston, I think is his name.
Sound is off.
It was like the shots fired, and then he kind of like got under the pews. It kind of it shot through the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
Hey Nick, can you go over by, or Gary, whoever, can you go over by camera 1? We're about to run a test, and just see if it starts to take off on its own.
We went to the gym.
Be ready to stop it if it does.
And then the doors locked just to make sure it didn't come. And we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people were okay. My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
And Micah?
It's
49.
the innocence of a fifth grader having to describe that.
Take 9.
So we know that there are 2 victims. We also know that there's a number of kids still in surgery, and possibly some adults too. I'm not sure about that.
Right.
But talking to these people, I know there are people actively on group chats right now trying to figure out who's okay, who is going to make it, who's in surgery, and and people are continuing to play this out in real time, concerned about their community and their friends. When we've talked to some of these people, and it is heartbreaking.
I know that John Lorton, I think he was talking, and he was saying that they set up an area outside of HCMC where the families could go and they can find out and get the latest information. The hospital was keeping them posted, so that's good. But as far as knowing the rest of the community, knowing who was involved, I'm sure the word is getting around.
Right, and that's one of the things that we've also been talking about is there's so much speculation and there's so many things flying and even names that we are being very careful about what we are reporting. We want to make sure that we are being respectful of the families who are impacted and only releasing information that a family has or that the authorities release to us about these victims as this is happening, because we have 2 families right now of an 8 and a 10-year-old who their child's not coming home. Who
devastating.
Staggering to think about that.
Okay, Del 2 next. Del 2 next.
And recovery and all the work going into
boxes
people.
2 and
Del
9 and
now.
Del
She's
2
outside of children's hospitals. One of the hospitals that a number of these victims were rushed to. Susan,
Mike Suze,
can you
take.
tell us what's happening?
Ready, Del 2.
Hey, Frank. Yes, I just got an update from the staff.
S2 is her son.
Patients inside of Children's. I'm going to let you take a look at the hospital right now. It's been pretty busy inside today. They have treated several patients in there. This is a level 1 trauma center. Now, I am told that they have been briefed on this kind of stuff. You train for mass casualties. These are the things you do drills for. These are not the things you ever want to put into practice. Today is a day they put those drills into practice here with 7 patients inside.
Ready, sound in Alpha.
I do have some hopeful news. I spoke with a grandfather, his granddaughter, 8 years old, one of the patients inside today. She is doing fine. In fact, she was just released. I talked to him when he walked into the door today. I want you to hear what he had to say.
Sound take.
It's very sad. It should not be this way. People should not have guns. So look at it.
What are you going to say to her when you see her?
I'll give her a hug, that's all.
And Mike's Q. Read Del 4. Take. Oh, sorry, Del 2. Read Del 2. Take Del 2.
He said that he hugged her so tight, and she's okay. She's okay. In fact, a few of the patients who were here did seem to be okay. We saw about 3 of them get discharged. Looked like they just kind of had bumps and bruises. And
Kelly,
we all know the pain that they really have is deep and will probably be with them for the rest of their lives.
Want to go, you probably can.
Again, 7 people being treated right here. I'm about to be briefed by one of the providers because, we always talk about mental health providers and emergencies. They are coming in. They are calling them in today. I mean, this is all hands on deck. Even at a children's hospital, a trauma, level 1 hospital, they are built for this. Today, though, even here, is as big as it gets. It's as heavy as it gets, and they are working hard.
Mike, the anchors.
Yeah, well, we're encouraged to hear that 3 have been released. So 4 people still there, kids getting treatment at Children's, right, Susan Elizabeth?
Yeah, it was really good. Well, there's 7 still inside, but we saw 3 earlier before they gave us that latest number. Okay, so I think the numbers were a little higher than we had at first. But I did want to tell you, too, a few of them just gave us kind of a subtle wave and got in the car and went on their way. So at least a few of them do appear to be okay.
Well, that's encouraging.
Take boxes.
Thank you. Any good aspect, not that there are any good aspects, but the fact that you could get on an ambulance could get on 35E. Annunciation is right between Lindale and 35, and you could get to Hennepin Healthcare in minutes. You could get to Children's Hospital in minutes. It wouldn't take that long to even get to Regions or North Memorial as well. And I know all those folks were fully staffed. We're grateful to kind of have the medical community we have here now.
Absolutely. We know the response was swift from everyone.
Cops were there right away.
Who went in and who administered first aid as they could to victims while they were waiting on the paramedics and the ambulances to arrive. they take over, and then they go to Hennepin Healthcare, and we've been talking about the head trauma, the person in
Gary
charge
Ryan's
said,
about to
we
drive
got
one
this
out a
heads
little
up,
ways
and
and
a
then
heads
send
up
it
can
home
only
if
be
it goes
minutes,
rogue.
but that
Should have
gives them
stopped it.
enough time to staff
What's
up,
next?
to put the call out, to say, all hands on deck, you need to
Okay.
get here. We have talked with Hennepin Healthcare for
Sorry, I
stories
thought you had said
before
something.
about a situation like this, how they plan and prepare for this, and they hope they never have to use it. And in this case, they said they used it yesterday for a mass casualty situation.
Sure.
And again today. But these
39.
emergency workers are prepared.
Ryan's about to start driving
Take
it,
nine.
so don't freak out until we tell you to stop
and
it.
the surgeons are incredibly talented at saving lives.
You've done many stories, and you've
Yeah.
gone behind the scenes with them too, and you talked about all their training and what goes into it.
Yeah, we've met with the paramedics who are literally handing off the patient in this hallway that I've been into the ER, and seen the room where they work on the patients, where they get them stable enough where they can move to another
Sending it
location
home
for
right now,
surgery.
Gary.
But I've talked to these people and have heard from them, and in their heart how dedicated they are. It's a job that is so challenging and difficult, but what they do is they work to save lives. We've been saying that over and over again, and that means a lot of different things in a lot of different scenarios, but it's all about that
Jen.
end.
And I know you talked to them about it, the mental weight, though, of going through this, and I can't even imagine having these young children brought in.
It's actually
What
on its
that
home.
does, even though they're doing their job, I think afterwards.
Gary, do you know it's camera two on?
It impacts them. I mean, I know I've talked to the person who's the head
Okay,
of
ready,
the
VO.
pediatric unit there, who said she goes home to her own kids, and how hard that is when you think about
Take
the
VO.
patients that you're treating. And that's certainly the case today, but we know that there are still, I believe, two in critical condition of those children, and
At Hennepin Healthcare?
At Hennepin Healthcare that were brought there. And so, obviously, they're doing their work right there on them, and we hope to get an update on those conditions. But we know that they have literally a playbook for something like this. But as the surgeons have told me in the past, that you don't know exactly, you can't fully prepare because you don't know what kind of wound, where, and then each case is obviously individualized, but they do the work that they're trained for.
Ready, Del 3.
And you think about also the mental impact for the parents of
Dissolve
these
Del 3.
kids. I mean, they had the fear of, I dropped my kid off at school this morning, and some of them are dealing with the reality that I'm not going to get to do that again.
Yeah.
And so it's the mental impact of, we just went through this, but then you have really small kids that you have to try to find words around this to help them
This
get
is
through
going
this too.
to resonate through the whole community for a very, very long time.
Well, it is today.
Yes.
I drove in. I didn't want to drive by Annunciation because I knew it would be crowded and they want people to stay away. But I drove around Lake Harriet Parkway.
Ready, boxes.
Saw a couple of people I knew stopped.
Take
and,
boxes.
Immediately that conversation is tears
Ready,
of
Del 3.
disbelief. But I can't believe how many people I saw who are usually walking around with a big smile, trying to keep their pace. People are on their phones. People are talking on their phones. People are looking on their phones. You can just tell by body language. I saw a woman walking down the street going like this, with her hand on her head while on her phone. And this is obviously the topic of the neighborhood. It's the topic of the day. It's the topic of the state. It might become a national topic as we move forward.
It is a national topic.
It is. It's overwhelming. Yeah, Senator Klobuchar.
That's my
was here
understanding.
earlier
But
today.
unless you want to take over at 2:30.
That were texting me this morning that they heard about this and were just beside themselves.
Yeah, and I do want to update the numbers I just gave because it was
Okay.
4 kids that needed the operating.
Read Del 3.
Okay.
Take Del 3.
Okay.
So
I
then,
said 2 that were in critical condition, but they had 11 patients. There were 2 adults.
Yes, Dave
9
can take over
pediatric
for
patients, and
Sean.
Of those 4, we're going into
And
an
then Mitch can
operating
take over
room
for
earlier
me.
this morning. So we hope to have, an update on their condition when
He was
the
doing it
hospital
earlier.
is able to provide one for us. We know that communities around now the country
And he has in the
are
past,
watching
so.
and are also thinking about those patients and hoping for the best for them. But 4 young kids, we know, needed surgery today.
Do we know if the 2 children who were deceased, were they able to contact the family?
When the chief released that
Put it
information
in
earlier, he said the families have been notified.
L2, Lima 2.
I'm told that the parent was with one of their children as they died, and
Not sure which
he
one.
just
Gary,
yeah,
can you
it
check
gets you.
power on
The
camera
kids
3?
that are at Hennepin Healthcare, they said
39.
they range from age from 6 to 14.
Take 9.
Yeah, that's a K through 8.
Okay, we're going to toss over to Suze, Del 2 next.
Go back to Susan
Mike,
Elizabeth
Suze.
Littlefield, who is outside of Children's Hospital. We
Take.
just spoke with her, but she joins us now with
Del
somebody
2
that
full.
she's been talking to. Susan Elizabeth.
Yes, I wanted to come back to you guys. I mean, the details that Jennifer just told us, that kind of stuff that we are hearing all day. I mean, mental health is such a theme of this day. So right now I have joining with me the head of mental health services, Dr. Sarah Jurstad, here at Children's Minnesota. And I just want to ask you, first of all, Doctor, how in this moment you start conversations with them?
You might not be able to hear Reg because it looks like he's on channel 2.
Conversations to have. There's no good news in this conversation. And for families who have kids, this is a really difficult conversation because kids are just getting ready to go back to school. They're scared, they're terrified. So the first conversation a parent should have with their kid is to say, how are you doing?
Yeah, Gary,
and to
Mitch, or I'm sorry, Nick did hit emergency stops.
The second thing is to understand what kids are fearful of right now. What are they afraid of? Parents and adults are the source of comfort and support for these kids. So to really be there for them. And third, just to listen to what questions they have. Kids are going to wonder what's going on.
Yeah, and on that note, too, some kids are already
Okay, can you frame me up? Gary, you're going to have to manually frame me up a 3-shot on camera 9.
What's going on? What's your thought on, should you loop your kids in on this?
This depends on the age of the kid. For really young kids, they may not be aware and may not understand. But even kids in elementary school are probably going to hear about it. So it is best to start that conversation because as the parent, you want to be the one having that dialogue with the kids. Kids are going to probably wonder, are they safe to go to school tomorrow? Are they okay?
You know, we're just going to have to make do with what we have because...
And even when we look at data and say...
Until we can get the other cameras back up.
Safe, the feeling of fear is there. So it's a real good opportunity to listen to their fears and to start to put a plan together for the coming week.
And speaking of plans, Dr. Jurstad, I mean, I know that Children's has told me that y'all prepare for mass casualties. I mean, what's it like in your head
Barrett
right now
is
knowing
next.
you
Del
have a plan?
3, Barrett, Del 3 next.
This is something no one ever wants to actually put forward, but we have to plan for it. So the main things that we think about, of course, our medical providers are here on site doing everything they can to help kids. We are available for mental health support. We know that families who are affected just simply because they're fearful, they've watched it, maybe calling in, seeking support, seeking extra appointments, we're available to provide that support. And then if families who are affected need extra help,
2:30 presser is what they're saying.
We're there to provide guidance and provide the most support possible in a difficult situation like this.
And you
Scott,
bring up
it's
the
in
medical
Slack.
Providers. I know their mental health is incredibly
Charest
important.
Walls,
All
Governor,
the first responders
people saying
today.
2:30
This
for
is
presser.
the first time we've
2:30.
seen something of this size here. What about, you told us about the children. What about the parents? I mean, they're having to have these conversations, and you saw
Gary, I'm
the
about to manually
faces.
drive
I mean,
one out
the biggest
as we get to
feeling
the
of
other
just
side of
grab my
camera 9
chickens and hold them close to me tonight. So
just
many
be ready
parents just going to be hugging.
to stop if
What
it
can
goes
they do for their mental health in this moment of crisis?
Yeah, parents are absolutely affected, and teachers and caregivers, everyone is affected. And not only do they feel like they need to hold their kids and support them, but parents and adults are going to need their own support. And it's easy for parents in this situation to think the only thing I'm going to focus on is taking care of my kid. But to do that well, those adults and those parents need to take care of themselves. Many adults out there have their own therapists or mental health providers, and so I would encourage them to access those folks for extra support, and certainly seek support from friends, family members. People come together in these kind of situations and create community together, and that's one of the biggest kind of healing components there is.
Yeah, community is going to be huge. What about, do you think, just for today? As far as conversations, as far as breathing, what should we all remember?
Something for today is simply to be close, be together, and recognize what each person needs. Each kid and each parent is not the same. Some kids might need to go in their backyard and play. Some kids might need to do something for distraction, and that's going to be really helpful too. Some kids may need to sit and talk about it and express their feelings and ask and get a plan for what would I do if something like this happens. So I think parents need to take that cue from their kids in terms of what's needed today.
And then also as far as what's needed, I know there's so much information out there, and a lot of people just kind of compulsively checking and reading and looking at the images. What's your advice on how we absorb this?
We can only absorb so much. So when we get a lot of negative information, it sends our kind of anxiety into overdrive. So I would say stay informed, keep up on what's happening. But again, give yourselves a break. Give yourself an opportunity to get support from others and talk to others and model that for kids too.
That. Well, we thank you for the care you provide here and all these medical providers. I'm sure you guys are going to have support for them.
Absolutely. That is something that we never forget.
Barrett's next. I might have to just cut right to Barrett.
Are humans too, and they're going to need support, and we will absolutely be on top of that.
We know this is a long game. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Mike the Anchors.
Yes. So you heard those powerful words here of people just holding their kids tight and just listening to them tonight. I think it was excellent words of wisdom on a day that's hard to quantify.
Absolutely,
Mike the Anchors.
Elizabeth, definitely helpful information.
I was dealing with something
about how to talk with your kids, and that you really need to
Ready
take
9.
care of yourself as a parent too, to be able to help.
Actually,
them.
ready
And
Del
listening
3.
might be all that some
No,
parents
39.
have capacity for, because they're still in this
Take
moment
9.
trying to process everything they've gone through, and just the
Del
panic and
3's
the
next.
fear of going to school today and not knowing, trying to reconnect with your child. There's just a lot that they're navigating as well.
Absolutely.
And the majority of them are not even back. They'll be back Tuesday after Labor Day, so they've got another 6 days
See
to
that.
have to
When I
process
get
and
off
talk
of
about this,
this,
and I'm sure
we
there's
can
some anxiety that goes
swap
along with this.
9 and 2.
A couple updates for you. President Donald Trump has acknowledged and mentioned the shooting and asked for flags across the country to be flown at half staff in memory of what's going on at Annunciation School here in Minneapolis. And also, we understand that at 2:30, the governor is going to hold a press conference, and we'd imagine there'll be many more people there besides the governor, and try to get the latest information from him.
Absolutely. You just heard Dr. Durstad talking with Susan Elizabeth, and she was talking about the importance of community support from the community. And I know that Barrett Leone is out
Mike
on the
Barrett,
scene.
take.
Somebody had just
Ready,
stopped
Del
by
3.
Barrett, I understand, to just lay down some flowers there.
Take.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
go
right,
ahead with the
Amelia.
swap.
It's just such a heavy day here for every Minnesotan, especially folks who live in this community. We spoke with a gentleman who just lives few blocks away, AJ, and he came to lay down flowers. Obviously, this perimeter has expanded as this morning has played out here, so he wasn't able to get too close to lay those down, but he felt called to come here and just pay his respects, be with community. He told us that his dad is an emergency physician at Children's, and AJ was awoken by his dad shaking him awake, saying, "Hey, I need you to take care of Grandma, the dog. I have to go into work. Duty calls." And so his dad rushed into work at Children's to care for the kiddos that were sent there after this tragic event. Here's a little from what AJ had to say.
Sound take.
Just woke me up, said I needed to take care of my grandma and the dogs, and just left.
Minute 47 here.
My dad's my hero. Just going into the line of fire without hesitation. So
3-0 out there.
What kind of doctor is he at Children's?
He's an emergency pediatrician.
So he just got a call. He didn't say anything other than, "I got to be there."
Yep.
When you realized why he may have been called in when the news reports came out, what went through your head?
Just didn't even want to think about it, honestly.
Can you go ahead and switch all the boxes back to 2?
Solidified man, has a fortitude of none other like I've seen, and I've never seen him like that before. Just determined to help people.
Still a minute in this. Back to Del 4 next.
And you said you grew up close by to here?
Yeah, I live on DuPont, just like 3 or 4 blocks up there.
So how are you feeling as a person who is living in this community and this happened in your community?
Devastated. I didn't go here for elementary school, but I would probably say half the kids on my block did. Went to a graduation party like last summer about them graduating 8th grade, and
Reg, it's your worst nightmare. Can you hear me?
I see you have flowers here. Why did you bring flowers, and I guess what brought you to the scene today?
Just felt like the right thing to do. I called my mom the first thing when I heard what happened, just both crying.
You said I couldn't get control of it, but I have it now.
I knew what she would want.
That's good.
No video off of it, but stand by.
It's okay. It's hard.
Yeah.
It says I have control, but I'm not seeing any pictures.
Think about
Just
the
black.
families. No.
And Mike Barrett.
Just give them a hug.
Dissolving Q.
Yeah. We all are thinking about the families during this tragedy.
Box
AJ
next.
said it best, his dad is his hero. These first responders, these doctors stepping into
Back on
action
two.
here this morning.
Mike.
It's a heavy day. And
Mike Dankers.
we thank them all for doing their job.
Yeah, we get it, Barrett.
Yeah.
Take.
And thank you, Barrett.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Thanks.
it.
Pretty two.
Those are I've had so many conversations
Take
like
two.
that, the one that Barrett had with a stranger, with people today.
John Lawrenson will be
and
on
keep getting
5.
text messages.
Thank you.
And it's just so terribly heartbreaking and sad for everyone involved, especially when you realize what a great community that was of this school that's on the kind of the Richfield, Minneapolis border near Lindale. On 54th Street, and how long it's been there, and the history. And I spoke to a woman, her son just left for college. He's an alumnus, graduated from Annunciation, and he told his mom, I need to come home.
Oh, yeah. That's...
Hey, Joe and Delphi is going to break down my live use then.
Thank you.
He wants to be there for, his community. And,
Okay, Joel is breaking down his live use dead.
We know that there is a connection between, well, we can tell you that right now police are at the residence of the shooter. It is in Richfield. They are searching that residence. We know some information about the shooter.
Take
we want to make
Del
sure
4.
that we have everything. This is the residence in Richfield. We want to make sure that we have everything vetted and correct before we share more information about that, and then the possible connections to Annunciation School as well. So we are actively working on all
Reg
that.
Chapman is out there. Maybe he has more information. He joins us. I think he's out on the scene too. Reg, are you there?
Mike Reg.
Amelia and Frank, I tell you, there's a very
Pretty dumb one,
large
take.
police presence still existing here. The perimeter that's set up is still blocks in either direction. There are police
don't
officers,
think I have
other
a
law
Reg
enforcement
title.
agencies all here. And like you talked about this neighborhood and the resiliency of this neighborhood and just closeness of this neighborhood, people here are in shock. This is not happened here.
So Dave,
But yet
plan
people
is
are
at 2:30,
meeting on
Mitch
the
is going to
front
come in
porches.
here,
They're talking to
take
each other.
over.
They're bringing water and snacks out to
Brandon will
first
take over
responders,
in Robo,
telling them
and you'll have to
thank
go into
you
audio.
for being here and for taking
And then
care
we just
of
gotta figure
us.
out how to clear
That just shows
Josh.
how tight-knit this community is. It shows how they care about the first responders that have been here.
Jennifer's gonna run out.
And that
Okay.
they are sticking together through all of this tragedy. We got here a little after 9 o'clock, and when we pulled up, we did see some families being reunified with their children. There were some emotional gatherings there. We didn't put that on camera because we didn't feel that that was necessary for everybody to see. It was a private moment. But there was one moment when one little boy ran into his mom's arms, and photographer Chris Cruz and I were there, and he was talking to his mom, and he was telling us how one of his friends, when they were in the chapel, when they were praying and they heard the gunshots, that he got under the pews and he put his head down and he covered his head. But when he looked up, he saw a friend of his on top of his other friends, protecting them, covering them. These young people, we're sure going to hear these stories later. Remarkable stories of what they were doing to take care of each other. They practiced these things in school. They hadn't practiced it in church, but yet they knew what to do to protect each other and to look out for each other. And those stories will surely come out later on as this investigation goes forward. We also spoke to a nanny. She was pulling up to go to work and was surrounded by cop cars. She said she sat there and watched as kids came out of the school running, as parents ran to them screaming, as officers went in heavily armed, looking to see who the shooter was to defuse the situation. So she sat there. She had been in her car since 8:40 when we talked to her a little while ago, and she's still shaken. Her mom came, brought her a dog to comfort her, and she said her heart goes out to all of the families, to all of the staff, to all of the teachers, to everyone is associated with the school and this church. And it's a dark day for people in this neighborhood, Frank and Amelia.
Mike Danker's take.
Reg, I guess there is some, while it is so dark, I love some of the parts of light that you shared. You know, sometimes the police have just, for the last 5 years, getting beat up left and right on so many issues, but to see people go, boy, you're needed today, and to see people come and support them, I'd imagine that's a little heartening for them as well.
Ready live?
It is, and I spoke to quite a few officers.
Take
When I
live.
see them pass by me, I remind them to take care of themselves. They're the first ones on the scene. They see the horror behind the tragedy that we hear about. Not only were they doing all this today, but then yesterday in the same area, the same precinct, so to speak, these same officers were dealing with another mass shooting not far from here. So these guys are heroes. These guys and gals are laying it on the line. They ran into that church, into that school, not knowing what to expect, heavily armed, but they see the worst of what happens here. And so we're just glad that the city recognizes that, the police chief recognizes that. There's help for those officers as well, but right now they are busy investigating. We still see officers moving around here door to door. What they're doing is they're going around. We see canine officers with them. They're not telling us what they're looking for, but they are checking on people, making sure everything is sound here. We see that a lot, and this is hours after the event, and they're still out here on the scene doing what they can to make sure people in this area feel safe, guys.
Stay there, Reg, because I have a couple. I want to share some new information, and I have some related questions. So, the suspect, the shooter, according to police, is Robin Westman, age 23, who used to be known as Robert Westman, and Robert Westman changed his name to Robin Westman in 2020. Reg, do you know any idea how long that person has lived at that apartment, or if it is their apartment, or were they just staying there? Have you been able to find out any of that information as they look through the Westman residence?
No, we're still waiting on that information to come to us. We are told that there's going to be another update they're going to give to the media here at 2:30. We're expecting Governor Walz to be here at that press conference where he will update us on what they know about this suspect. We're hearing a lot of things, and we don't want to report what we're just hearing. We want to make sure that we bring our viewers the facts. We don't know if he's associated to the school, if he's a former student, if he was a former employee. We're not quite sure what ties, if any, he has to the school. All we know now is that there's an active search going on where he was allegedly staying. They're trying to look for answers. The car that he was driving, that he drove up here to the school to do this horrific thing he did today, is still in the parking lot. They're still processing that as well. So there's a lot of moving parts to this investigation, and right now we just need to be patient to make sure we get the most accurate information to our viewers, Frank.
Mike, the
We're on the
anchors.
same page, Reg.
Thank you, Reg.
Ready two.
We're talking about community and what a close community is over there at Annunciation. They have all these other schools around them, and I know Holy Angels talked about that.
Annunciation is a big theater school.
It is a
Holy
huge theater, the Holy Angels, and I'm being told that Holy Angels will be holding a vigil tonight at 7 o'clock for, members of the community come together, support each other, and I'm sure there'll probably be many others, because St. Joe's, all the way out in St. Paul, they went on lockdown when they heard this because they thought maybe it was these Catholic schools that were being targeted. So I'm sure that a lot of schools did that, right?
Yeah, well, there's St. Richard's, and there's Nativity, and there's Annunciation, and Carondelet, and all these kids play in the same Catholic league, whether it's volleyball or baseball or softball, and I have absolutely no doubt they're all feeling it. And a lot of Annunciation kids go to Washburn, or they go to Southwest, or they, some go to St. Thomas Academy. They go everywhere around. So these kids are close, and they're well
Sierra
known,
5 is next.
A far reach,
and
definitely.
they're really going to need each other
And
the next couple days.
And what's really sticking with me, and what we heard from Reg, also what we heard from Barrett, are these stories of selflessness and just
that's the
law enforcement officers running into danger.
Shayla was on
the
B from the
and what they were doing to protect their friends. Just the way in which people who say, I don't know anything else to do other than show up with these flowers and just be here. The medical professionals that are saying, hey, I have to be here, watch your grandmother. I'm just going to go. Just everyone who said, my community needs me in this moment, and I'm going to be there. So many stories that we've heard, and I'm sure many that we haven't heard and will continue to
I bet it
learn
got propped
as more
open during
details come out
the 9 and just never got shut because all hell broke loose.
Quite a rough day, I think. It's really sad. As you look, I was just looking up, you and I were looking up just a list of school shootings in the United States, 2,000. This is just from 2000 to the present. There have been 574. And I just remember going to school. That was not, you were protecting from earthquakes or whatever. Those were the drills that we had when we were going to school. So it just really just breaks my heart.
Yeah, well, Columbine was 1999, so that's 26 years ago, and that's what kind of put them on the map. We had Red Lake here in Minnesota. That was in 2005. 9 people died there, and people are like, gosh, when's this going to end? And then we went to Sandy Hook
42.
in 2012, which was horrendous, and that was an elementary school as well, and 26 people died there. There was Parkland in Florida with a number of deaths, and then we see these groundswells for people saying we need change, things need to happen.
It's staggering.
And it becomes really polarizing. In this situation, these poor folks were literally defenseless. If you're just tuning in, you may have heard this. If you hadn't, the shooter approached the back of Annunciation Church while an all-school mass was going on. The kids started school. It's a K-8 school. They started school on Monday. This is Wednesday. They have their first all-school mass. All-school masses, if you're not familiar with the Catholic school tradition, is something where all the kids come together. It's a celebratory mass. Some schools hold them once a week, some just at the beginning of the year. But it's that's the church and school. They're connected to one another right near 54th and Lyndale. And grandparents come, and moms and dads come, and there's optimism, and kids are in their school uniform, and they're sitting by class. And I talk to people who have gone to that mass over and over again, the all-school mass with the kids, and it is packed, and it is pew to pew. And the police
it's a
say
celebration.
It is a celebration,
it's a celebration,
which makes it more tragic. And this shooter literally came behind and is firing blindly through a stained, well, maybe not blindly, maybe it was intentionally, I don't know, but blindly through a stained glass window at children and defenseless adults and teachers, and shooting the place.
42.
And
Take two.
it's a 23-year-old that did this, according to police, named Robin Westman, who we're working to get a lot more information on. Not that we want to glorify or celebrate that, but I know people are interested in what kind of connection there may be to the school, and we're putting all that together, and we're also really trying to focus on 17 people that are still in the hospital.
And what we keep hearing over and over again, both from some of the youngest survivors and adults, is you prepare for these types of situations in schools, but you don't expect to deal with this in a church.
Right.
And you think of church also as come as you are, and it's a place that's
safety.
open and safe for everyone.
And it's celebration.
Yeah, and moments like this make me think back to, it was 2015, Mother Emanuel in Charleston, people worshiping in a church, and a place that you feel, just as schools should feel, you would think it would be safe, and then unspeakable tragedy happens in those spaces.
It is heartbreaking.
And now we'll kind of be added to that list of all the other places now. This will go down as one because of the
you said
number
5
of people who were hurt and killed.
Yeah, you were talking about the 17 people who were injured, and we do have, we spoke to a doctor who was treating some of those kids, I think at Hennepin Healthcare, so we have an interview that was done with him.
Sound take.
Whenever that type of a page goes out again, it really puts into motion a lot of a big response from all of the teams. And so we are, because we're a level 1 trauma center, we have to, mobilize certain types of resources like, operating rooms and surgical services. We have to have emergency providers and nurses. We have to, mobilize things like the laboratory and the blood bank. So there's a lot of planning, and again, a lot of exercises we do throughout the year to prepare for these events, and unfortunately,
Del 1 next.
we respond to many of them throughout the year. These incidents are never easy. We've had 2 in the last 24 hours that have occurred, these mass casualty incidents. I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources, again, that were mobilized.
And Mike Q.
And that's, of course, the doctor from Hennepin Healthcare. I know earlier we heard that there were 11 patients, 9 were pediatric, 4 kids were still in the operating room, and we just heard that from Jennifer Merely from her sources there. And so we have not heard what condition they're in.
Yeah, it was all hands on deck. And I know just from looking at my phone and some other sources, there's people still wondering and praying for some folks that are still literally in surgery right now. And gosh, this is 6 hours after the event.
We have been cleared to use a photo of the shooter. Is that what I'm told right now, Scott? Talking to her.
Okay. Well, as soon as we do, we'll put it up and get some more information.
But what makes it interesting is it's saying that this is a photo shooter from a yearbook at Annunciation from the class of 2017.
Yeah. Well, before we record any of this, we'll just make sure that we bring it to you in a way that makes sense and that we know how to do it.
Take Del 10.
Okay, so we can show it to you. So this is the Annunciation yearbook, ladies and gentlemen. This is class of 2017. This is a photo of Robert Westman. police have identified Robin Westman as the person who did the shooting. Robert Westman legally changed his name to Robin Westman in 2020. So what I was struck by is when I read this is the optimism of the quote at the bottom. Talking, they talk to seniors
yes.
and say, and the quote is, "If smart people could fly, this place would be an airport." Implying you're with a lot of smart, interesting people, along with some advice for younger students. So the police are at her house, at Robin Westman's apartment in Richfield right now. Reg Chapman is near there. Huge police presence as they search for the apartment because they're, of course, looking for clues. So this is something I know that a lot of folks were in the Annunciation community very concerned about. Is there a tie between the shooter and the school? And yes, there is a tie. Robin Westman is a graduate of Annunciation, so there
which one are we going to next?
Some kind of motivation to go back there. But clearly,
I don't know if it was a graduate. It could just be it could be from that class. They do it every year. Could have attended. So I don't want to say and assume that she was a graduate.
I don't either. I've got some sourced information, but I'll make sure we confirm that. But obviously, there's a connection.
And still questions about what their continued connection, if there were a continued connection, would be now that we're in 2025.
Exactly. We do know that Elle Mose is out at the apartment of Robin Westman's, and she joins us now. Hi, Elle. What can you tell us?
Hey, Amelia. So, yes, behind me is one of the many units on this apartment campus or complex, if you will. We're in Richfield, off of Lyndale Avenue, so not too far from the Annunciation School. But behind me are several unmarked BCA and Minneapolis police vehicles. They are investigating the unit behind me here where the suspected shooter, Robin Westman, lived. And we are talking to some people that live in this apartment unit as well. Most of the time we've been breaking the news to them that the suspected shooter lived in their building. And here's one of the neighbors and their reaction to learning this news.
Ready, sound? Sound take.
Yeah, maybe I've seen his face, I don't know, but it's just so scary, to have a shooter next door to you and you have a kid and those innocent children, they don't deserve to die like that. It's crazy. They don't deserve. I'm sorry for their loss. Sorry to the parents.
Back to Del 4 next.
To those innocent children. It's so scary.
As your mom yourself, what's going through your head knowing she's going to be school age soon?
I know. I don't even want to think about that right now. I just hope that one day all this will stop. I just hope the gun violence and everything, they will just get control of it, Nobody has the right to just own a gun like that, People have to go through stuff before you can own something. It's crazy. Living in a neighborhood, you think you are safe, and the next thing you had something like this. It's hard. My heart goes out to the parents and for those innocent children.
What's the feeling knowing the shooter lived in the same complex?
Oh my goodness. It's so scary. It's so scary.
And Mike, taking cue.
Those tears and those high emotions are something that so many mothers feel, whether you had a child at Annunciation or not. It's emotions felt around the state, around the country right now, and even around the world. There's a BBC London journalist here right now. So this is a headline that is making a global impact right now. And just take a look behind me. These angled vehicles, these are all the ones that are affiliated with the BCA and Minneapolis police. There's some crime scene tape blocking off the unit. They are letting residents in and out of their unit, but they are walking them to their units, so they're not able to walk freely throughout the complex right now. So far, we've just seen people going in, law enforcement going in. We have not seen any sort of weapons or any evidence coming out of the building yet. But we are staying here today. We're going to be keeping our eye on what they're bringing out evidence-wise, if any. And I would say about a dozen or so law enforcement from Minneapolis Police to BCA are here investigating the suspected gunman's apartment complex here in Richfield. Back to you.
Mike Danger's take.
I know where you're at in Ridgefield, and I know where Annunciation is. I mean, I'm guessing maybe it's a 5 or 6 minute drive from that apartment complex to the school.
Yeah, I would say.
Ready live? Take live?
I would say that's about accurate. 5 or 6 minute drive. We're extremely close to Annunciation. I had to take a look at a map to realize I was actually in Richfield because I felt like I was still in South Minneapolis.
Okay. Thanks for the update. Let us know what else is happening there. We appreciate it.
Like we told you,
Caroline's next, I believe.
To speak at 2:30 in a press conference. We're going to Caroline Lowe right now, who is standing outside.
Or Caroline Cummings.
I'm sorry, Caroline
Cummings. Oh my God. Mike, take.
Standing outside of the church there, and you might
I'm like Caroline Lowe.
Know a little bit more about perhaps what the governor is going to say or talk about.
Hi there, Amelia.
Take.
Caroline Lowe is a great former WCCOer, so I'm in good company there. But the governor is supposed to speak here in about 45 minutes. Have not been briefed on his remarks, but certainly earlier today on social media, he expressed his condolences, said he had been briefed on this situation. We are, if you have been watching us for a while this morning, I was actually on the other side of the church, right at West 54th and Lindale. Now I'm on the other side where they are allowing people to set up, because there is a perimeter right outside of the church where, of course, police say a gunman shot through windows at children and churchgoers, staff who were there for a school mass. And when I was escorted over here by police, I got to see the church up close, and there was a lot of police there, investigators still obviously combing through that scene of this horrific tragedy, but it gave me some solace, right? You know, a church where this horrific tragedy happened, it is still a place for peace and where people can hopefully turn to in the days and weeks to come here. As someone who went to school mass as a child, you would never anticipate something like this happening, and we've spoken to neighbors, that very brave fifth grader that you heard on our air earlier today, about just thinking that this couldn't happen here, right? You never imagine that this can happen in your own backyard, and people are overwhelmed with grief, and their hearts are poured out to the families of the victims, who will certainly have a long road ahead towards healing after this unthinkable tragedy, guys.
Caroline, when you were walking and they escorted you back there, it was my understanding that the shooter came from behind the big parking lot in the church. I know you're on 54th. There's not a lot of room to park there. Did you see that? Bullet holes in the stained glass, or did they walk you through the front and you didn't see anything?
Yeah, I walked through the front, so I was trying to see, because, you know, like you said, the police said it was through the side stained glass windows. I couldn't see any shattered glass or broken windows from my vantage point. The way the church is situated on the property, it's hard to see the side from when you're walking out front. But certainly seeing, you know, a church with crime scene tape around it is, you know, something that nobody should be seeing today.
And great. You know what? While we have you there, so as people are looking at that map, the Annunciation, the church is that big building you see on the right-hand side, and then you see a clump of trees, and there's a rectory there, and then the building to the left as they zoom in, just so you get an idea. That's the school. So if you look under the T in Annunciation, that is the church, and then you see the trees to the left. And then if you go over a little bit more to the left, that building in the lower left-hand part of your screen with the chimney, that is the school. So the kids have a short walk from the school into the church. But it's a big complex, and then there's that huge parking lot behind there. And Caroline's reporting from in front of the church right now, which is at 54th, and that's Lindale.
Yeah, we're at West Diamond Lake.
Take boxes.
We're at West Diamond Lake and Grand, so if you were looking at the church from West 54th, which turns into Diamond Lake Road, we're on that left side, and you're exactly right, Frank. The church and the school are very close to each other, and we were hearing from that fifth grader Wes earlier, who talked about, you know, having to duck in pews, but then they were, rushed
I've driven
over
by this
to
church a
the
million
school
times.
as this was happening. So it was very much, they're one and the same, right? These schools with the parochial schools with their churches, they're very close by, it was hard to see any sort of broken glass or anything from the vantage point when I was crossing there. But right now, once a police escorts you through that area, there's no way for us and our cameras to get in there. It's very much a secure scene right now.
Yeah, we get that. Just kind of curious.
Take boxes.
So thank you for the update.
Well, clearly this person was familiar, it sounds like, with that church and
Take
where,
two.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, Robin Westham attended, we know, Annunciation. We're trying to figure out exactly what years and what time, but was a student at Annunciation in at least 2017. This is a photo from the 2017 yearbook of I don't know if I refer to it as the grade school or the middle school. I guess grade school covers all of it, but this was Robert Westman, now Robin Westman, legally changed their name in 2020, and this is a 2017 photo. And this person, 23 years old, police say took their own life, suicide following the shooting, and lived not far away in Richfield, where there's a huge police presence, as you saw earlier, as they search Robin Westman's apartment.
Take Del4.
And we believe there are other connections to the school as well, and when we can report those and share those and make sure that we're verified on all of that, we will.
And so once again, I think that we're going to have Governor Walz will be talking at 2:30, hold a press conference. I don't know if he'll have more information at that point, but I just want to recap a little bit about what happened. Minneapolis Police Chief said this morning that 2 children are dead. Their ages 8 and 10 years old. 17 other people are injured. 14 of them are children. We do have reporters at Children's Hospital and at Hennepin Healthcare. We did hear from a doctor earlier talking about what was going on there, and I know at Hennepin Healthcare they have 11 patients there, 2 of them adults, the rest are kids. We know that 4 kids still in the operating room at this point. And Susan Elizabeth, who's over at Children's, said that there were 7 patients inside, obviously a level 1 trauma hospital there. So we're waiting to find out
7, I think,
about that.
Yeah, and we're going to try to get some tips on WCCO.com. We did a couple interviews with, how do you talk to your kids? Some kids went back to school Monday, some, like they did Annunciation. Some went back to school just yesterday. Most kids are not going back to school until next Tuesday, and what is usually an extraordinarily joyous, optimistic time in a young person's life, returning to see your friends and your teachers and coming off of summer and a long holiday weekend and maybe the state fair. That conversation has completely and radically changed for parents and families, not only in Minnesota but across the country.
That doctor was, I think, really helpful. We were talking about that, Shayla, right? Some of the advice that she gave
Gary,
to
is Jeff
parents,
out there yet?
how to handle this
Pretty
situation.
one, take one.
If your children is at school, even if they didn't go to school and they're hearing about this.
Absolutely, and the importance of parents to not only, they're also thinking about and worried about their children, but this is really traumatic for them too. And so recognizing that and knowing that they may need support as well as they continue to try to be that support for their kids, the whole family navigating this challenge.
It was interesting. She said sometimes you just, as a parent too, you may just want, you take your child's cue to see if they want to talk about it, and sometimes they just want to talk about it. Sometimes they want to go outside and maybe be alone, maybe play, and that's how they handle it. So I think there was a lot of important information there that she shared.
And I don't think it's just
we're going to swap him with Shayla.
7 to 14-year-olds. There's a group of kids who are 23
what is he
who
you
went
normally
to
use
school
for the
with Robin Westman at different high schools in this place, and they're all talking about it, and they're trying to process it, and they're thinking about it, and they know kids that went to Annunciation or all the other. There's so many schools in that Southwest Minneapolis neighborhood.
42.
It's something that they all need to.
And then whatever his normal IFP.
Jonah, I know you had a conversation with a parent. We're going to go now live to Jonah Kaplan, who has some more information. Hi.
Del 7. Del 7.
Oh, we'll get Jonah's mic up.
This is a situation that I'm
We got
Yeah, Frank and Amelia, good to be with you. This is a situation, it's a tragedy on so many levels, right? And I know for me personally, look, I just took my daughter, she started 2nd grade yesterday. I got another daughter starting pre-K next week. And before we even come up with a camera to a lot of these families, the first thing we do is
next.
we
Yes,
try to
go
just
ahead and
speak with
switch
them
them
on a
out.
human-to-human level, right? I'm a dad, you're a dad,
21 is
we're
next.
parents.
Sound and
where
Alpha.
do we go from here? We're going to have to do bedtime tonight. We're going to have to get up tomorrow, and we're going to have to do breakfast before school. These routines,
Shayla needs to leave. Jeff needs to get on set
because you do them again and again.
ASAP.
But they're never going to be the same because of what has just happened here. And I think the mayor was very prescient in what he said earlier today when, don't think of these as just any other kids. I mean, any of these could have been our kids. And when I spoke to a father earlier, we're going to play this sound right now, he talked about those moments of coming to the school looking for his children, and about a thought that many parents have had, especially this generation of parents who have grown up from Columbine, from Sandy Hook, and thinking, what would I do in this situation?
Is this a sound Alpha take?
I was on my deck. I heard the shots. I think there was that. What's sad is that I've thought about this before. What would we do?
Back to
I worked with the school
Del
to
7
get,
next.
3N bulletproof film on the school side in the foyer. And so
this was something that was on the school's radar before.
Yeah, I mean, it's on every
Jeff is on his normal.
as a
Mike
parent,
and I
you
have
kids
for
in
the
school.
4.
This is the worst
believe
case
it's
scenario
A.
that you unfortunately have to think about. And so when I first heard those shots,
Probably.
I think I knew pretty immediately that those were gunshots. And I thought through what would happen. What would I do? And so I just
Del 7.
immediately said, I got to get up there. And so I hopped in my car. I grabbed this, it's like a non-lethal firearm that I have called a Berna, and just sped up there. And so my windows were down.
Live
I was trying
desk.
to place the shots. And I pulled into the parking lot. The shots were still going off. I saw a dad who works at the school. And I said, is the school locked down? And he said, there's a shooting at the church. And he said, and all the kids are in there. And I just felt like I was going to throw up. And so I parked, and I ran up there. The police were kind of screeching up as I was approaching the church. I wasn't hearing shots. And I ran in as the police were there, getting there, kind of alongside. It was just chaos. And then just started
Stand by.
helping kids out. Saw a lot of injured kids. It was tough. And I just, selfishly was just like, where are my girls? Where is June and Olive? That's all I could think about.
Mike, taking cue.
Just a harrowing
Box
kind
next
of
to Del
experience
7.
for any parent. And we were speaking with him, of course, for a long time and just kind of processing all of it. And one of the other parts of this we were talking about is, usually when tragedy strikes, where do you go for comfort? Where do you go to find refuge? You go to your house of worship. You go to the sanctuary. That's where they were this morning, en masse, praying for a successful new year, praying for a year of growth, a year of fulfillment, a year of being challenged academically, of social success, of just all the things you would want in this new year for your children and for your community. And now where do you go? And how do you come back from that? And what do you pray for? Because that sanctuary is also where you try to find your inner peace. And when that security and when that sense of self is ruptured, it's a very difficult thing to put back together.
Mike, the anchor's take.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's going to take a long time to fix. In the more immediate, I am so impressed with that man for running in there to help. I mean, obviously he's looking for June and all of his daughters, but he's there to help as well. Tell us more about what he said, about what he saw. I know that I'm sure you talked to him even more, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we spoke at length, and again, you know, for us as journalists, right, we come to you not because we're trying to make a story out of you, but we come to you kind of as a tool, right? We want to help share your story so we can make a positive impact. How can we find light amidst this darkness? What can we learn from these experiences, and what can we take away from this, and how do we move forward? And one thing that he was talking with us about was about those moments of comforting his children. He has two daughters. One is in 4th grade, one is in 1st grade. And one thing he was talking was about how each of them are coping, right? The 4th grader was emotional. She certainly was paying attention to detail. What was happening inside the church? Who was saying what? Who was directing different things? What were the sounds? What were the other things that were appealing to the senses? The 1st grader, much more catatonic, if you will, kind of numb to it. Oh, that was interesting. Yes, we walked outside, then we went to the gym. Okay, I'm going to go watch a movie now with my friends. And maybe it's going to manifest in different ways and at different times. Again, we talked about, what do we do from here? We're going to have dinner tonight. We're going to have to read a story before bedtime. And we're going to have to put these kids to sleep when a lot of these sights and sounds are going to be replaying in their heads. We're going to have to wake up in the morning. Oh, I don't know if there's going to be school tomorrow. What's it going to be like when they walk back in those hallways? We're still waiting, of course, for this particular school at Annunciation, but every other school and every other community is going to have to be going through the same thing. This gentleman, Anders, also shared with us some videos from inside the church, which we're reviewing right now. We want to make sure, of course, that it passes all of our standards guidance. We don't want to show anything inappropriate or give away anything that, of course, would violate the sanctity of sanctuary in there. But you can see the kids running. I've seen those videos, and you know, this is something, again, that logically you prepare for, right? You have these mass shooting protocols and what happens in an emergency. Maybe it's an evacuation because of severe weather. A lot of places have that too. But then to put them into action, still trying to put together the logical, the rational, and then the emotional, two very different things. Frank and Amelia.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Really
Jonah, everyone's in the same boat with that struggle, for sure. Thank you for your reporting. We appreciate it.
3-2. Take 2.
Jeff Wagner is joining us right now just to kind of help us with our coverage here. And I don't know, have you been hearing anything else or just kind of...
I know we're awaiting an updated news conference coming up at about 2:30, where we should be hearing from the mayor again. It's been since about just before 11 a.m. that we had that first update, where we did learn a lot of information regarding the shooter. I mean, how this whole thing was played out, the types of weapons involved. I think we'll be able to get a better update on some of the victims. I know we've been getting updates from the different hospitals, 3 in particular, that have taken in the 17 wounded victims, 14 of which are students of varying ages, a couple of them in critical condition, at HCMC.
Hey, Mitch.
Just to speak about this time of year is typically joyous for multiple reasons, right? You have families excited about kids going back to school. We, normally right now, would be at the Minnesota State Fair, along with tens of thousands of other people who are just trying to enjoy this last bit of summer. And I know this is sort of incomprehensible to digest for those who are trying to go about these last few days or get excited for their children who are about to enter school and have to suddenly carry this weight and have those conversations. I've seen reports that there are people, you know, seated at our WCCO fair booth just watching this from, you know, just bewildered at what they're witnessing when they thought they were going to this fun event with so many other people and trying to comprehend, how do I enjoy myself if I know this is happening in my community, in my city. Maybe hadn't been paying attention to the news as they arrived there, now trying to digest everything that's going on. And I know you've spoke of vigils happening this evening. Is that right?
Oh, well, I did hear one at Holy Angels at 7 o'clock.
I have S12
Annunciation
queued
is
up.
a big feeder school into Holy Angels.
Is there a title that goes
I
with
have
it?
to imagine there are probably many more that are probably...
The Archbishop said that is happening, and the Archbishop is also going to be at the Archbishop's also going to be at that 2:30 press conference, and the President has ordered all flags across the country flown at half-staff. So we'll look for the Governor, the Mayor, the Archbishop, all